These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also, and then it became a regional party more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So this thing always catches me. I bought a new headset, by the way. I stepped on the last one and I broke it, so I'm going to have a period of adjustment. If you can hear my voice, indicate. I know I've been struggling with that over the last couple of sessions or so. So good to be here. Since I was born and now that I'm getting old and whatever it is that is said next. So good to see you. Oh, hold on. Hold on 1 second. All right. Okay. Good to see you. Good to have you here, and good to be in your company. So good to see you. Good to have you here, and good to be in your company. So I've got exciting news for you. And before you go to anything, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So click on that hyperlink and then be part of the conversation. I've got exciting news for you. We have a guest appearing tomorrow. But it's nothing to do with Nigeria, though. It's bigger than that space. It's going to be this guy here, who a lot of you may already know. So let me put him up. So it's going to be this guy right here, Check in Effect. So he's an American, Check in Effect. So this is his platform. It's fast tracking all the way to 500,000 subscribers. Only really started not that long ago. So this is a Check in Effect. It's presently in Kenya, but is going all around the world. Meeting nearly any and everybody. He was even in Nigeria. He did a Nigerian series all over South America, all over Latin America, of course, the Asian cusp. So this is him in Nigeria right there. You can see the Nigerian flag. So Check in Effect will be joining us for tomorrow's session. I am excited by it. He's a good friend of this platform, but I will be interrogating him in the manner that we have interrogated our previous guests so far. And by the way, I've got other Nigerian politicians that I'm working on as well. So just keep steady to the space and I'll bring them as they come. So Check in Effect for tomorrow. A popular name. An American, a world traveler. So I'll send the link into the comment section for you to bookmark that. I am very excited by it. So that's Check in Effect joining us tomorrow. So that's Check in Effect. So that's Check in Effect joining us tomorrow. But today we're having a session. And by the way, go follow him as well. Go check him out in the interim. I think you'll delight in his work. He's one of the most exciting voices out there globally, not even globally. It's a part of that passport bro movement, but is really more of a traveler. So all of that will be wrapped in a conversation that we're going to have with him tomorrow. I am so excited by it. So be excited and make sure you join us. We're going to be bringing you international flavors as we come across them and as they make themselves available. I'm also speaking to a Nigerian girl who has an unusual life. So if she accedes to it, I'll bring her on, and I think she may catch you off guard. So a lot to come, a lot to come. So a lot to come, but what comes today? Another day, another usual. Actually, yes. Let me start it off with the headline piece. So I want to play you a clip now, and I'm pretty sure that most of you have already. Let me see. Did I even? Hold on. Yes, I'm going to play you a clip now, and I'm pretty sure that most of you have already seen this clip. But they talk about corruption in Nigeria, and they talk about institutions within Nigeria being hijacked, and there is no. And by the way, there's only one single politics that the North plays in Nigeria. There's no mystery to it, and it is not hidden. Their politics is the politics of violence. So they use all they have within their wit and will to make sure that they have a stranglehold on the instrumentalities of violence within the Nigerian space. And once they have that stranglehold, which they do, they control the army, which is the main and most potent instrument of violence within the Nigerian space. They control the Navy, they control the Air Force, so they control all of the forces, and with that control, they are almost monopolize the instruments of, forget whoever calls himself president. You saw how they bullied Goodluck Jonathan, and they're using the same technique towards Tinubu now. So they control the instrumentality of violence. And with that instrumentality of violence, they control the Nigerian state. Why am I making all of this hula baloo? Watch this.
What's your name?
I'm Kabiru Mustafa by name.
Huh?
Kabiru Mustafa.
What local government?
Oshope local government.
Where are you from?
I'm from Marital.
Where in Marital? Where are you from originally?
Kaduna State.
From where?
Kaduna State.
Kaduna State.
I'm Alkali Monde by name.
Okay.
Yes, I'm from Kaduna State.
Okay.
I'm living in Kampala with my brother.
With your brother?
Yes.
And you are coming out under what local government?
Lagos Island.
Local government.
Yes.
Do you have a family house in Lagos Island?
No.
Okay. What's your name?
Luka David.
What?
Luka David.
Luka.
David.
Where are you from?
From Kaduna State.
Kaduna State. What local government are you coming out from?
Oshodi.
Who gave you the indigenship certificate?
National.
What's your name?
Zakaria Arab.
Where are you from? Kaduna State.
Staying in Lagos.
Lagos Island. Where did you get the indigenship certificate from?
I'm staying with my uncle. So
Your uncle, speak up please.
I'm staying with my uncle, Lieutenant Colonel Gambo.
Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba.
I can hear, but I can't.
Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba.
No, ma.
Shogba Yoruba.
Yes, I can hear you.
Gbàmí lóhùn padà ní Yorùbá. Níbo ló ń gbé?
I can't.
Kí lorúkọ ẹ?
Shogba Yoruba. Níbo ló ń gbé? Níbo ló ń gbé? Ta ló fún ẹ ní certificate? Ta ló fún ẹ? Ta ló fún ẹ? Ta ló fún ẹ? Local government ló ti wá? Òṣòfẹ́. Ẹ sáàpẹ̀ kí lorúkọ ẹ? Kí lorúkọ ẹ? What's your name? What? Speak up please. Where are you from? What? Kaduna. But you are coming out from what local government? Oh? Ta ló fún ẹ ní certificate? Kí lorúkọ ẹ? Níbo ló ń gbé? You don't hear Yoruba? What state are you from?
I'm from
Kaduna
Kaduna State.
State. Ta ló fún ẹ certificate of indigenship, Lagos State? Bring it and let me see your indigenship certificate. That paper that they gave you from the local government. Huh? Where is your... Let me see.
Yes.
Show me this. We'll show the local government. One by one. We'll show the local government. Most of them cannot speak Yoruba at all. I don't know how. Where's the second one? Also from Oshodi, local government. I want to know how it is being done. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So they are recruiting for the army, and they are recruiting allocations from states. And well, do I even need to explain what just transpired? You also it yourself. So for the army to be representative of the entirety of the country, they recruit state by state with varying allocations to each state. So they want an X amount of complement from each state. But Mukhtar Danladi from Oshodi local government area, who doesn't know where his father's home is in Oshodi local government area, and he doesn't speak a lick of Yoruba, he tells you that he's from Kaduna, but he will be representing Lagos. The total, was that 5-7 people? And that is it right there. So this is what goes on. And we're in bigger problems than we can imagine that we are in. And our biggest problem is this sort of going on. I don't want to start the session in a tribalized tonality, but you can see it. Do I need to draw a picture? I don't need to draw a picture. I mean, goodness me. Goodness me. I am Muktaru. And where are you from? I am from Kaduna. And where are you representing? Kusofe local government. Kusofe. I mean, what's that? What's all this nonsense? But there it is. So it's an endemic. Nigeria is a cesspool of criminality, and almost irretrievably, we have to start asking that question: that is that country actually beyond redemption? We have to ask that question. Is that because it permeates and it seeps through just the entirety of all of the totality of the functionalities and the functionings of that country? Everything corrupt, everything. Look at that. I am from a town, but get out of here, normally. But there it is. That is what we're contending with in Nigeria, and Tinubu feels that he has the panacea to that. Dream on. He will steal his own and pass the baton on. He will steal his own and pass the baton on, but will he be passing it on to this? This is octogenarian. Is that 70s? Is septuagenarian 80? Whatever genarian he is, he'll be 80 when he's running in 2027. Atiku set to run for president again in 2027, despite our past setbacks. So there it is. It's unbelievable stuff. And when it rains, it pours. It's a gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian space. Pardon me. Pardon me. It's a gift that just, pardon me. It's a gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian space. Our former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is poised to make another bid for the presidency in the 2027 elections. So there it is. So PDP, there it is. This announcement was made on Wednesday, January the 3rd, 2024, by Daniel Bwala, the spokesperson for the Presidential Campaign Organization of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the 2023 election. Bwala declared that Atiku, despite facing previous setbacks in his quest for Nigeria's top position, is resolute in his decision to surely contest again in the upcoming general elections. So what emboldens Atiku Abubakar, pardon me, what emboldens Atiku Abubakar is this new now found, it thinks what he has found in Chicago, he thinks that is weaponry that he can leverage in 2027. And he thinks he can get Tinubu off the ticket even before ballots are cast. And I think is emboldened by that journey of this discovery, but of course, a perennial loser who is obviously is born to lose. You say somebody that is successful, a billionaire in dollars, vice president of Nigeria, how is a loser? But that he hankers after the most is that eludes him, and that's what makes him a loser, a serial loser to lose again. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is poised to make another bid for the presidency in the 2027 election. The announcement was made on Wednesday, January the 3rd, 2024, by Daniel Bwala, the spokesperson for the Presidential Campaign Organization of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in 2023. Bwala declared that Atiku, despite facing previous setbacks in his quest for Nigeria's top position, is resolute in his decision to surely, and that is in quotation marks, to surely contest again in the upcoming general election. Speaking to Channels Television, Bwala affirmed, sure, he, Atiku, would run again. He has the capacity, he has the wisdom, he has the knowledge, he has the energy. So, I mean, I don't want to elongate this any longer than it necessarily needs to be, but he has the capacity. He doesn't really have the capacity because the spend on that election, he did not get the payback that he got under the 2019 election. So he carries that cost. And the status quo is not favorable towards him. So there's no money for him to loot. And I don't think there's any money back that is going to be backing any attempt as a presidency by him. So he doesn't have the capacity. It clearly, patently does not have the wisdom. We saw that in the PDP primaries. We saw that in decisions on who to choose as vice president. We saw that in how he ran his campaign. And we saw that in how he took his loss. So no wisdom to report there. Ditto knowledge. He has no knowledge. So, and he says he has the energy. I mean, we saw the guy barely able to put one foot in front of the other during the course of the campaign in this session. He'll be 4 years older and he'll be 80 years, or I won't say 80 years young. They like to say that about old people. He'll be 80 years of age at that point. So I'm not quite sure where the energy comes from. So, but he continues. Speaking on Channels TV, Bwala affirmed, sure, he, Atiku, would run again. He has the capacity, he has the wisdom, he has the knowledge, he has the energy, and he is a president we never had. So that phraseology that they use for Awolowo being co-opted by every manner of criminals within the Nigerian space now. And he is a president we never had. Because to be honest with you, if any politician understands the private sector very well, it is Atiku Abubakar. We don't know what business Atiku has actually run successfully. The logistics company that is running is actually owned by Tinubu. If you go and look at the records, Tinubu bought it off him a while ago. And so I don't even know. Now, because to be honest with you, if any politician understands the private sector very well, it is Atiku Abubakar. And our economy can only come alive if there is a private sector-led economy. Atiku Abubakar has previously contested the presidential election in Nigeria. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not even 5 times, 6 times. You know, I think is it Marabout that they call Babalawo in that course. I think it is his Babalawo that keeps on telling him that they can see, say, in the divinations that he will be president. And that's what continues to propel him. Atiku Abubakar has previously contested the presidential elections in Nigeria 6 times. 1993, 2007, 11, 15, 19, and most recently in 2023, where he faced another unsuccessful attempt. However, political analysts have noted that Atiku's persistent presidential ambition may be contributing to the internal turmoil within the PDP. You don't say. Did you actually need political analysts to tell you that? I thought that was as simple and straight to the point. Let me just move these ones to this side. So we move these ones to the side, and then we go on to... Right, this is an international flavor one, actually. Goings on in whichever country. Which country is this? Oh, hold on. Goings on in Sierra Leone. So let me bring you the headline. Sierra Leone ex-president Koroma charged with treason over coup attempt. Sierra Leone's ex-president Ernest Bier Koroma has been charged with 4 offenses, including treason for his alleged role in a failed military attempt to topple the West African country's government in November. So we know that there were failed attempts just round about the time that all those coups were going on, Niger Republic, etc. They attempted in Sierra Leone, and I think in Liberia too, and both failed. So that's that. They now identified this ex-president Koroma, but I'm bringing you the storyline only really because it looks as though he's going to be seeking sanctuary in Abuja. ECOWAS set to airlift Koroma to Abuja tomorrow, Thursday. So that would be, would that be today? Yeah, no, that won't be today. That will be tomorrow. Let's see. So yes, ECOWAS set to airlift Koroma to Abuja tomorrow, Thursday. So I'll just give you a few. It's not that long a read anyway. It appears all is set to airlift former President Ernest Bier Koroma to Abuja tomorrow. Sources revealed this to correspondents that airspace approval has been granted for the aircraft to fly through to Abuja. However, it is still a wait-and-see situation here in Freetown, as President Bier is yet to give his nod. This is heightened by the treason charges on the former president and the attendant adjournment of his case to January the 17th, 2024. Legal luminary Femi Falana has, however, revealed that the buck stops on the desk of the trial judge, not the president, if former President Kuruma will travel to Abuja. So I wonder how many of these are despots now. I think there's another despot already in Nigeria from some ragtag African countries, isn't it? Let me take you on to this. Tinubu closes Buhari's single treasury account, asks MDAs to remit 100% revenue to new account. So yes, I don't quite know what this means because that single treasury account should really, by law, be one portal. So I don't know that you could close it and reopen a new one. President Bola Tinubu's administration has directed that all ministries, departments, and agencies fully funded by the federal government remit 100% of their revenues into a sub-recurrent account, a sub-component of the Consolidated Revenue Fund, where the federal government will now receive and consolidate its revenue earnings. This directive, so I think they are actually nesting a new account within that subsisting legislation that forms the main account. So that's my reading of it. President Bola Tinubu's administration has directed that all ministries, departments, and agencies fully funded by the federal government remit 100% of their revenues into a sub-recurrent account, a sub-component of the Consolidated Revenue Fund, where the federal government will now receive and consolidate its revenue earnings. This directive, issued in a December 28th circular by the Finance Ministry and published on Tuesday, effectively closes the single treasury account operated under the erstwhile Muhammadu Buhari administration. It is the latest of the federal cabinet's move to improve revenue generation, fiscal discipline, accountability, and transparency in resource management and waste prevention under Bola Tinubu's nascent presidency. All ministries, departments, and agencies that are fully funded through the annual federal government budget, receiving personnel overhead and capital allocation, and on the schedule of Fiscal. Responsibility Act 2007. Anyway, so that I think we get roughly the gist of that. Let's go on from there to this one. So let's go on. Oh, is this not showing on the screen? Oh, I thought this was showing on the screen. So I've just been rabbiting now without you actually saying what I was whittling on about. So let's go on to this one. This comes off the back of a Kenneth submission just the other day. Foreign directive investors triple asset disposal in Nigeria. Divestment hits 200 million in Q3. Pardon me. Foreign direct investors have tripled their asset disposals in Nigeria, reaching a staggering $200 billion, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria Economic Report for Q3 2023. This figure underscores a growing trend of foreign subsidiary divestiture, with multinational corporations transferring business activities from Nigeria. The foreign direct investment FDI segment witnessed a divestment of $200 million, a significant increase of 186% from $70 million in Q2, primarily due to divestment in direct and investment equities. However, the CBN report also highlights a substantial inflow of $2.86 billion compared to $2.26 billion in the previous quarter. So this is it. Some are leaving, but a lot are coming is really what this tells you. Because if 200 million came in and then it increased from the previous quarter, which was 2.36 billion to 2.86 billion. If you take so that's well in excess of $600 million to the positive. as against whatever it is. So if you take away the 200 million, so that's still $400 million plus to the positive. However, the CBN report also highlights a substantial inflow of $2.86 billion compared to $2.23 billion in the previous quarter. This 28.25 increase is attributed to heightened portfolio investment, particularly in debt instruments by non-residents. The CBN report reads, there was an inflow of $2.86 billion compared with $2.23 billion in the preceding quarter. The development was a result of increased portfolio investment occasioned by higher investment in debt instruments by non-residents. So non-residents is international money, as you know. But why are they investing in debt instruments rather than anything else is really where the question is. FDI recorded a divestment of 0.20 billion, which is 200 million, relative to 0.07 billion, which is 70 million. Why don't they just write million instead of So there it is right there. Divestments and investments. Divestments and investments. So I want to open up this conversational space, which is not a natural space for this platform, but this seems to be over and above everything else being spoken about in Nigeria. This seems to be the number one topic. And it has relentlessly, stubbornly held on to the number one spot for nearly 2 months now. So is Yul Adochie? If Yul is that bad, why did you drop his first? Why don't you drop his first name and last name? So this is the back and forth. Yul Adochie. So this is the back and forth between Yul Adochie and his wife. So Yul Adochie, as even if you are not interested in that space, I think you have some sort of like a vague understanding of the goings on there. So Yul Adochie is the son of a famous Nollywood actor who abandoned his wife to go and take on what was initially a side chick that has now transmuted into a second wife. So the back and forth, the father of Yul Adochie disapproves, but he stubbornly proceeds with that space, and the whole of the ménage à trois is playing out in the public glare. If Yul is that bad, why don't you drop his first and last name? Politician Opeyemi Falegan tells May Yul Adochie. So why don't you drop the name? The fact that you're an ex-wife doesn't let me you lose your marital name. I've never known that to be the case, unless somebody deliberately chooses to revert. Politician Opeyemi Falegan says if actor Yul Adochie is that bad, why hasn't his estranged wife, May, dropped his first and last name? If Yul is that bad, why don't you drop his first and last name? Men are meant to keep quiet, right? You want pie us with depression. A lot did not know how I survived 2.5 years ago. They couldn't believe. Cause what was meant to bring me down actually elevated me. And I vowed to always be the advocate of men who would be willing to speak out. What was meant to silence me actually gave me a breakthrough. So this is him now attaching somewhat some solidarity to whatever it is that it's just it's not a space that is uncharted territory for this platform, but it's certainly what Nigerians are talking about the most. They're not talking about anything else outside of that storyline. So let me give you a few more spaces there. You filed for divorce, but have refused to drop my name or return the bride price I paid. Yul Adochie continues dragging estranged wife May. So it's just I don't know, man. I'm not fully deeply in that space. It entertains me, but I'm not fully there. So anybody that knows that space can hop on. Actor Yul Adochie has continued dragging his estranged first wife May for filing for divorce and not dropping his name or returning the bride price he paid. The actor, who turned off the comment section of the new call out he posted on Instagram, claimed that he had asked May to return the bride price he paid, but she and her people refused. So I'm not quite sure if that is tradition that you return the bride price. If she returns the bride price, do you then revert her to how she was, to the chaste, innocent damsel that you met? So do you return the years that you took off her if she returns your bride price is the question. Still, like the last one in that space, and then we move on. Even if Pete Adochie has confirmed that I came through the door, even Pete Adochie has confirmed that I came through the door, not the window, unlike some thieves. Rita Adochie shades Yule and Judy as she visits Pete. So I don't quite know what her role is here. Who is she in this whole menage a trois? Who is she in the goings on here? Rita Adochie has paid a visit to her brother-in-law, Pete Adochie, to discuss marrying into a family the proper way. The actress shared a video. Let's see, do we have the video so I don't have to labor through? Yes, I think we have the video. So let's just see what she has to say. She wants to marry. This one looks 60 odds to me.
Oh, look at the more than one. Look at the one no more kego. Inwezibodi, di kalaka kanano.
Ibobo.
Di kalaka kanano. Oya se no dia manya kwais na wall. Enwe nudi.
Yakuri ishaku.
Watu ozo bendi be no check anga ribi na watu ozo bendi be.
All right, let me stop it right there. Firstly, I don't understand the language, but more importantly, there's football in the background, so I don't want to get the copyright. So let me just give you the readout. Rita Adochie has paid a visit to her brother-in-law, Pete Adochie, to discuss marrying into a family the proper way. The actress shared a video of her visit online. In it, she is seen sitting beside Pete, whilst the veteran actor holds her hand. She then begins talking about how she was properly married into the Adochie family. She also tells Pete that the Adochie family has been treating her well. I came through the door. I did not come through the window, as she said, and Pete Adochie shook his head in agreement that she did not come through the window. And that is why I am proud to be where I am, Rita added, and Pete also agreed with her. Rita then hailed the Adochie family and said she will always want to be one of them. My husband's father told me that anything my husband's father told me that anything polygamous home, he doesn't want it. And that is what we will maintain. And that is what we stand in. Is it a lie? Yes, so a member of the Adochie family agreed from the background. She has continually accused her nephew, Yule Adochie's second wife, Judy Austin, of coming into the Adochie family through the window, while stating that Yule's first wife, May, came through the door. In the caption of her video with Pete, Rita wrote, even my great husband, Chief Pete Adochie, the Ogadagidi, I won't attempt the rest of it, has also confirmed that I came through the door and not the window. So I so much love and respect you, my great, and then on and on. So anyway, the endless back and forth that is the Adochie family. So the endless back and forth that is the Adochie family. Let me just give you this as a headline. So I'll give you this only as a headline. CCECC completes track lane from Port Harcourt to Aba on the Eastern Narrow Gauge Railway project. So there it is right there. Nigeria slowly being networked by rail. And I saw this on their YouTube channel as well, I think, or their Instagram, something. So they are confident in the work that they've done, the Chinks. I'll bring you this one as a headline as well, because it's something that occurred today. A lot of you would have seen it. Maybe some of you want to talk about it. At least 4 died as gunmen attack Wisdom Supermarket on the outskirts of Abuja. So it wasn't actually even a theft, a robbery attempt. It looks as though they just entered into that space, opened fire and left, which is to tell you then that it was an act of terror. But what is the abiding aim of it? What ultimately are they looking to gain from all that? So that's really the question. What are they looking to gain from that? I think that's sufficient enough of a readout. So let me play the Kegite music. There are only about not sufficient enough people in the room. So if you want to join, come join. But first, to the as soon as I load them up. But first, to the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Hobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikoko Neru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So the Komologmo of Amsterdam solely joins us. The Basharunuga Areono Kakanfo of the one-man platform, the majestic King Emeka is here. Father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko. So the conversation takes place. Good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Let's kick it off with you, Solly. Solly, where do you want to come in?
A lot of topics are there. I want to come in on almost everything. But first of all, hello, everyone. Happy New Year. You see, yesterday when we were discussing about smoking out these people like rabbits, you know, we were being called massacreists. You know, USA and UK people always act so civilized, but there are some people that, you know, you shouldn't act civilized with, and that's what we people in the main Europe know. These people are supposed to be dealt with like animals. Look at how they are behaving like animals. There are some people that should not be on the streets. Sorry to say, there are some people that should not be in human population. Even in prison.
Sorry, which topic are you speaking to?
The Abuja incident.
Oh, all right. Okay. Yeah.
You know, there are some people that need to be in cages because they are like animals.
It's just senseless, is the point. If it was a robbery, if it was a terror attack, it clearly was a terror attack. But I mean, if it was a robbery, there's still no excuse. But it's just mindless. That's just the real thing, mindless violence. I mean, I've got all the videos here, but I dare not show it. I'm sure you've seen them.
I only saw one video.
Yeah.
It wasn't so. You know, everybody is always with the vast amount of elites that live in that Abuja. I'm shocked at the amount of violence that goes on there.
And it being such a small space as well, and it's meant to be the marquee signature tune of Nigeria, you'd have thought of all places they'll secure Abuja.
Yes, things that I cannot even imagine happening in Lagos. Imagine this happening in Lagos. Before the end of tonight, they would have caught those people. So something is definitely going. This is where the president lives. You know, so something is really going on. Something is really going on. Even this last year, the president allowed plenty people, the whole public, to come to his residence, and nothing really happened. You know, so something is really going on in all these states. You have to get rid of these people. You have to lock them in cages. Even in prison, there are two separate prisons. One is called a hole, or a tiny cell, where they allow you to come out maybe 1 hour a day. And there's another one where you have general population. The reason why you have a hole is because these people are so bad, you can't even allow them to be with the other prisoners. That's how crazy they are. There are a lot of crazy people that need to be locked up. This is probably someone brainwashed. We don't know if it's a cult. We don't know if it's some kind of Islamic group. We don't know if it is for an agenda. We don't even know. When I say we should put motion sensors and cameras in the forest, I was laughed at. You know,
it's still a laughable idea. Nothing has proven you up. It's still a laughable idea.
But what option do we have left?
All right. Okay. You ask what option we have left. You still have the floor, but let me share with you this guy's response to that question you just asked.
He was promoting terrorists along with some other governors, and that all that talk about the Buhari administration downgraded, decimated, that it had no effect. And they were advising President Tinubu not to follow the example of Buhari, to be decisive in dealing with insecurity. The NBA president also spoke along the same lines, saying that security should be a major priority. The same also statement was made by Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, who said securing Nigeria should be a major priority. Now, what is there to rejig in the security architecture? And do you agree that President Buhari, rather than addressing security, in fact promoted insecurity by looking the other way for the better part?
Thank you so much. Well, okay. There's a cut in communication.
I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Dr. Dabate?
Yes, clearly.
All right, good.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would say I agree with the opinion that General Buhari in the last 8 years or thereabouts did virtually nothing, and I mean virtually nothing, in our fight against terrorism. If anything, he promoted and enhanced our hardship as far as the fight against terrorism was concerned. It's unfortunate that we're talking about our number one citizen as at then, within the period of the last 8 years, a period which I refer to that Nigeria had no political leader. We saw all the lines of actions taken by the, do I say, political strategic level of decision making. We saw all the lines of action taken even from the presidency. We saw how ministers who had business or things to do with terrorists were made to remain in their positions as ministers. One was even in charge of our entire national data. We could go on and on and on. We allowed undue sentiments right from the presidency to be visited in our alleged purported plan or action against terrorism. You could read religion, you could read tribalism, you could read ethnicity, and so on. It's unfortunate. And at the subnational level, we had governors, especially up north, where I come from, under that administration, that had all sorts of romance and unholy relationship with terrorism, degenerating to a situation where some of them were even talking of amnesty. It was shocking to some of us. Amnesty for who? You tell me they are repentant terrorists. Repentant from what? We are soldiers. Our duty is not to come here and grant repentance. Our duty is to hasten your appointment with God to heaven or hell, where he will grant you penance. So for us to be bringing large number of men from the forest who hitherto were armed and taking on fellow Nigerians, then on the appearance of soldiers, they drop their weapon and you are compelled as a professional to take them PWs and you bring them back to us and say they are repentant what? And then you give their godfathers sitting in government houses to begin to talk about amnesty and even referring us to how amnesty was granted to some chaps way back in the under what's his name? Yeah, President Yaradua in the creeks. It's unfortunate. So now we have a new administration in place. In the last 6 or 7 months, I have not seen a change, so to speak, from what has been happening in the last 8 years. We will hope that the president now is not listening to some ill advice coming in from some elements or people who have sympathy with the last administration to him as to how to fight terrorism. We have an ample opportunity now to change the guard in how we fight terrorism. We should not. I appeal to my colleagues in the military. I understand very much what the rules of international law of war says concerning PWs and so on. I must tell you, gentlemen, if we've got to fight this war and come out of it unscathed and make sure that we don't eventually leave this war for our grandchildren to fight continually because of our attitude, then we've got to face this war and face it with all the brute it calls for. Face it with all the seriousness it calls for. Absolutely. And not to start heaping PWs here and there. The more PWs we gather, the more we are heaping up a reserve force for belligerents who tomorrow will face our children. Well, whether we want to accept it or not, that is the bitter truth.
Thank you for
simple.
The bitter truth as you described.
When you meet them in the forest, bring them down.
All right.
Your duty is to hasten his appointment with God.
All right.
All right. I just wanted to bring that into that conversation, Solly. Really to answer 2 questions. You were saying as early as yesterday that you were not hearing a lot of these commentaries from the north. So that guy, of course, you know where he's from, and what he was actually saying was that don't even take the surrender of these people. Just leave them as bodies in those forests where you encounter them. So that's the tonality. But what happened in Abuja today is an offshoot of this wider narrative. And this guy now, who is a senior military guy, is saying now the gloves should be off, forget international law, just wipe them out.
Well, this is not what I'm saying from my own point of view. Okay, for example, look at this video that we saw. Most of these people are claiming they are from the south. The people
Which people?
The people that were applying for appointments, so the soldiers.
All right, yes.
Some were saying, "Oh, I'm from Oshodi." They spoke to him in Yoruba. He said, "Owa." He probably heard it from a boss.
His Yoruba is better than yours. You are nobody. You are in no position to mock anybody's Yoruba.
At least I can understand. You know, that guy couldn't understand, and he just replied anything, and he was happy. You know, so if there's any crisis in the north, we're kind of doomed because of their kind of games that they are playing. And if the crisis in the south is going on and they are speaking Igbo or Yoruba, we're kind of doomed. So basically, what is the point of them being there? Completely useless. This is not what we are seeing on ground. Secondly, I've seen numerous videos where soldiers are saying they are fighting this Boko Haram and ISWAP, and the next thing you know, the Nigerian soldier will turn around and start shooting at them. Why? Because they will say, "Oh, it's our people and you are killing them too much." So
you've not seen any video of that. You've heard rumors of it. I have not seen a video, and I'm in that space daily. You've not. Okay. Nobody has seen any video, but we've heard anecdotal narratives of that.
Same story from different people. At that point, is it still a rumor? And most of these people are being locked up for years for saying this. So, you know, something fishy is going on, and they need to take action on this very quickly. It's very shocking to see a lot of silence on this. Maybe they are going to talk about it. Maybe they are going to say something. I'll wait for the next speech. If the next speech doesn't say anything about this, then I'll know that they are not going to do anything about it. You know, they did their end of the year speech. They did their New Year's signing of papers. They didn't say anything about anything. Let's wait for the next speech. If they say nothing, then that means they are going to do nothing, absolutely nothing about it. And that means somebody or an elite or somebody top there or somebody in the top political party is, you know, is behind this. But why? Because it doesn't make any reason. They didn't send any message. They didn't steal anything. I don't know.
All right. Take us to the space that you just touched on. These are Dan Ladi telling you that is from Osho, the local government area.
Is this guy not denying somebody from the south a position in the army by doing this? It seems that they tactically and systematically try to make it hard for people in the south to join the army. We need more people in the army. All these kind of games they are playing is affecting everybody. It seems like they are just trying to save their own lives. Basically, they just want to collect their salary and try to save their own lives and come to the south. These are not really army individuals. They just like the power. They like the power and they like feeling invincible, and they want to continue that in the southern lifestyle. They don't want to contribute.
Is it not a narrative of northernizing the Nigerian security forces?
These guys don't seem like they have any agenda. They just seem like they want to save their own lives.
They are foot soldiers in a bigger agenda now. So surely you know that they are nobodies now. They are just foot soldiers in a bigger agenda.
Yes, but I don't think anybody at the top told them to do that. They sounded like they did it themselves.
One of them said hold on. One of them said he came out of the barracks of he came out of the barracks on under the instructions of one northern colonel.
Okay, then that's not
it's a grander scheme than some. They are not looking for jobs. They are just they've been told to go into the army to fill the complement of Lagos.
Then whoever is doing that modernization agenda is putting both his people, is putting everybody in danger. Because the agenda is not going to work. If you are taking the army that you are supposed to be using in the north to the south, then who is going to fight the insurgency in the north?
What are you talking about, Solly?
You said that they are taking soldiers to the south for northern agenda, right?
No. Oh, all right. Let me just take you to another space. I'm not sure that you know that space now. When they are recruiting for the Nigerian anything, but in this instance the Nigerian army, for reasons of national character, they have to recruit a certain complement of recruits from geographical spaces and states. So, for instance, they'll say maybe 30 people from your state, depending on the size and population of that state as well. 30 people from your state, 50 people from Anambra, etc., etc. So, now the slot that goes to Lagos State that is meant to be occupied by Lagos indigenes, they are now, through bought and paid for indigenization certificates, are packing people from Kaduna into that slot. So that's that narrative.
Yes,
yeah.
I
you understand?
Yeah. But the people from the south that were supposed to be in that space, do they take them to the north?
What are you talking about? Let me take you somewhere else. Let me take you to Atiku. Atiku set to run for presidential election again in 2027.
One man. One man. Suddenly you don't get what you're saying.
It doesn't know the space, so let's not label.
Sorry, this is what I was telling you guys yesterday.
Yes. Go on.
The slot, like for example, now they said everybody should apply for police, 700 people. At the end of the day, you see 600 from the north. This is the reason. This is what's happening. Your position, people that are from the south that will apply, that will not be taken, but somebody else will take their position. As simple as that. Do you understand?
So they are not giving the position then, the people from the south.
Sorry. Let me go to
the next topic.
Yeah, let me go to the next topic.
If they are giving it to the people in the north, then that means the people in the south are not given any position, or are they moved to the north? Is what I'm asking.
No is the answer to your question. Let me just move you on, because it leaves a lot of explanation to get you into where the conversation is. Let me move you to this space. Atiku set to run for president again in 2027 despite setbacks. So this is now coming from one of his chief spokesperson, a person we've had on this platform, by the way, Daniel Bwala. So what are you making of that? How does Atiku's declaration of an ambition towards 2027, how does it fall into the permutations of how politics should and would run in that time and space?
By that time, Atiku will be 81 years old.
Imagine that. Did you see him in this campaign? He could barely, they were holding him on either side to climb down 4 flights of stairs.
Atiku is so arrogant that even if he's 81 years old and he's on wheelchair, he's going to drag PDP all the way down just to fulfill his political ambition. Maybe somebody, a prophetess, or somebody has promised him that presidential position because he seems obsessed with it at this point, you know. But he already dragged PDP down in the last election, and if he does this, he's going to use the next election to finish PDP. Pata. When I said people in APC were smarter than people in PDP, I was mocked again as usual. But look at it. How is this supposed to work? How does this go with the agreement of you take it from the north to the south and from the south back to the north? This is greed in its entirety. The top people in PDP are going to all run to different parties, therefore making the party weaker and weaker and weaker again. It's like all these kind of CEOs that don't know when to quit and continue to drown the business until it is fully finished, you know. So I don't see it working if nobody in that party is there to sit down and tell him the truth, you know, and challenge him that he should go and sit down and find another person, maybe like Peter Obi. Then they are all going to drown like the Titanic.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one last space, and then I'll go from you to Emeka. Are you following the Yul Adochie storyline, the back and forth going on there?
Not really. I think they're just using it to gain clout.
You think so?
Yes, I think so, because it's not that deep. This guy
is that deep now? Is it not a menage a trois? You're a French speaker, so you should know what a menage a trois is.
I'm not a French speaker.
All right. Is this like a 3-way love triangle playing out in the public glare?
Yes, they are. It's. I feel like it was authentic at first, but now they are capitalizing off it. They are using it for organic growth also.
You know what usually happens in this thing is it breaks out in on the social media, and then they play it out for public sympathy. So everybody wants to be the last person to the person to have that public sympathy, and they never give way. So you come in, you start seeing them on daddy freeze and whatnot if they are not there already, washing their dirty linens in public. That is for public sympathy, isn't it? And not that it takes them to the bank, but who do you know?
It converts to the bank, because they get a lot of deals, they get a lot of advertising, because they have organic engagements, they have organic audience, and that's what advertisers are looking for. So in the long run, it helps them. So normally, if they kept quiet about it, maybe they will gain 10,000 followers. But if they keep milking it, it can grow all the way to 200,000. So, the sky is the limit for them. They will keep on. They can even milk it to the end of this year, if possible, if the story keeps on going. Because they've been milking it since last year. They won't let us rest. I don't think anybody's requesting their information. They are just forcing it on us. So it has turned to business.
But it keeps the public entertained now. People will be in beer palace now. One fighting for May and the other one fighting for Judy. Punch and Judy show.
it keeps them distracted too. That's the bad thing, because once Nigerians are not distracted, they start facing the economy. But it's just a distraction, unnecessary distraction. They don't learn anything from it at the end of the day.
All right, brilliant. Let me show you this, Solly, on my way to Emeka. Do you know this guy, Check in Effect?
Yes. He even came to Nigeria.
Yes, so he's going to be on the platform tomorrow. So turn up to put questions to him.
Oh, okay. I'm still here for the budget, though. You guys have been.
Yeah, Emeka is here, so hopefully he's had a good read of the budget. That's the territory of Emeka and Kulata. So those are our budget people until they tell us they are ready. Otherwise, we'll just be talking Bulabalu and Bulaba.
Yes. Because understanding this budget will help us track what they are doing properly. Because these people, we don't want to go back and start checking. We want to know everything face on.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay steady. Let's go from you, sorry, to King Emeka, see if he's ready. Emekus.
Yeah, good evening, woman. Thank you very much. Once again, we're on this special session. Good evening to the comment section and to the viewers at home. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, as well as grab your cup of whatever you take, and invite your friends, family, loved ones, and enemies to the one-man platform, the best Nigerian political commentary platform. Yeah, one man. I've started reading the budget, but I'm not yet through. But I want to speak on some things that I've seen so far. I know a lot of Nigerians will be thinking that the Ministry of Defense is the ministry with the highest budget, but that's not true. It's actually the Ministry of Finance. 9.3 trillion naira, and out of that 9.3 trillion naira, 8.5 trillion is to service debt. That's 35% of the national budget. So we are servicing borrowed funds with 34% of our budget. A quick breakdown: capital expenditure is 26%. Salaries, that's personnel, is 33%, which is just salaries and their allowance. Then we have overhead such as electricity bill, running costs, fuel, newspapers, photocopy, and the rest. That's 42. They are all approximately, so if you add up everything, it should give you 101, but approximately, give and take. That's the rundown. So the top 5 ministries with the highest budget: Ministry of Finance, 9.3 trillion, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, 4.4 trillion, Ministry of Defense, 1.5 trillion, Ministry of Education, 1.4 trillion, and Ministry of Health, 1.2 trillion. So that's the top 5 ministry with the highest budget. But again, typically when you go deep into this budget, but before I speak more, I'll say our journalists are very, very lazy. We should be having people taking a deep dive into our budget and looking at what each ministry is saying they are going to spend. And woman, from the snippet that I've looked at, I think we have very wicked people in our country. We have very, very wicked people. And we have people with no conscience. Nigeria is a very beautiful country, blessed with lots of mineral resources. But I think Nigerians are the problem to Nigeria. So if I take out 8.5 trillion, which we cannot do without, right? We have to pay interest on the public debt that we have. So they've budgeted 8.5 trillion to pay interest for both internal borrowings and external borrowings. So, and I'm now looking, the budget that I'm currently scrutinizing now is the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. I don't know if you have the budget with you, you could just do a quick rundown. What I can see generally, I can see not only the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, other ministries too, budgeting for IIPPAIs, that is the Integrated Payroll System. Now, it is very strange to find out that these ministries are budgeting for this application that has been installed, that is responsible for capturing payroll for civil servants. Why are they budgeting sums of 1 billion? You see, IPIS onboarding, IPPIS installation, recapitalization of IPPIS. So you see that across, even on other ministries. You see that and you're wondering what is going on here. Then the ministry that is really giving me some great concern. I've not gone into defense yet. The ministry that is giving me great concern now is the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Why do I say so? They have on the line a budget line of Gavi immunization for 1.37 billion for immunization. Who are they immunizing? And why is the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning responsible for immunization? You know, Gavi is a pharmaceutical company, right? Then you also have, under that same Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, military operation, 100 billion. Why is the economic Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning budgeting 100 billion for military operation? That is Lafia Do and other operations of the armed forces. Why are they doing that?
That comes under security, surely.
It should go under security in the sense of the Ministry of Defense should be responsible for that. So why are they now budgeting 100 billion for that? What is the essence? What's going on? That is where I expect our journalists. That's why I say our journalists are very lazy. That's why I expect our journalists to begin to ask these questions. I'm not saying don't budget, but why are you budgeting it? This is not your purview. This is not what you're responsible for, right? Then there are other things that are questionable. You also have presidential amnesty program for ex-militants, 65 billion. I thought we are done with that during the Jonathan and Buhari administration. Why are they still budgeting 65 billion for amnesty program again? For transformed ex-militants. Now you see the reason why insecurity will continue in that country. If I go and blow up everywhere, I will go and tell the government that I'm a repentant ex-militant. And out of the 65 billion, they will treat me well and take me overseas with my family to go and enjoy life. Then you also have international sporting competition, 5 billion. International sporting competition. That's not even ministry.
Under what? Which ministry is that?
Under the ministry. That's what the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. That's why I say that plan, because if I take out, so Ministry of Finance has the highest budget, right? 9.3 trillion. But if I take out 8.5, actually the Ministry of Finance does not have the highest budget. It is now the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning that has the highest budget, which is 4.4 trillion. So it's actually the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning has the highest budget. And then that ministry is a ministry that is well funded, because most of these items or most of the items being budgeted may not be funded. So they might not give them the funds, and probably they would not do anything with the money. And out of that, they might now carry this budget expenditure to the next year. That's 2024. But the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning and the Ministry of Finance, those are budgets, those are ministries that are funded. You must fund them. You must fund it. And under this Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, that is where the 50 billion student loan is going to. Not even Ministry of Education. So the 50 billion
is that not does that ministry not come under the presidential purview?
No, but no. The under the presidency, right? The presidency has its own budget line. So under the president, you also have the national security or intelligence community. Let me read what those guys have. Under the presidency, you have even the presidency is not so bad, but you still have questionable items. You have the State House, you have NIPSS Kuru, you have Bureau of Public Enterprise, you have EFCC there, you have NFIU, you have the Bureau of Public Procurement, you have Nigerian Extractive Industry and Transparent Initiative, you have Nigeria Atomic Energy Commission and its centers. So you also have the Chief of Economic Advisor to the President, that's the office. You have National Agricultural Land Development Authority. So the National Council of Climate Change, National Agency of Science and Engineering Infrastructure. You have them under the presidency. So they share the same, they come under the presidency budget headline. But this Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, there are so many questions. Then there's a 160 billion naira for the purchase of an SUV. I think that's for the minister. And you know who the minister is?
Is that not who is it?
This was his name, the guy who ran the campaign for the president.
Is it Alake or
no, not Alake. He's the former governor of it's not Lalong. It's not Lalong.
Plateau State
yes,
governor.
The former governor of either Plateau.
Plateau is Plateau State. It's Lalong.
It's Lalong now. It's not Lalong.
It's not Lalong. Baduje or what's that his name?
Former Plateau State governor was.
Is it
No,
Bagudu?
it's Lalong.
Bagudu. Yes, it's Bagudu.
No, Bagudu is Minister of State Defense or something, isn't it?
I don't think so, but
it's Lalong. It's Lalong. He's the campaign director. You know.
If I see his face, I will remember anyway.
Yeah, he's the one that is given. Is the one that is taken out from that he resigned as minister to Senate.
No, that's not him. That's not that one. He's not that one. I know his face very well. That's not the one. No, it's not that one. Okay, let me just Google him out so quickly.
Thank you.
Carry on. Yeah.
So we have there's a 160 billion for an SUV. I think that's for him. Then we have an interesting one is the Consumer Credit Fund of 100 billion. I think what the president is trying to do about moving from a cash-based economy to a credit-based economy. I think that is the allocation for this, right? So that's what they're looking at. Then you also have then on that if you go to page 1005, you have 75. That is just 75. The name, not anything, not like
1005.
Page 1005. You see 75, and it was budgeted for 5.8 million. So I don't know if that's an error or if that's but again, I should be expecting the ministry that actually prepares the budget to not be found wanting to have this kind of poor budgetary control. Just a budget line, and it has its own special code, because for each of these budgets you have your code. So there's a code for it, and then it's been budgeted for 5.8 million. 75 alone, that's a number, 75. So you now have
what you're painting is that it's not a people-centric budget.
It's not a people-centric. No. It's not. It's not a people-centric. You know, I have huge hope for Nigeria, right? I do, and I've been on other spaces where I've berated people who keep saying, "Oh, Nigeria is doomed." But I will tell you, this budget is not a people-centric budget. From what I can see, so far, is not, because you keep finding people budgeting for softwares. Someone even budgeting for certification of a program for 3 million, 8 million, 10 million, and you are wondering what is going on here. You see, I'm just looking at this. I've looked at three budgets, three ministries. I am not happy at all, and those ministries are where most of these funds are going to go into. And this Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning is giving me a great deal of concern. Overall, I would say it's not a people-friendly budget. If you also go to the Ministry of Finance, you still find the same thing. In my opinion, I still stand to be corrected. This is clear budget padding. This is, if it's not budget padding, there is a weakness in budgetary control. You are having people software application. Yeah, I saw some with Microsoft licensing fees. Yeah, that's fine. Even if it was over budget, even though the amount was over budgeted for, but it makes sense. But there are some applications you're like, okay, what happened to the existing one? Like now the same Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, they have one for, they want to a training for budget coordination. What happened to the one that you were using before? What happened to the previous software? It's not like you are doing an upgrade. It's a new overhaul. So what do you want to do? So you understand? Then there was one I saw on the Ministry of Finance where they were talking about infographic software. Infographic, but I know the Ministry of Finance has infographic software. So what are they budgeting this for? Then you have the budget type new, and you are seeing what they are budgeting for. These are not ongoing projects, but these are fresh projects coming up, and you're like, hell no, there's a problem with these budgets. It's not people centric. It's not. I don't think it's going to change the country.
Are you somewhat disappointed? I can hear an undertone of disappointment in your voice.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed so far. I'm not done yet. I'm still reading through, picking up ministry by ministry. Once I'm done with this Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, I'll go back again, because what I wanted to do initially was, okay, where is the funds? Which ministry is going to have the highest spending? I looked at it. It was Ministry of Finance. So I went to look at, okay, each of the budget islands, where are they spending these funds? So I saw that, okay, the Department of the Debt Management Office would be spending 8.5 trillion. So, and out of that 8.5 trillion, 8.32 trillion is going for debt repayment, interest repayment. So I'm like, okay, this is not where the funds will be going into. I left that and I went into the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. So with Budget and Economic Planning, they'll be spending 18% of our total budget alone. So if a ministry is spending 18% of our total budget alone, and we're seeing concerns like on this, then or technically, yeah, I don't think 2024 is we should discount it off.
How long are you given this budget? Because I have the anticipation that we will see at least a minimum of 2 and almost certainly 3 supplementary budgets in the course of this financial year.
Yeah, you may be right, but I might be looking at 2, right? That might be coming up. So but again, that will not depend on. It may be coming from the Ministry of Defense if they have more spending. I'll still go over there to look at what they are doing. But I think they did a good job, because I perused it yesterday night. I didn't see some things going off the roof, but I just looked. I laughed. I said maybe they probably didn't want people to start looking at what they are trying to spend or what they are trying to do. But again, with the insecurity going on in the country, is a ministry one needs to look at and see how they intend to organize themselves to address the security concerns we have in the country. But again, I think I have noticed this trend. The only thing, I think many of our journalists do not enjoy reading. And well, I can understand this budget is 2,290 pages. So it's a difficult read, which means you have to really center, you must approach it with a good strategy.
That's usually how corruption is embedded. They overwhelm you with the volume of it.
With the volume of data,
and then they'll hide it in page 702 or something. That they do all this still in there.
Exactly.
They know that you won't read up to that point.
Exactly. If you go to 1005, if you have a budget head of 75 with a code of ERGP 302100347, and it is new, that will be spending 5.7 million naira, then definitely I think, this is one red flag that I think Sahara reporters will be reporting on, and everybody will be shouting, what the hell is going on in this country, right? So, and it's clearly there. Tell us if this is an error, or tell us if this is a budget, or tell us if number 75 is a human being that wants to spend this money. So it shows that our journalists are not doing good job. We nitpick. So if someone can sit down, a journalist can sit down. I just sat down for probably like 2 hours. Let me deduct the hours for yesterday, and I'm seeing this huge concern. If a journalist who is being paid to educate the public, should be able to sit down and dissect this, then you are also having installation of ideal software for public finance management. Ideal. They don't know the software they want to install. They just say ideal. Even the idea was not spelled properly. It's spelled idea. So, which means they don't even know what they want to install. They don't know the name of the software, and it is budgeted for 8.5 million. This same ministry I'm talking about, I have not gone to other ministries, just this one alone. And you can see questionable budget items. And it's going to spend 4.4 trillion for 2024, 18% of our budget headline. We're in their cause of problems here. So in my viewpoint already, we are spending, if Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, two of them will be spending a huge sum of our budget headline. And I'm not saying anything pleasant. To me, I think I've rolled off 2024.
All right, brilliant. So where do you want to come into the talking points? Do you want to come into from the Al Mustafa from also the local government area, or Yul Adache versus Pretty Women?
Let me calm the tension with Yo. Yo is the.
I like the guy, but
No, I like the way he's taking on the action, right? Because he's been vilified, crucified, vilified over this course of this issue, right? He's not the first individual that would go off to be with another woman. And then again, he has opened up that, he's allowed to engage in polygamy, which again, in our community is not something we frown about. But it appears the woman involved as his first wife is not hearing childish talk from him. And I think she has sued him for bigamy, as well as some other claims. I think she retained Femi Falana for that situation. But if you look at him with the way he has been going, his outlook, he doesn't seem like someone who is depressed or someone who is getting caught up or wind up over the issue. He's still going on. And with this one saying, okay, with all what you're doing, why don't you drop my last name and return my bride price? I think he's right. Culturally, that's what we do from the Southeast. If you say you're not getting married again,
return bride price. I thought
yes. If you're not getting married again, you will return the bride. Your family
then what do you return? Do you return her to the status that she was before you married her?
Oh no, that's not the case.
It's a man's world, Abby. After you don't use the woman, you don't use all the juice come up for your body.
Well, fair point on that anyway. But I know you request for the bride price, and the woman's family return the bride price, and then she goes off. Then you drop the last name. What are you using the last name for? You're using it to open doors for yourself. Why are you answering his last name? Yeah, and you say you don't want to get married to him, you want to divorce him. What kind of shenanigan games are you playing? Drop his last name and move on.
The other woman has given birth, hasn't she?
I think that was what caused the problem, not the I think when it was the
But May has children for him as well.
Yeah, May is his first wife. Where he started his family, where he was struggling, then he now became a well-known actor, right? May was his struggle love wife. Then when he now started making money, I think him and this lady, you understand, they started partnering together, and then the funds started coming in through the expansion of the Nollywood industry, and he got carried away. And in the process, got this lady impregnated this lady. I think this lady was the lady involved. Will I call her where she's the second wife? Let me use the term the second wife. Was previously married, but left her husband for Yo Edochie.
Did she leave her matrimonial home and then meet y'all, or she left her, was she still in that marriage when she met you?
Yeah, that's the story. I don't know. The rumors were that she left that marriage to go into the street, and from the street she saw Yo. Some are saying she left that marriage to directly to Yo's bosom, or some are saying she left that marriage to Young's bosom and also was still playing in the street. So whichever you want to make out of those three analogies is up to you. But she seems to be enjoying herself with Yo Edochie, and they're enjoying each other's company.
But they seem to be rubbing it in the face of May, though. They're always on social media with some lovey-dovey clip or photo.
Yeah, not only to Yo not only to May directly, but to the online in-laws. Because I think that they've said a lot of hurtful words to him, and what he's trying to do is to taunt them, monetize that attention, that publicity, or like what I think what Soli was saying, the clout chasing, monetizing the clouds involved in all this story. So I wish him all the best of luck.
But his father is against him as well, Pete.
Yeah, I didn't follow that space, but I heard that the father didn't support his view, that his actions. I also heard that the May is his father's friend's daughter, right? That was how they got to know each other. So it's like family friend, the daughter growing up. Oh, then they got married. So the father also sees May Edochie as his own child, right? And would probably want to support her interests anyway. But if you ask me, I think with divorce nobody wins. Nobody.
Is he publicly fighting his son, or is that the Emeka Ike?
No, his son died. That's Emeka Ike that is fighting the son.
Yes.
So the son died during this process.
Oh,
so during the process where they were fighting each other, the son died. I don't know what was the result of the death anyway. I don't want to speak on that situation, but I think that was the situation that really got the woman really upset. That is me, and triggered the divorce. So they were trying to exploit, some form of peace deal, but in the process, the son died, and probably when you lose a child, it creates a lot of emotional trauma. And she decided to, kill off the marriage.
All right, let's get back to politics. Atiku set to run for president again in 2027, despite past setbacks. So that would be number 7. 7 times lucky at the age of 81.
Yeah, I know Atiku, Atiku, I know he was going to, that his mindset is preparing him for the next election cycle. And I think Atiku, with the view, with what's happening, he's going to keep running till he probably dies, or he doesn't have the energy, or ill health comes and take him away out of the political scene. So the mindset is good. It's a good mindset. Never give up your dreams. Is a mindset of being optimistic and being pragmatic about what you want for yourself. I like the mindset, but again, is this something that would materialize? I doubt it. It's not going to work out for him. Then you also have the P2B, who is also not leaving that space. So it's like we're having a repeat of 2023.
Yes.
So if that is the view, then they should all know what is going to happen to the both of them. Now talking about, you now currently have an incumbent president.
You know what you just said. Then it brought me in mind of your submission on a different panel that Tinubu won in spite of everything being against him, and I think you excellently described that on your appearance there. So now, now the guy has the power of incumbency, and you say you want to beat him when the world was against him.
Not even just the power of incumbency. Let's be very honest. When I was speaking about him being the man of the year, let's be honest about who the president's personality, or what the president's personality is all about. He's respected. Obasanjo was feared. He's admired by those in the political industry, let's put it that way, or those in the political sector, or those who are politicians and those who want to be politicians. He is the most admired politician in the country, whether you like it or not. Don't take my word don't take my word, go and Google it. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the most admired, the most respected, the most looked up to. And you could tell when he's around, you see people, the politicians, I'm not talking the
He has a certain aura, doesn't he?
He has that aura, he has that charisma, he has that political charisma that he pulls people. You can see a rugged and dogged Wike.
Sorry, Emeka, do you remember that clip when a Labour Party parliamentarian, I think it was a half
It was
like mimicking Michael Jackson or something. He was just
exactly say, I never knew this man was this intelligent. I never knew this man was like this. Then you see him presenting the budget to the House of Assembly, and the next thing, your mandate, he has that charm. Let's be honest, he has it. Then, him having that kind of gift, and then with the power of incumbency, he's not just a president, he's also a leader. And he's not just a leader, he's a leader of other leaders. You understand? He's on the pedestal, and that was why the Time magazine gave him the man of the year. They gave him the man of the year. Did you forget? Did you forget? I won't forget about delivering that point. And so people were coming to put it up. How if I slap it to be cover for that place? The Time magazine gave it to him, and they were going to go and bombard that woman because let's be realistic. If your aspiration is going into politics, you should be picking a book about Bola Ahmed Tinubu to be studying him. And if you are close to him in respect to power, you admire who the man is. And a lot of people who have interacted with him keep coming out to say he's a good man. He's a good man. But yeah, you can judge. You want to judge him on morality, that's up to you. But I'll judge him on outcomes, or what he's going to do and the outcomes he's going to put out. But if you ask me, then combining all these attributes and characteristics, and then the power of incumbency, and with the charm he has, that's charisma. I think 2027 would be a very dirty blow for both of them, P2B and Atiku Abubakar. They will not know what will be hitting them left, right, and center.
All right, let me take you to this space. Dan Ladi from Osho, the local government area, who wants to be a soldier boy. What are you making of this clip that went
now?
viral?
If you watch this tape, they were calling a lieutenant colonel. I don't think many of us picked up that. Properly.
Yes, I
they was
that.
calling a name in the lieutenant colonel. I think that's the individual they need to go and start investigating. So that individual who is giving them this certificate of origin that indicating that they are from specific local government from Lagos State that's the individual that should be, investigating and saying, come on, guy, what are you up to? You understand? Because he's the one that is giving them the cover to be recruited into the Nigerian army. So this is fraud, if you ask me, in my view. It is fraud, if you ask me. So even many of us who were born and grew up in Lagos for most of our adult life would not even want to claim this. We will not go ahead and say, even though we have the rights, right? Because we were born in Lagos, we paid most of our taxes in Lagos before we even tried to, move out. We have that right. We have that entitlement to say, oh, I'm from this local government, and nobody is going to question you for that. But then again, we don't do that. Then you now have people who has not even visited Lagos. They just entered the next available lorry and came to Lagos, and they're already giving them a certificate of origin from a specific local government. It's a shame. It shows the scam going on in the country.
Emeka, you only have to wonder how many more spaces in the South this replicates.
Oh, no, you are wondering towards the future. What has happened in the past? That's what you need to look at. So how long has this been playing? Don't think about the future. How long has this been playing in the past, and how many of them have actually been integrated and has taken that Lagos State slot? Not only Lagos State slots, the South, those from the South. How many of them have actually perpetrated themselves into the Nigerian military? And for how long has this been going on? So a thorough investigation. I would still drill it down to the weakness of our journalists. Our journalists are a bunch of jokers. We don't do good journalism. I don't know if you're aware about an individual who did an excellent job going to get a fake certificate and went into the NYSC. I think he will be on
we covered it here a couple of days ago. The guy went to Cotonou and
yes,
within 6 weeks.
Yes, that was good. That's good journalism. That's good journalism. That's investigation. That's investigative journalism, not the one that stupid.
Imagine if they gave that guy. Imagine if they gave that guy a medical degree, and then he ends up in a hospital killing people.
Straight, sending them on first flight tickets to hell. You understand? So that's the loopholes we have, and if we have a strong journalistic body in place, we should be able to identify all these loopholes and close them. Because if you have good journalists who, like in the West, you have journalists that covers entertainment. This one covers education. This covers fashion. This covers in entertainment. This will cover sports, music, and the rest. We don't have. I don't think we do. The journalists should correct me. I don't think we do. Many of them are now. I don't know what's wrong with them. Some people are hailing the useless Ghana refugee that they are handing a piece of paper to be writing novels. You understand that they say that one. That's not the.
He's gone quiet, hasn't he? Over the last few weeks, he's on the run now, isn't he?
Politics is over. They are no more paying him. Nobody is supporting him anymore. He's over. So the last time he was begging for funds, they should support him. Now you understand. There's I think a guy from Austria or where that is going to sue him or has sued him recently. You understand? He's a bunch of nuisance, and true, those who practice journalism know that it's a nuisance. But it is, that space, that headless mob space. They really love that boy so much. They love stupidity, so they can go on to become to support stupidity. Well, anyway, stupidity. People who are drawn to stupidity, you know what they are. They are stupid people too.
All right, before I go on from you to rational mind, do you think Nigeria is beyond redemption?
No. Nigeria is not beyond redemption. Like I will always say, Nigeria is a beautiful country. Nigeria is a country that can cater for our needs. Everything over the on top of the soil, underneath the soil. Weather is fantastic, climate is really good. Everything about Nigeria is beautiful. The problem is just we, the Nigerians, that are not okay. We come in different forms, shape, and sizes. Tribalism, ethnic, social, religious problems. You also have those with the highest level of greed that you can ever find. You understand? And then some kind of that selfish, narcissistic behavior. And then you also include bigotry stuff. And that's why you can find some people importing fake drugs to sell and kill people, or fake products to sell to kill people. Then you also have those who will come just because they want to conduct mining in a location. They will kill those people so that they and claim it's ethnic war, so that they run away. Just kill your fellow neighbors so that they can go to IDP. You can claim their land and mine the ground. Then you have those politicians who will steal, and civil servants who will keep stealing. You know, and for me, it's a bad situation anyway, but it's not a situation that cannot be redeemed. I believe with the way we are behaving currently, that we've been broke, right? The scarcity of the purse now would make us begin to address ourselves and begin to correct the measures or the silliness that we have. Nigerians are the problem, not Nigeria, the country. So that's why I was saying, before you remove the peck in someone's eyes, first of all, remove the log in your own eyes. You understand? You know, a lot of us would want to complain without providing solutions or what you think would be okay, or some of us want to castigate the country and say a lot of things. But these people are not alien to us. Our political leaders are not in mass. They are people from us, that from the public, they went into political offices. So they are part of us. The behavior they exhibit are a behavior that we are all known for. Let's be very realistic about this. So that's why I would say I won't judge people based on moralities, but some people want to claim holier than thou. And once you begin to go toward that line, I'm like, hey, you're a hypocrite, get out of my way. Because if I give you power and I give you money, you will act worse. So don't judge it. But again, what I will expect is we can still continue to hold our leaders for what they are supposed to do. The best way to do that is to specific issues. That's why I love what Oshomole did yesterday. After the preliminary hearing, the Senate hearing yesterday about calling the defense chief, that's the chief of army staff, chief of air force staff, and the chief of
some
defense
people
staff.
mocked him for that, you know, that it was just grandstanding.
Oh, I know it's from the headless mob space. What they did, what the Senate president was doing was, okay, let's say specific prayers, that specific action items that we will hold them to. And after the prayers were said, he stood up and said, no, this is not enough. This has been going on. We have to call them. They told us they can fix the security issues in the country, right? When they came for confirmation, let's call them back. Let them come and tell us what they have not done wrong. Let them explain to us that if that action was so well coordinated that even the locals got wind of it, talk more of security agencies so that cannot hear what was going on, this coordinated data, let them come and explain to us. And that's a way of holding them accountable. Now, as I was listening, I applauded him silently. I said, yes, Oshomole, you are saying the right thing. Call these individuals. And what now happened? The Senate president listened to him, and even though he was not supposed to speak, right? They've said the prayers, it's just for them to close. He spoke about it, and they said, okay, that is fantastic. Let's also call the Director General of the National Intelligence Service Agency, yes, and as well as the Director General of the DSS, let them come through, as well as who? They now invited all the people and also the National Security Advisor, because they completely forgot about the National Security Advisor. What is that man? And this man is a man that is going to spend, let me check how much he's going to spend this year. Hold on, don't be angry. This man is going to spend, hold on. national security.
A sizable amount of money.
Oh yeah. He's going to spend 259, or let's say 260 billion this year. His office alone is going to spend that amount. So yeah, come and tell us what you are doing. What are the innovations you are bringing in? So far, so good. We've seen nothing from you. It's just like, you know, this is the first time someone who is holding that position is not from either the defense academy, has not gone through that military training or whatever. You're once a police officer. You should be coming up with innovative ideas, be thinking properly on how to address our situation. But you've just been a ghost so far. Come and explain to Nigerians. Come and explain to the Senate. Let's know what's going to happen. So I applaud that. So what I'm saying is we should hold our leaders to specific things, specific issues, just like what we are doing here now. Like, okay, this budget you are spending, what are you spending this money on? But if we are going on a rant on generic issues, we are saying nothing. But if you say Ministry of Defense, this is how much you said you are spending on this amount. Where is this stuff that you said you are going to buy? That is holding leaders to specific issues, and then it shows that, okay, there's an oversight over us. Let's behave ourselves, and that's another blame I would give to the journalistic body that we have in the country. Not like those in Arise News that is talking nonsense all the time. Rufai and his co-presenter, those guys, bunch of useless journalists that is there. And I also know that Ghana refugee. We want people who would come up and do this job, and they'll be able to do it very well, so that we can keep making this commentary, holding our leaders to task, and that is the only way we will continue to make good progressive step into the future. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. And just finally, Emeka, just a snapshot response to this. Do you know this guy? Let me play you a microsecond of him.
Yeah, it's like the first YouTuber I'm going to meet up with in Lagos, and I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, man. So I always want to link up sometimes with people who follow me. I want to link up with them because, you know, I like to show people that follow me, especially if it's another YouTuber that's in the area, I'm gonna link up with, because it's good that he support me, so I'm gonna support him.
Do you know this guy? It goes by the name. It goes by the name Check in Effect.
I don't know it, but I'll be interested to know what he's gonna say tomorrow anyway. But I really don't know him. I'll be honest.
Whoa. Let me mute him. Yeah, so he's going to be our guest tomorrow. Quite a big name YouTuber. I think it has about 400,000 thereabout. It's been to all of the. Anyway, let me save it till tomorrow. But I'm excited by him because it's a space that I've always wanted to. Because I think we are limited somewhat when we talk Nigeria. Then we're not inviting. So it's my breakthrough into that international space. So hopefully. That goes well tomorrow, and then I've got a lesbian Nigerian lined up after him as well.
That's interesting. I like the lesbian there. Let me. I will be willing to ask some very good questions.
And then I might have a big name politician coming as well. So a lot to come. A lot.
Yeah, woman, can I ask you a personal question?
Go on.
Okay, so I know you.
I may not answer, but you can ask. Yeah, go on.
It's not something. I know you. You know the timing of your show, right? You say if you can come a bit earlier. I don't know how you. I think personal concerns.
Yes, I can come a bit earlier. Actually, I can come around about 9ish UK time. There's nothing stopping me from doing that.
What?
Yes.
Eastern Standard Time is what? I don't know what this is.
So it's 1 a.m. here now. So,
why I say that is, you see, let's be very realistic.
Yeah,
you put in a lot of great.
Yes, yeah.
You put in a lot of great work on this platform, right? You work really hard. You understand, and not just that you work really that hard. You also the platform is in my viewpoint, and I don't think I am wrong. The best so far, you understand. So coming in earlier will be able to capture more people, because a lot of people
prime time.
Exactly, that prime time slot. People like, oh yeah, I think I can really. Even though we have a lot of antagonists, I know them. And those who enjoy
they are listening as we speak, or they are listening as we speak.
Exactly. That's why I keep saying. You will notice I keep saying invite your enemies. There's a reason I keep saying that. Invite your enemies.
We probably have more enemies listening to us than friends, if we are being honest.
Yeah, of course, but the enemies.
You can see that in the likes. If you look at the viewership and the likes, then you know that you have more enemies watching you than friends.
Yeah, but they can't do without it. The reason is that they can't do it because there are some things that we agree with. There are other things they won't agree with. But at the same time, they keep listening because why do they listen? We come up with the facts. We come up with evidence. It's not like we are talking or ranting. It's not a ranting space. It's not a wailing space. It's not a space that we come to cry or a space where we come to express bigotry. Yes, we fight sometimes, which is interesting, sometimes.
We must now. Look at how strong the personalities here are. It's impossible for us not to fight. Everybody a big fish,
Yeah, but our opinions are, are really being backed up with some good verifiable facts and evidence. You understand? So it's a show. Once I don't know how difficult it is or challenging it might be for you, but coming up that early will capture in more people who would want to listen more. So because they are getting a different perspective into what's going on in the country. Analysis that's going like yesterday. I didn't watch yesterday's show, but I wasn't on yesterday, but I watched it later on, and I was really impressed with the discussion and the commentary that was being given, and then the one about Baba giving us some fresh insight that I was not aware into, and that was how we got to know that it's not truly Fulani herdsmen that's creating this problem. It's actually locals looking for gold or whatever under the ground that's killing their people and chasing them coordinated. Before we knew it, we saw the Senate also discussing about this issue. So when
the girl came out, her name is Maria Habila. That girl
I watched it today. I saw what she was saying. You understand? When she was
all the narrative is that these are not heads. This a resource ethnic clash. Rather than anything religion or tribe.
You understand? So this is the input you provide. This I'll call it a great service if you ask me. And other people need to key in and understand. Not when you go. Oh my goodness, the dark and gloomy spaces where they are crying every day. I don't want to do that. 2024. I want to stay alive.
All right, brother. That's the majestic Emeka. Thank you, Miku. So always an epic delivery from Emeka, of course. That is why he's such a cherished voice here. A cherished voice here, but not more cherished than Rational Mind, who was driving. Hopefully, it's now available. Rational Mind.
I would please beg your indulgence. Please go to another person. I will join you guys here. I'm busy right here.
All right. Let's go to World Peace. World Peace. World Peace. Are you up for it or?
Yeah, konnichiwa. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. After you, we go to Ajale Koko, and then we look back to Rational Mind again, Larry, and then Uptown. Yes. Where do you want to kick it off from? Do you want to kick it off from our Lagosian Aboki?
Hello, first of all, let me start with Emeka with all his praises. Now he's just enjoying now. Nobody attacked him and interject him. He just praising Tinubu like a tilapia fish.
Emeka? Emeka is an unabashed Tinubu fan now. At least he owns it. A lot of people they hide, but he's not hiding.
I just have to hold myself because it's new year. I don't want to start from the stand view of rational mind to start attacking you. They say, look at this man. I started again 2024. Like Fatai that says the newborn.
Give to me. I love Tinubu. No doubt. You see, I can distinguish my love for him and what he's supposed to do, right? That's why I said I will hold
one of these days, one of these days we'll have a special session. Just Emeka and Fatai, and we'll see who the number one
Tinubu fan. Fatai came yesterday, said that he's a 10th person. Before 10 seconds, he went back beyond the Fatai we knew, fighting everybody again. But it's a good thing to see him back yesterday. Emeka, you were so praising Tinubu that you forgot that Oshomole came out at Boston. Where are the let's invite the chief of army staff and the rest. Where are they today? I've seen it invite them.
They will come. No, that was yesterday. You have to.
Who told you it was yesterday? Who told you it was yesterday?
It was yesterday.
It was within the last couple of days now. I
Last
expect
couple
to
they're supposed to be there yesterday or 2 days. Okay, anyway, maybe Senate have not. I know they went on recess or that.
They will come. They will come.
Okay.
Once the Senate call you, you have to answer. They will come.
Not Sadia Farouk. Well, that was the FCC. She told them to get lost.
Yeah, yes, I want to talk about that. That woman, I think she got married to one of the admiral, right?
Yeah, the chief of naval staff.
So the question is, are these two were not married before? Or is this marriage, they just pick marriage from the ground?
Those northern women, they usually look round about at least the upper echelons of. Do you know how many times Abacha's daughter has been married? The Buhari daughter that married Abubakar Malami, Abubakar Malami is the fourth husband. She married and divorced the Cameroonian within 2 years.
In the north?
In the north.
Yes, so in the north. You see where they're married. It's funny.
Yeah.
And sometimes you see some big personality, national women, you think they're married. They are not. Just like that lady that is a newscaster. She's not. I'll be wondering. Are these people that get married?
Are you talking about Zainab Ahmed?
I think so. I think Zainab is not married yet.
No, I think she's married to a Yoruba man. Is she? I think she's married from the south. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, because it's funny, because it's very difficult for you to know who is married, who is not married again or not. As early as 18, they're already married. But as late as 40, they are single. Like, at what point did you not get married and what point did you get married? It gets me confused about them.
You know what the problem is there? They'll be throw a 16-year-old girl to a 45, 50-year-old man. So by the time she's in her mid-20s, certainly no older than the man is done. By the time the man is done.
Yeah, that's why they have a lot of them, sugar mommy in Abuja and in Kano. Anyway, that lady, they should invite her. I don't know what kind of power show she's. I don't know. The FCC have to that man has to stand his authority right now. It's not English. These are the problem of when you appoint administrator. It doesn't really work like that. Sometimes you appoint a tyrant. Somebody that's on the seat.
If she hides behind her lawyers, there's nothing you can, unless you're asking them to force her extrajudicially.
Some of these cases, one man. See, every law, in every situation, in every circumstances, and in every how will I put it? In every law you make, the citizens will find a way to bend it. They must find a way. They look for a loophole. So if every criminal will tell that they are innocent. If you invite her, she will always look for lawyers. Where they are so rich, they have money. They can look for sound judges to buy their way, to give them some kind of injection, not to arrest them yet for one case or the other. They will look for doctors to even bring out cases that they are not even sun fit. They cannot even see sun in the afternoon. Not just to go there. So you have to do some certain kind of Gestapo style. You have to create a commission. This kind of people you create, that's why I like America. They'll create like a commission, like a RICO commission, you create a commission, which is just its body that has no interference. The commission will have its own judges and lawyers and everything. Is beyond the reach of Nigerian court and Senate. So when they come for you, they pick you, they go and do whatever they want to do with you, they can release you later. Or when you get to court, your lawyers can come and talk, or they can and do the magic they can to get you a bail. But first, get this person arrested. Get some information out of her first. It's so funny, man. Anyway, then let me go to this Nasarawa state. I barely said, I saw this morning before I entered your platform, one man. It was it robbery or was just a terrorist attack or just a clash? One man.
What are you talking about? Which story are you talking about?
Nasarawa, the supermarket. Is it not Nasarawa?
No, that was in Abuja, wasn't it? Or was it in Nasarawa?
I had it. That's funny. I don't understand. Because though I saw it from a blogger, they said the armed robbery in supermarket in Nasarawa. I don't know. I not really read it. I just saw a picture. People lying on the floor.
Yeah, they said in the outskirts of Abuja, so that might have been Nasarawa.
Yeah. So, was it armed robbery or was it an terrorist attack or what?
No, they didn't describe it as an armed robbery, which is what mystifies people. It sounded like an act of terror.
It's getting funny now. It's like people are just doing revenge attack, committed attack. We came to do something about Abuja and Nigerian military or police architecture to do something very, very, very drastically, very, very fast. Because otherwise, it will blow out of hand. You know, it will blow out of hand. Well, I cannot speak much of that. It just happened now. So let's wait and see. Then what's the next topic, man?
The next one is Kaduna youth claiming to be indigenous Lagosians to enter the army.
Yes, that's a very interesting one. One man. Did
you see the clip?
No, I'm not seeing the clip, but I've seen the picture. I believe it's the clip. The picture of somebody standing.
Yeah, hold on for 1 microsecond. It's important to see the clip. Hold on for a second.
What's your name?
I'm Kabiru Mustafa by name.
Huh?
Kabiru Mustafa.
What local government?
Local government.
Where are you from?
I'm from Marital.
Where in Marital? Where are you from originally?
Kaduna State.
From where?
Kaduna State.
Kaduna State.
I'm Alkali Monde by name.
Okay.
Yes, I'm from Kaduna State.
Okay.
I'm living in Kampala with my brother.
To your brother?
Yes.
And you are coming out under what local government?
Lagos Island.
Local government. Yes. Do you have a family house in Lagos Island?
No.
Okay. What's your name?
Luka David.
What?
Luka David.
Luka?
David.
Where are you from?
From Kaduna State.
Kaduna State. What local government are you coming out from?
Oshodi.
Who gave you the indigenship certificate?
National.
What's your name?
Zakaria Arab.
Where are you from? Kaduna State. Lagos Island. Where did you get the indigenship certificate from?
I'm staying with my uncle, so I went.
Your uncle, speak up, please.
Yeah, I'm staying with my uncle, Lieutenant Colonel Down.
Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba. Shogba Yoruba. Gbàmí lóhùn padà ní Yorùbá. Níbo ló ń gbé?
Kí lorúkọ ẹ?
Ṣọgbà Yorùbá. Níbo ló ń gbé? Níbo ló ń gbé? Ta ló fún ẹ ní certificate? Ta ló fún ẹ? Ta ló fún ẹ? Ta ló fún ẹ? Local government ló ti wá? Kò ṣọ̀fẹ́. Ẹ stop ẹ, kí lorúkọ ẹ? Kí lorúkọ ẹ? What's your name? What? Speak up, please. Where are you from? What? Kaduna. But you're coming out from what local government? Oh? Ta ló fún ẹ ní certificate? Kí lorúkọ ẹ? Níbo ló ń gbé? You don't hear Yoruba? What state are you from?
I'm from Kaduna State.
Kaduna State. Ta ló fún ẹ certificate of indigenship, Lagos State? Bring it and let me see your indigenship certificate. That paper that they gave you from the local government. Huh? Where is your... Let me see.
Yes.
Show me this. We'll show the local government. One by one. We'll show the local government. Most of them cannot speak Yoruba at all. I don't know how. Where's the second one? Also from Oshodi local government. We want to know how it is being done. Thank you.
So there it is, world peace. You know the recruitment something when they say so many from so many states, and these people from Kaduna now they are taking all of the Lagos slots, and Emeka was even inviting that. Never mind what's going on now. How long has it been going on?
Yes, one man, thank you. This is mind-boggling. Though I'm not surprised. I spoke about it yesterday, saying that even the police portal recruitment they did, you go there, they said they are applying online. The portal was not open yet. 57 people already applied from the north. From which portal they apply from? The website is not working already. It's not working yet, you know. So, but again, in how much we are being maligned in the south. But the Southerners again are instrument to their own marginalization again in this military appointment. Do you know in the appointment of military, I know more. I know of police. I know of custom. I know of SSS, what we call DSS. I don't really know more about army and air force. They send slots to every state. Though the slot that comes to the south is few, but guess what, one man? The Southerners said their slot. I know of DSS and SSS, DSS and custom when the slot came to be. I don't want to call. The guy got 2 slots and he sold it. He sold it to some guys. Then later he was getting then he was reporting to me. The guy he sold it to, the guy got out. Say you see the guy will be feeling for. Now when you already sold your slot, the guy have gone through his training and everything. Why do you expect that he will answer you when you got to it was immigration that issue passport, custom office, a big immigration. That guy don't even look at him when he goes there. We sell our slots in the south. You go to this elite. You go to the elite. Our elite, you see them, they get some 20 slot, 30 slot. They will sell it. They don't give it out for free. That's the difference between the northerner. The northerner, they'll first of all give themselves the number, then they'll come to the south and buy our own slot, and they will give it to their people for free. They use all this thing like a soft power. That's why they say they control the military today, the police today. Why a man can pick up his phone and call the IG or call police headquarters in Abuja, you see he will get a lot of favor.
I mean, you can't be sure of what you are saying.
I'm very sure what I'm saying. I'm very sure what I'm saying. That's why I cannot want to call it. I'm very sure what I'm saying. See, what you have to know about me, when I say certain things, I'm saying it for a deep fact. Is what I know.
We have seen several situations in the past where people in charge of recruitment will recruit people for their own ethnic group. What they are supposed to share around the whole country, they will recruit more people from their own ethnic group as against what they recruited from other parts of the country. I've seen a situation where one woman, I can't remember the position she occupied, but the video was out some time ago from the east. She everybody she recruited were from the east, and it happened in the custom as well during the time of Buhari. When they carried out recruitment, they recruited most people, 80% from the north. So it was the senators that stood up when they were interrogating this recruitment and said, how come that you have more people from the north than the south? And then they have to cancel that recruitment, and then they said they have to share it equally among the geopolitical zones. So I don't want to agree with you that our people or our representative will sell what the slot for their own distance for what? It's people of recruitment that have carrying out this shenanigan.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Larry.
They sell it. They sell it, particularly those from the south. Before I left Nigeria, I was so close to the National Assembly, and I know what was really happening there. They do. So
they will sell it to who? At what?
To anybody that has the money.
Hold on. So, who is going to buy it? Who paid? At what amount? Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't want to. At a point in year 2018, they sold CBN for 1 million naira in National Assembly. And this was basically by people from the south.
1 billion naira.
1 million naira.
For CBN what? CBN for which position for CBN?
Yeah, it depends.
Slots now, slots.
CBN slots.
For 1 million naira, 1 million.
Yeah.
1 million.
Now, but look, that one is too far. Before Jonathan handed over at the Accountant General office, the Accountant General office was 650,000 per slot. It was sold by a pastor in charge, one of the pastors in charge of the national or whatever church in Abuja. We were saying it was 60,000. Look, I'm not saying things I don't know. I have cousins in JSS, I have cousins in the NDC. They will show him, they will mind this thing, that one of the guys at the disarm, the commander. Do you know how he got his slot? They share slot to, they don't just employ police just like that in Nigeria. You think you just work a position, you employ, you know. They share slot to traditional rulers, they share slot to the governors, they share slot to the elites. If the traditional ruler does not stand for you, you cannot enter police. You must be recommended. People set their slots. They share slot to all these Arewa chairmen, they share slot to all these sultan. They will not give their own ads for free. I can tell you for a fact. That's the good thing about the north to the south. Like I said in my English, I said though in a month when they are sharing this, when they are recruiting, they do not have a larger number first, but the fewer number we still have, which is how to continue to manage ourselves. We sell our own for free. We sell our own. We don't give it for free. We don't call our cousins or call people like, okay, come and take. There's police. If you go to some elite houses where there's recruitment, you see people from different states in their gates. They want to buy slots. You will see different people. Meanwhile, our own people, they don't give to our own people. That's a big problem. We have to say the truth. We have to say the truth. I'm not saying they're not marginalized when it comes to a recruitment. Yes, there's that one is there, visible. But the fewer ones that come too, we'll still sell it. Then we'll still be raising further, especially those people who sell to come and help or to listen to us or to bow down to us. How would they not bow down to you when you sell it to them or you sold it to them? When you give them what they are looking for, like they are looking for a job, you get come and work, take. People will respect you. My cousin is working in Nepal. It was
all right. Navigate back to the conversation. Yeah, navigate back to the conversation.
Yeah. So okay, let me go back to this. These are one of the things that is happening. First of all, they are taking our slot in the start. I think our certain people that really want to work want to get into the ministry don't have the opportunity, and those that have the opportunity are not interested in the opportunity. That's why these kind of things are happening. It's very sad that these people they are taking their slot and they are using the certain slot. How can you claim who gave them the
what piece? Is it not a case that they are weeding out the southerners? I'm not sure that because there are no jobs in Nigeria, so I don't imagine that an opportunity will open up in the army and the southerners will not want to take it.
No, one man, what you understand? See, the problem of Nigerian recruitment, you know, I don't know, we are very intelligent, but at the same time, we allow those that is less intelligent to draw the structure for us or give us, tell us what to do. When you are bringing recruitment, you have to bring out recruitment in different categories. We have a lot of graduates in the South that can start from the rank of lieutenant. And you can employ in the cyber space, the accounting space. You understand? That's how you employ. When my cousins are employing DSS, it didn't start from field specialist. It started from the computer forensics. This thing. It made a 2-1 upper in computer science. You know, so you have to employ people in different categories.
I don't think they are looking especially to the officer cadet. I think they are looking more to the to boots on ground sort of soldiers. Because that's where the need is. Yeah, they don't need.
Yeah, you need boots on ground, but when you employ people boots on ground, you still employ all categories. But you have more. You have probably on the boots on ground more. You know, so that you can balance this education. Even though you're employing 1,000 soldiers, probably boots on ground will be 800. 200 will be a special office. If that boots on ground, they still need command and control to direct them. You still need engineering corps. You know, so you don't just employ only boots on ground now. So, but the problem, that's what I see. When we bring out employment, there's no category, then people will be less interested. Persons that have studied so many years in university, you tell him to come and start from a cadet, a Korofo level. He won't be interested now. He won't. That's why you see sometimes in police that time we have more people in the South in the police, like police, DSS, immigration, even Air Force that need education to get into a certain post. You know? But when you come to the army, we are not there because they recruit from the scratch, and nobody wants to go from the scratch in the South. It's very sad, and this thing is affecting us a lot. That's why you see sometimes our president or anybody we have on charge is the president will be hand bound behind his back, because who are you giving command to? They're all northerners. They feel the military, they feel the army, the air force, the immigration. So when you say one thing, they'll do the other. It's not good. We must balance it. We must balance demography in our military so that we will not be saying Dela like that this popular Nigeria will take over Nigerian mind. These are the things that embody these people. One man. Let me leave the floor for the next people to come in. Thank you.
All right, you don't want to. Okay, let me go on from you then to Ajanle Koko. Let me go to Ajanle Koko. Are you ready to go, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, let's go, man.
Yeah, yes. So it's I'm not sure that I fully agree with what Peace just said there. The rate of unemployment in Nigeria is such that at all the stratas of society, everybody is looking for a job. And if they are looking for whatever entry point in the army, I think you will find more than an abundance of sufficient enough people in the South that are willing to take on that job. It's a prestige job, and they all know how the armies make their money, and nobody is averse to that. So what are you then making then of this recruitment now that has exposed yet another corruption within that space?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me first of all thank Emeka for the good job that he did for investigating
the budget,
or rather, should I say, for studying the budget and was able to detect some wrong, or should I call it corrupt
insertions?
Corruption. Corrupt insertion into that budget. So I think he said it right, that our journalists are not doing their job well to stand up against politicians. And when you have journalists that cannot question the politician, cannot use this kind of document to expose them as corrupt and as not managing our resources well, it just tells us that our democracy is shambolic. So I think I want to give kudos to him for that job that he did, for taking his time to study it and unravel some corruption that already injected into that budget. So thank you, Emeka, for that. So for the recruitment, I think it is sad that people that are doing this recruitment are doing it in such a way that number one, doesn't show transparency. No transparency in the way they are doing the recruitment. Everything in Nigeria is centralized. And that is where we're getting it wrong. Recruitment is centralized. The command and control is centralized. Deployment is decentralized. Everything centralized. And that's why we cannot do it right. Recruitment should be carried out in each state of the federation. There should be a recruitment center in each state of the federation to recruit people. And after recruitment, training is another ball, is another is another thing entirely. But recruitment is, to get it right, there must be offices or center for recruitment in each state of the federation. That is how you can, if you are allocating 500 to each state, once each state achieves that 500, they stop. And those recruited, they can then take them to the center for training. That is how it should be done. Not a central where, not a centralized recruitment in the way that is being done, that gives room for, that is not transparent, and that gives room for corruption, for bribery. So we are not getting it wrong. And when we listen to the elders, when we hear the elders that saw when the country was battered, they were there before independence. They were there when the founding fathers of the country wrote a constitution that worked back then for the country and for each region, and they are still alive when that constitution was packed up, and the kind of institution and the kind of government that we have been running, a centralized government that never give anything good for the people of that country. We have to distinguish between the people and those in the position of leadership. It's a system that works for people in the position of leadership and not for the people of the country. So when these people talk, some of us don't want to listen. You don't even want to talk them down. Oh, Baba Yadebajo doesn't know what he's talking. All this other doesn't know what they are talking. But we can see this is what centralized government or centralized way of doing things, this is what it gives the country. How can people, everyone you showed in that video, claiming to be Yoruba and they cannot speak Yoruba language? If we are to be, if recruitment, if it had been that we carried out this recruitment at the state level, the engineer of that government, of that state, we turn up for recruitment. The indigene of each state will turn up. You cannot see a Yoruba to come and stand up in Anambra State, a Lagosian that cannot speak Igbo, to come and stand before Igbo people that are doing the recruitment to say, I'm an Igbo man. And when they speak Igbo to him, he cannot speak Igbo. So one man is just the structural problem in the management of the country that gave room for this kind of corrupt recruitment that you showed us. So it's a centralized way of running the country is what is responsible for this. It should be at the state level where the indigene of each state level, of each state, will turn up, for recruitment into our military and the police. That is the way it should be. So Can
I ask Baba Ali a quick question, real quick? Baba Ali, hello. Yeah. Do you see the reason why we should not remove in the issue from our laws. You know, I know some people are like, we should just go to the residency. This is what is going to happen if you remove
that is it.
You just overrun everybody else and forget the major tribes, the Yoruba Igbo. What happens to the BBO? What happens to their own quota system?
Okay.
They have no shot. So yeah.
I mean, I agree with you. We cannot do away with the state of origin that we claim in that country. We can't do away with it. It must. That is the best way you can. Each one of us can show the identification that, oh, this is who I am. Even though I'm a Yoruba in Yoruba land, but I'm from Ogun State. You can't just say you are Yoruba. Yoruba Araboniye. Which side of Yoruba are you? Are you Yoruba from Lagos or from Ogun or from where? So, yeah, Babati, I think I totally agree with you. Yeah, this issue of state of origin is very important. Some people that are saying, "Oh,
you and Babati, you scrap it, you don't scrap it. At least you saw. I don't know if you've watched a longer version of that video that you people are commenting on. These guys, they have certificate of indigenship.
Yes, we saw that.
Okay, you saw that. So where did they get that from?
They paid off some local government chairman. Clearly, there's a sponsor. They mentioned the name of their sponsor.
No, one of the guys there said he said his brother is in Dodon Barrack.
Yeah, Colonel Danko or something. He mentioned his name.
Tells you a lot that these are not just any kind of people in the Nigerian army. These are highly placed people in the Nigerian army. But the question is, you're talking about indigenship. Now, who indigenship operate? Now, who is here for that country? You are indigene or not indigene, but somebody who is not an indigene is getting a certificate of indigenship from Lagos. Come on, you see, we can argue all this thing about indigenship or non-indigenship. My point is this: is that when you run a system that is not transparent, you have a master that calls himself master strategist there, who was talking about recruiting 50 million.
No, rational man. Yeah, going in the wrong direction. Hold on.
Jacking Sorrow.
Why every time now? Is it Tinubu that
no, you know me very well.
No, you are going.
Hold on now.
What is Tinubu?
Hold on for him. Let him land.
Let me land. Somebody that said he's going to recruit 50 million youth into the army. You are the people that you could refer to him as a master strategist. You will think that this guy from that is a crap of manifesto that he was brandishing all about during the election. You would think this guy has everything all figured out. And now look at what we're seeing. I mean, you can argue the point that it's too early, 7 months. But then 7 months into the what somebody just read just told us a bit of what he read from the budget. You could tell that this is a guy who doesn't even care. All he just wants to see is that he wants to be there in Aso Rock to be called Rakadede, to be called a president. He doesn't even know what is being what is even assenting to. And if we were a rubber stamp National Assembly, quickly they just passed it because they know what they know what they've seen there. They know what they're going to get from there. They padded the budget on their own too. So you see, when you run a system that is built on corruption, on lies, that is what you get. This is how you get the kind of thing you get. This is the same person that was talking about data and data will go job. Now we are now seeing the importance of data in that country. That if you are from a state, there should be a data that you're from this state. One chairman cannot just go and give you. It's just like me going. I want to go and get you. I'm not a US citizen. I want to go and get US passport. I know people can fake it, but in the real database, if you're not there, you cannot be given. They can give you a fake one. But the point I'm trying to make here is this: that if everything is done in a way where everything is synchronized, the data of everybody is in a system, this kind of thing will not happen. But when you have criminals at the head of affair, they run the system. Are we surprised to see these kind of things? So my point is this: is that you people can argue the point of your indigenship or not indigenship. That is not the main issue. Anybody can come into that country, walk into that in Nigeria, and claim to be a Nigerian and claim to be a Yoruba person. We just see an example of that now. So my point is this: is that until you put things in place to check that kind of things, we'll continue to have this kind of things. So that's just what I want to say.
But such a mind,
all right,
man, back in the 80s, I remember, even if you're going to use indigenship to recruit people, they went through the KBSs we approved. Okay, this man is.
But they went through the local government.
No. Back in the days, they involved the traditional rulers to verify who you are. So you come with your elder and your KBS or ballets. We say, okay, this person is from my community. Okay, give us 10 from your village, give us 10 from your local area. The KBC or your imam or your pastor or we then vouch for you that we know who this person is. That's the way it was done before. I don't know what I changed, one man.
Babati, they still have that system, but the problem now is that they now give special status to people like the elites, the governors, like all these Arewa youth chairman, you understand? Even if it's in your state, Arewa youth chairman in your state might have 10 slots.
They forgot the KBC and the ballot.
They still have, the KBC still have, but now they give to other status. Like now, for example, like the Arewa youth chairman in your state is from the north, but it's in your state. He will have like 5 slots. He will not give it to Yoruba man. He will give it to his people in that state. You understand? And they will get approval. Approval has to be there. They will sign it. He will sign the approval.
Babati, if you can move for a moment, Warpace, we could hear you indicating. Babati, if you look at your screen here, that certificate there is a copy of the certificate that these Kaduna indigents are provided.
Right.
This is a certificate of indigenship.
Yeah,
and they get it from the local government chairman.
One man, stay with me. Back in the days, this person will have been asked to. They will have checked with the ballet of his community that will vouch for him that is truly from
exactly, Babati. That's why I came on.
You can come with your document all you want. If the ballet or your imam or pastor with your KBC of that area does not know you, or the elders of that area,
then you swear to an affidavit.
They must sign that they know who you are in their community for them to approve you to even get the job in the first place. That was the way it was. So that would
they take that to the local government.
Have you forgotten the 80s? Come on now, guys. You know this now. Before.
That's how it works. This thing could be fake.
So how can you come and say, okay, I'm from this area? So they can't speak the local language. We don't know who is the parents are from that area. Who is the ballet? Who is the KBC that signed for him?
Let's even assume that thing is fake. That they're going to forge it.
Right.
The thing is, here you go.
Where was the hold on. No, please. Where was the letter from his local head for him to get the job? That was part of the thing before.
I'm not sure that is still a requirement.
So maybe don't need that.
They should bring it back.
It's still a requirement. These are instruments from the Seriki in Songos all over the southwest.
Okay,
they get these things.
My point is
it's a fake document.
My point is this. You see, here we go again, and we're talking about people being employed into sensitive areas in the Nigerian life. What I mean in the Nigerian system, these people are going to be Nigerian military guys, and they could brandish this kind of fake. You see, this is an indictment on that system. When you start bringing people who are
not systemic, it is about the citizens.
It is systemic.
It's not about the system.
Either you accept it or not. It's systemic. In a sinner country where you live here, like in the United States, you cannot just walk in and say you want to join a reserve. You must. It's what they call selective service. You have to go through that process. In fact, when you're doing your selective service here, one of my sons is serving in Okinawa. I don't want to go into details as to that. But if you want to go into selective service, they will ask you a lot of questions before you even go for the whatever training or whatever you need to go through. So what I'm trying to say is that a country that does not have a data of its citizen, in fact, the Nigerian army, it's in fact that to tell you.
We did not invent the computer. We have to study it and acquire it.
Come on. You see, Baba, come on, please. I mean, you keep saying this thing. I mean,
you just want to always compare us with America. That is really what gets my goats all the time.
When it's expedient for you, you will find a parallel between Nigeria and America.
No, I don't do that, except to attack your own part of an argument.
You have never done that on this platform, Baba.
I don't do that. I have always quarreled against it.
Let me land my point.
We are midgets. They are America is a giant.
Don't give me that BS. That's a BS. My point is this: is that
I don't speak bullshit. Rational mind. Please mind your language.
Okay, please.
Mind your language, please.
I just said to you, I beg you, please. Now, what I was trying to say is that the Nigerian security system, you cannot employ people that you cannot vet. You cannot even determine if they are they are felons. You want to bring them into the Nigerian security architecture. But now here we are going, people brandishing all kinds of certificates just to get enlist into the army. It's an indictment on the system that we operate in that country. I fear. That's why we see when people like what we just saw some few days ago, when some army people were just fighting some other law enforcement agents before someone had to get them arrested. You see, when we don't have a system that works, this is what we get. Garbage in, garbage out. That is how it is. You cannot give what you don't have. Whatever you give, you will get it back. So my point is this: is that you are employing people like this. They are brandishing some kind of certificate of origin that does not, they're not even from there. And you, the army, you accepted that. For them to
punishment for fake documents in Nigeria. What's the document? This is the government punishment for fake documents.
There is a law.
This is a government document, right?
We have one sitting in the Aso Rock there that forged. Show one money.
Guy, so let's not do the new break.
Who has a floor? One man.
Don't give me that guy. So my point is this: is that for the fact that people are not being punished for their crime, that is why everybody gets away with it, and that is why we all come here every year by year. We continue talking about this crap of a country called Nigeria that will never move forward because of the way.
All right,
who has a floor, please? Let us take the floor.
Let Ajale Koko have that interjection, and then let Ajale Koko take the floor.
Okay, thank you, Ahmad. It's clearly like a lot of people don't know what is going on. They don't have insight what's really happened, and that's why they are coming up with fake certificate and all kind of stuff they're saying. And people that have the insight are not really talking because one way or the other they are involved in it. But I will advise everybody that's talking here to stop that narrative that certificate those guys parading is fake. They could be arrested for that. It's not fake. If it's fake, that lady would have said it there. Everything you are saying that is original. Nigeria's system changed day to day. It's only we that don't know. I just told you guys, I'm not saying you take my word for it, but go and do your investigation. There's shared slots to people in every state, regardless who is who, the elite. If they give it to the imam in Lagos, they give him 50 slots. Lagos, if he share the slot to people that will give him certificate of origin or whatever, who he give it to, whatever state it is. But the problem is, they give more slot to the north, and the few slots we have in the south, we'll still sell it. We should face the bitter truth. We always want to make an excuse. That's why these people keep getting away. We will stay on the right track.
Listen, this is the thing. I'm not saying that is not a possibility in Southwest because it can't happen in the Southeast. There is just no way. But I'm saying in this case, actually, this is not the first time. It has always been the case. It has always been the case. But
who said it's not happening in Southeast?
No, I don't. I doubt. I very much doubt.
Because they're very rigid in the way they administer their space.
I very much doubt it can happen in the Southeast.
Yeah.
All right. I have that say, but I don't want you to go into an expanded conversation.
I'm not going to the expression like this thing. Baba, what's going on here? It happened in all the region. Yes. Depend who have the slot. You understand? And just that did not use their as a soft power in the military to have a who. We decide we use ours as a privilege or a status of influencer. We sell most of our own. Yes,
no, there's no doubt about that. What piece in Lagos State, for instance, it's about the religion actually, because like you said, yes, they distribute these things and they ask them to come forward. But why I'm calling this fake is that the process that produces that produce this certificate is fake. So automatically, I'm concluding that the document itself, the final document, is fake, because the process is you have to start from the place you live, from your area. The Baale of that area, or the Oba, if there is an Oba, have to sign it. The Obas are not involved. It's mostly their clerks that hold the rubber stamp, and you go to the palaces. So those are the things.
Let's get back to Ajale Koko so that we can maintain.
Okay, yes, we'll come back. Let me just say this one and get back to Ajale Koko. Please, let me correct your notion. It's not fake. It's not like that anymore. Even the governor, Sanwo-Olu have slots. If you give it to one bulky guy that he wants to give it to, then we issue certificate for him. It does not need to go to the Oba. The system is changing all the time. Please understand this.
What is the point is that on that document it says it's from that area and it's not.
That's what I'm telling you. In Nigeria system, the guy is living there. Do you know? Do you know when you live somewhere for 6 months, you are indigent of that place?
No.
In Nigeria Constitution.
No.
You are a resident of that place.
No.
Sorry, you are a resident of that place. Sorry, you are a resident of that place.
Hold on, what is? But the document says indigent.
Doesn't matter because that's just an example to you.
You are lying because it's a lie on the government document. That's
no, Baba, don't take on emotion. I just make one simple example to you. Hold on, listen again. Hold on, please, hold on. We just said this, we don't know. These are things I have deep knowledge in. Three arms of government. If Sanwo-Olu have to give it to one Aboki guy, like you Sanwo-Olu like to act movie, and give it to her, okay, I'm playing in the military. They will give that certificate too. It's changing, it's not like before.
No. World peace. No. Not at that
level. Somebody lied on a government document saying that they are an indigent of a place. That is false document. You lied on a document. That makes that document invalid because you lied on it. You're not from there. So I don't know. You can't be comparing a residency to energy. To apply for that job, they said the requirement is what? Indigenship, right? That was requirement to get the job. Obviously, you're not from there. You got a government document saying that you're from that area, which means you lied on that document.
Exactly.
That document is not admissible. Get the job. That is very simple and basic. It's not that complicated, guys. Not that complicated.
All right, back to Ajale Koko.
Woma, will I get my time back?
Yeah, you get your time after Ajale Koko. Yeah, I'll come to you after Ajale Koko and then to Larry, who has been waiting patiently.
Okay. I see this document as fake. I don't think that anybody will be given this opportunity or given a slot. I mean, let's take a look of it. If at all they are sending this thing to each state, slot to each state, they have to go through the governor. The chief of staff will not just look at Imam and said, okay, we are giving Imam this, we are giving, no. They want to follow the right process to do this thing. They will not just throw it around. If it's shared among states, that's what I'm saying. If it's shared among states, the first step at every state is going to be the governor. And the governor is the one that will now throw it around to say maybe they will have their own formula of sharing it among the leaders. Local government and some other leaders around, across the state. So,
Ajanko, sorry, you are wrong.
Let it ride. You people have been waiting for too long. What pace? Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, it's. I think what we have to look at is the recruitment process. how does the recruitment process carried out? That is the question that we must ask. Nobody knows. Is that the way it should be done? We are not running a country. This is not the way a country should be done. It's not clear to everybody. I can talk of the way recruitment is done in the United States here. Easy.
I gotta go. Sorry, I just want to ask you a question. I don't know if you have kids that are ever done selective service. Do you have any kids like that, or any like brother-in-law or whatever that have ever done the selective service? Do you have any idea as to how they do it?
Yeah, no, I don't have any kids. So
you can go. Maybe I'll be go on. Just go.
Yeah. So look, you can walk into a recruitment center and tell them, "Oh, I came for recruitment." Somebody is right there. It's open 24 hours. I said 24 hours. It's open from morning till evening. In every city, if not every city, in each state, but at least they have some, recruitment center that are identifiable in each state here. It's transparent. Once you walk in, if you don't have the document with you, I tell you, go and get your document, and they will check it, and you'll be recruited. When I came to this country, I wanted to join the military. But because I was over 35 years, they said, "Man, you're over 35 years, we can't get you. We can't take you in."
Are you sure? Is it?
Oh, yes, it's true.
No, it's 27 though. 7 years.
No, they say I'm over 35.
Yeah, but you're over 27 years, you cannot join. You cannot. You cannot enlist.
So I don't know. Maybe they changed it now. That was what they told me.
Apparently, you're older than you said 35. So since you're older than, you don't qualify then. 27 is the max. The cutoff.
By the way, when did that when that law changed? Because back in the days, they used to require governors and local government chairman bring people for job opportunities. But when that changed to where we're now having all this so-called recruitment?
No, I'm talking about United States. I'm not talking about Nigeria now.
Let's focus on Nigeria. All these USA things.
So what I'm just drawing the distinction here that the recruitment process here is very transparent. Anybody knows how people can be recruited. Do we know the way you can be recruited in Nigeria? Can any one of us tell us?
We know before now, but this one, I'm asking about but right now, nobody knows.
It's because it's centralized. That is what gives room for this kind of.
No, I think they actually open it up on the Army portal. It's
on the Army portal. Man, what we do before is like when it is the turn of Lagos State, for instance, they announce it on radio, they publish it in newspaper that come to so and so cantonment
in Lagos.
So at so and so time, and all Lagosians will go there and they will verify exactly if they are true Lagosians. That's how they recruit them. And if it's going to be national, they will say Lagos State line up, Ogun State line up, and this and that line up. So they start verification. But now it's computer age.
Now, how?
We can't keep doing this. Not everybody get a line for online now.
It's not exclusively online though, but
I'm saying that using your local leaders is more effective. It cuts this nonsense out.
That's still subject to corruption. Can the local leaders not be bought?
The chairman. Hold on, please wait. Because the question here that they're not from that place. That's the issue, right? Even if they're going to say that those slots in for people, they will make money of it, correct? But that job will still go to their own people.
Exactly. We short of Yoruba people.
That's the point. How can you now send your stuff to people from different states, a different region? So it's not about collecting money for that. Forget that one. The job must.
We are not short of Yoruba people. Yoruba people need job too.
That's the argument here. Not that they're making money off
They
it.
can pay.
You can pay, but the job still stays in your own local area. That's the issue. Come on.
But see, it doesn't work like that anymore. On record, you go to the portal, you buy form, you fill form, they send it to where to go for screening. They screen you. That's the way it is. But hold on. You don't have any idea on it. I have cousins, uncle that gets slugged anytime they are in the police, DSS, and custom. Till tomorrow, before they announce they are going to recruit next month, they have said, hold on now, please let me land. They have said,
what position does he occupy in the society that make him?
It does not need to. You don't need to know. You are not in the status. You are not in the status. But just hold on. Now they said it's not. Hold on. Let me land now, please. Sorry. Let me land. You can correct me. They said it's sort of Nigerians, the elite in Nigeria. So over to Buhari, they'll share the slot along to the people they know in Nigeria, which is whoever matters. So Obasanjo, they already said the slot. There is left for those people that give the slot to set their own or give it to their people. But yes, not get a bigger share on that slot. That is fine. But the few will still say, what I'm trying to tell you, that slot they sold, and it's also parenting that certificate. Don't call it fake because it's a slot. Everything they give it to them is genuine. We can get angry and said, how come are we selling our slot in this, giving the Sereke in the south slot too, when they already got in the north? We can say that, and that would be a fair argument. It's on paper. I'm not saying that is on record. But anyway, I use the floor. You guys can argue it as you like.
Indigenship as a requirement. That's all I have to say. I don't know why this is difficult, but Indigen, that's it. I don't know why what is arguing about.
Yeah.
All right, Ajale Koko, bring that space home. I think we've been there long enough, and then I'll take you to another topic.
Yeah. So this is the recruitment process that is faulty, and that is where we have to find a way to correct it, reform it, and make it transparent and decentralize it. So this idea of giving somebody a slot is a corruption on this way, or it's corruption on its own too. It's a corrupt process. It should not be allowed. People should be able to walk into a recruitment center and, show themselves, show their identity, and if they are qualified, they get recruited. But this idea of going through giving slot to somebody, that is the corruption right there. And that is where we are not going to get it right. But on this certificate, I want to tell you, no chairman will sign certificate of indigent for anybody that it doesn't know. That doesn't have background.
Dangerous.
It is not possible because they know the implication of it. They are not going to sign certificate for a person they don't know. They don't know where he lives in their locality. They have people on the ground across the local government area.
Looking for a job.
Even the local government chairman's wife has brothers, has sisters.
Not even only that, they have a structure, the political structure. They know the KBAC. They know all of them. So how can somebody from so particular part of the local government saying it's an indigent of so? And it can, and the thing local government will just sign a certificate as an indigent without getting fact from that area, particularly the KBAC. He have the phone number, local government chairman.
I want to see. I want to see that ballot letter that is required. Show me that letter. I want to see that letter. Show me that letter. Who signed this letter? I want to see it.
This is fake. It's fake. It's either some civil servant colluded, issuing out some fake, or themselves, fake this document. Themselves fake this document.
Oluwole.
time. So let me leave it there, one man. This is not the system have problem. We have to decentralize this recruitment process and get things right. That is my suggestion.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this place. A condensed response to this. CCECC completes tracks laying from Port Harcourt to Aba on the Eastern Narrow Gauge Railway project. So, we talk a lot about infrastructure in Nigeria, but quietly, as we continue to lambast and lampoon whoever is in a situation as the president or the government, quietly, the infrastructural deficit of Nigeria is being addressed. We've completely forgotten the Kaduna Abuja Railway. It's just something we take for granted now. Lagos Ibadan has been running for going on. It started under, was it a year and a half to Buhari living? So that's been going on for 2-3 years. They are completing now the rail tracks from Port Harcourt to Aba. Lagos Ibadan Expressway already virtually completed. All these infrastructural deficits, the big ticket items, they are quietly being addressed.
Thanks to Buhari.
And also, it's quite pointed to note that this is an Eastern Railway, and if you add that to all of those what's it called? All those ports that are being opened as well. So that narrative of marginalization also very difficult to continue to hold on to.
Is it the state? Is it a collaboration among the state?
It's a federal project.
It's a federal project. Okay,
Yes.
so Tinubu is responsible for this.
No, it's a carryover from Buhari's. How can they build a rail track in 7 months? It's a carryover from Buhari.
But why narrow gauge though?
Yeah, that's just the thing. That Rotimi Amechi has to explain that. A lot of people argued with him that all this
It's
narrow
cheap.
gauge is but it's putting a
And
further
faster.
but it's putting an expense further down the line, isn't it? Why don't you just budge the bullet and make it dual whatever it is?
But
Standard.
that's what's happening all over the world anyway.
Narrow gauge.
Yeah.
No.
Because it's cheap. All over Africa, in Kenya, in Tanzania, that's what they built. Chinese.
Well, one man. It's a good thing to see this, that they are trying to do something. But in this modern age, I think we should have gone past this. We should have done better than this. So it's just the laying of track that is completed. When will the train itself?
But that's the main job, isn't it? Laying the
That's
tracks.
the main.
Yeah, the train is just buying. It's like buying cars, isn't it? You just go and buy them.
Well, the economic importance of this is very huge. It's going to open up, more economic opportunity for that part of the country between states. They'll be able to trade and, transportation of goods and, human will be much easier between Port Harcourt and the other part of that region where this train service is going to apply. So it's definitely where infrastructure goes, development will follow. That is what this is going to bring to that part of the country.
I mean, the East is known for enterprise. And if you put infrastructure there, very quickly the indigents are able to quadruple their economy.
Oh, that is right. That is right. So infrastructure will bring development. and development will bring, economic growth.
And that will tackle insecurity as well. If they will be too busy going to work to be doing unknown gunmen.
Yes.
One man. Oh God. You are impossible.
I'll tell you now. The idle mind is the devil's workshop.
By the way, one man, don't they have like a dry port coming up on that axis that will link to that rail line? So
no, they should, because that's the economy of it.
That way we can stop hearing that we don't have seaports and all this.
They have about 5 now. We have Calabar. You have I think there's one in Onitsha. You have Onne that is already returning.
I mean like
revenue.
They have that dry port and they can move their goods from PH easily down there. So we stop hearing about not having port and all that BS every 5 minutes.
You see that narrative of marginalization it will very quickly become untenable. There'll be no substance to hang it on. You have the second Niger Bridge, which is probably the marquee project of the Buhari administration, in spite of him being an Eastern hater. You have this seaports opening up. You have this rail track completing. Very difficult to continue to claim marginal. It's just you sound like an unreasonable person if you continue in that. Yeah,
I've been it's unreasonable. Let this move. No comment. Let this move.
Yes. So I think yes, it's going to open a lot of we open up economic opportunities in that area and that part of the country, and development will come in, economic activity will improve, and wealth will be achieved. So what we are going to have at the end of the day is the GDP of that part of the country will increase, hopefully, because the East, the Southeast contribute the less to the national GDP of that country. So if this infrastructure, fully, if this infrastructure, start.
Why would you say the East contribute the less when actually most of the businesses in Lagos and in other parts are owned by the Southeast?
We are talking about the region. We are talking about the region.
You need to clarify yourself very well, because you said
said the East.
Okay.
The East.
Okay.
The Eastern Nigeria contribute the lesser than others.
Even lesser than Northeast.
Lesser than others.
Even lesser than Northeast, right?
Yes.
Northeast and Northwest, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Where are you getting all this statistics from? Woman.
And that's the National Bureau of Statistics. There's a Twitter handle called StatiSense. If you follow it, they always churn out all of this data.
So we hope that when this thing, fully, come on stream and fully operational, I think, yes, the GDP of that place will increase tremendously, and that will add to the national GDP. So Nigeria, the more infrastructure we have on the ground, particularly when it comes to rail that can move goods, that can move people, that can move, container from one side of the country to the other, I think that will, stimulate economic growth for that country. And what that's going to bring, it's going to create employment. When a country is recording economic growth, employment growth will be achieved as well. So I just hope that it be well managed, because the one we have on the ground are not well managed at the moment. They are running at loss. It's very shameful that we don't set our priority right. We don't give the best hand to manage the country, and that is why you don't see anything working right in the country. The Lagos Ibadan rail service is running at loss.
They are fixing it actually with automated ticketing. It's corruption. It's corruption, Naja. It's corruption.
Give it to the right. I mean, look at the way Lagos State is trying to run its own from day one.
It's one card for all: water, road, train, track, everything.
It's not
cowrie card.
There is no there is no cash. There is no cash involvement.
It's the way to go.
Hand in hand, that of Lagos State. If Lagos State can do it better, why the federal cannot do it even better than Lagos State? I mean, the people running, I mean, well, maybe Tinubu is going to...
Can you see the graveyard of yesterday's investment? Look at those trains rotting.
Yeah. Shakabula, those were the Shakabula days. Shakabula.
It's now they are now in cemetery.
Maybe Tinubu administration will do it better than the way Buhari did it. Because what Buhari did for that 8 years with this rail service that some people were giving praises to him, it looked nice, but it's not well managed. They don't give it to the right hand. It's to the best hand.
I'm not sure that you can blame Buhari for that. It's a matter for the Nigerian Railway Corporation, isn't it? So he has done his bits to sign the checks.
Who appoint the person?
This looks like a matter now.
He appoints somebody there. He appoints people that should have, manage it better. People that, put in place a structure that more transparent in when people want to buy tickets and what is it? It shouldn't be by cash. Cash go to hand and you give them ticket. It shouldn't be so. It should be in such a way that a corruption will not be allowed at all, and transparency will be clearly seen, and then they can really generate that.
Hold on. One man. This one you are showing us where is from where? What part of Nigeria is that? I will show any training.
No, that's a link from tonight.
This is
in Nigeria.
Where in Nigeria? Where? Nigeria.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point. Just
come on. Stop it.
Where at the Lagos State, Leleyi?
No,
it's about the Eastern line.
No, this is led media. Calm down. Calm down, please. Hold on, guys. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Man, this is not Lagos. This is not Nigeria.
Hold on, please. Hold on, guys, please. This is Ned Media reporting on train in Nigeria. Then it's giving an example of other countries. That's the video they are playing. Could make me want to propaganda for anybody. Somebody playing a video of train track across the world to refer to what is going on in Nigeria. So what they are playing right now is a video with that making that comparison. Could make me want propaganda of Tinubu or anybody. National mind. It's not. Come on.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. Greetings, this thing, one man. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel. You see, you can't just use your kind of knowledge of somebody to just make insinuations like that because you have to check the topic. The topic is about the Eastern Rail Line and the repair that is going on. We know there is a rail line that used to travel from Port Harcourt to Kafanchan in Nigeria, but that became dilapidated, and that's what he's trying to report that is being fixed. It's also a narrow gauge line, and the work that is being done it may also be linked to what they are just reporting regarding Port Harcourt to Abatu. That's the process that is going on, because he actually mentioned it on that video that they are also including other cities that didn't used to have train lines this day before. So that is what is going on, and I must say Buhari from that point of view did some good things. He really, in terms of infrastructure, he really tried to lay foundation for Nigeria. Hence,
He did a lot to Nigeria. We have to be fair. Just because it's from the north, people just don't want to. He built a new wing in Marital Mohammed. It started, completed second Niger, started, completed Lagos Ibadan. All of these things. He almost completed the Lagos Ibadan Expressway. This one now that the Chinese are completing, nothing to do with Tinubu. It's all Buhari's project.
The only thing he failed is he didn't fulfill the most important Nigerian ones, which is the security. And that's the problem. Even no matter what the Tinubu does, if the security remains bad, it's not going to be worth it. As I remember, Jide in TVC is very pro Tinubu. Jide even said it himself. That guy that supports Tinubu like crazy. He said, no matter what Tinubu does, as long as the security still remains the same, nobody will remember anything he does. And that's why he has to tackle that issue.
Carry on.
All right, bring it to Madam Lekoko.
So, I hope this one will be well managed. I hope the train or the coaches they're going to bring will be a modern one that can stand the test of time, and not like the one that we have seen several video of is broken down along the Ibadan Lagos Expressway several times. Even when we were growing up and we used to have Nigerian Railway Corporation back then, you can never experience train broken down. It's never possible. I didn't experience it. I don't know.
I don't know. Train breakdown. I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's just in this Nigeria that we saw train broken down, and people will be there waiting for.
Amtrak breaks down.
Awkward doggo in those days doesn't break down, but very slow.
But doesn't break down.
Trains break down in the UK. To Nigeria, we tell you.
Train breaks down.
Even when there are leaves on the track, the train will break down. Leaves. Do you remember?
And for a long time, they didn't make profit too. And even till now, they barely do make profit. So.
It's only when they privatized it. It's the French that own most of the rail thing in the
train is not meant to, it's not meant to, by design, it's not meant to be profitable moving people.
All over the world.
It is meant, it's the overall effect on the economy that return investment, plus moving goods like from ports and stuff.
Heavy goods.
Don't make money from moving people on rail track.
Have you ever read it on Amtrak before?
New York to I live in Boston for gossip. Good.
You say what?
I live in that part of the country, so I know.
What I'm saying is,
my point is that Amtrak does more than just moving people. They move goods too.
Heavy goods.
Yeah, heavy goods. You don't make money moving people on rail. That's a fact. Go look it up. So I don't know why. That's
I highlighted that because Ajah Lekoko was a little bit frustrated that they were not making profit in the Lagos Ibadan one, something like that. So you shouldn't expect profit. If anything, if they make profit, they will reinvest into the system to expand it. That's what they do in the UK. They don't, it's like a strategic investment to stimulate the economy. Basically, that's how rail tracks are used. So that's to be expected. So Ajah Lekoko, take it easy. I don't know whether it's because of corruption in the case of Nigeria, because that is always an element one has to watch out for. But maybe it's not corruption. It's just the feature of rail tracks, the way they operate.
Let me tell you this. Yes, it's meant to serve the people and stimulate economic growth, like you said. But with the huge population that we have, if we use it right in such a way that we avoid corruption, they will make profit. They will post because a lot of people move from one part of the country to the other. And it's more convenient if they make it work well. It'll be more convenient and more attractive for people to use than regular vehicle.
And less trailer on the road.
Huh?
Less trailer on the road.
Less trailer on the, yes, they will make profit. Go and if there's a way they can quantify how much have been stolen from that rail service, then you will know that yes, it's supposed to have made profit, but some people.
But even that Christmas discount, they were still collecting money from people. Even that discount, they were still getting the 3K from people.
Aja, this fraud thing, I don't know if it's your own time. I won't mention names, but right from the 60s, late 60s, a prominent family in Kano was taken to court for printing fake railway tickets and fake postage stamps, and they made it's part of their fortune today. A lot of stuff went on then. I didn't say that too.
I had the rumor too. Is that I think it's
no, it's not a rumor. For the stamp, I'm not saying the name. It was in court. I was young, but I read papers. So that thing has been they laundered over and over and over. Today is billion, is bank, is everything. So Nigeria has been suffering right from time immemorial. It's not new to me.
Yeah, this time we are not doing good economically. So this money that is borrowed to build this infrastructure to be well monitored, should be well managed, and it should be able to. Nigeria is a big market for every. There's no business. There's nothing that you can take or do in Nigeria that shouldn't make profit, including transportation. It's a huge market. We have people in that country that moves from
you know who Ajale Koko, you know who said who else said what you just said? There was a time that that the French president Macron came to Nigeria, and very, very quickly he made his way to Lagos, and he was in the shrine, and then he ended up in the company of young people. You know those sorts of round table that they organize for optics. And then one guy was asking him that he says he wants to be the next Mark Zuckerberg. And Macron said to him that don't worry about being Mark Zuckerberg. Just try whatever it is. Your market is here in Nigeria. You have 200 million people. If you can tap into those people, forget Mark Zuckerberg, you will be yourself in your own country. The market is huge in Nigeria, huge.
We even have West Africa, which is almost 500 million. So,
fathers, have you resolved your trade issues with other African countries? Because
what do you mean? With their ECOWAS now?
They still have some restrictions when it comes to dealings amongst themselves. So
we just force ourselves on them. It's not so.
Fran take a trailer load of Indomie from Seme to Cote d'Ivoire and see how many days it could take you 10, 12,
That's
14 days.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it's the infrastructure. No,
it's not. It's the French people.
It's not
the French countries.
You need to open up that market for everybody. So this idea of ECOWAS is just a name only. There's no effect.
That is a valid point. The ECOWAS is too weak, and that is the job of Tinubu right now, because that's Nigeria's role. That is Nigeria's sphere of influence, and we are not using it to benefit us.
No, France has a stranglehold on these people, but thank God, those that have shaken off the shackle of the French stranglehold, what have they even done? We applaud Mali, we applaud Burkina Faso, we applaud Niger, Senegal. But have they changed in the last 1 year? I've not seen any change.
What I got, they are changing.
Do you know what happened to me? A country like Benin Republic or all this Togo, they have about 10 million people. If you open up to Nigeria, you have a bigger market to sell to. You'll be the one winning, actually, to be honest with you, because you have a bigger market to sell to. So that they need to fix that problem. Currency market, that needs to be fixed. The what is it called? AFT or whatever is it called? That trade deal that we've not signed yet.
After we've signed after. We are one of the last. Obasanjo cooks Buhari to sign it.
But we're not in the ECO now, which is the currency of trade.
So that currency, they are afraid of Nigeria economy that will swallow them.
No, but so Nigeria is not actually for that currency to have any meaning. Nigeria has to back it, and Nigeria is not backing it at the moment.
No, they are afraid of Nigeria, and I think their fears are valid. One man, their fears are valid.
Let's dominate again. You know, I'm back to this dominating thing again. Thank you for bringing that up.
You want to bat your head down?
Dominate the damn space, man.
Burkina Faso, Niger, they are going to have some of the fastest growing economies for this year from the prediction of, I think, World Bank or something. So, and then do you know that ECOWAS sanctioned them and blockaded them? Now, guess what's happening? Morocco is offering to give them access to the sea, which is some crazy stuff that is going on. We are turning against our own, and Morocco that destroyed the Songhai Empire is the one offering them a way out.
No, I think Benin is cooperating. I don't know in that of
it's not. They are not.
Niger oil, because Russia is involved.
Benin that was hosting French soldiers that were about to attack Niger Republic. No, Benin is not cooperating.
What's the name of their prime minister now? He has piped down. He has seen reason. I think that was why he came to Tinubu about 2 months ago.
I hope they see reason.
Sorry, how can Morocco offer Burkina Faso access to the sea?
Because Burkina Faso, Mali,
they have oil now, so they can run their pipe there.
Yeah, because the three of them have common alliance.
Yes, that's the African map right there. This is Burkina Faso and this
Mali.
is Morocco.
Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Hold on, who is that?
We're talking about Niger.
Hold on. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have forming an alliance. They've already formed a security pact. Now they're talking about confederation. So they are working basically like one nation now. And they want to work with
look at the land span now. What's the logistics of that?
I think it's through Mauritania.
They will go through Mali, Mauritania to get into Morocco.
Yeah, because Morocco controls the Western Sahara.
They solved it. They will come through Benin Republic. The pipe is there already.
Of course, their route to the sea is it Togo, Benin Republic, or Cote d'Ivoire.
Right. Yeah, but that's what Morocco is offering them now. So
that's not an offer now. Look at it now.
It's not viable for long term.
Morocco controls the other countries. You see that, like Mauritania is a very, very thinly populated country.
Yes, I'm not talking about the control. I'm talking about the land span.
Well, it's not good. It's not ideal. But what choice have they got? ECOWAS
they have. So then they have to find a portal to re-engage with. It's impractical to go through Mali, Mauritania to get through to Morocco.
It's not practical. It's not fair too. But ECOWAS is blocking them. That's the only part that ECOWAS seems
to Nigeria. They are solving that. I'm telling you, because already even Ghana and Burkina Faso, uses Kemaport all the time.
Where's the budget even going to come from to facilitate from going all the way through all of that to get to the sea?
So people like Morocco, they see an interest now because they will be able to, because they are more industrialized, you see.
Morocco want to join ECOWAS.
Yeah,
they've applied.
They will be able to sell a lot of things to Mali, Niger, and all that. It's in their interest. They are doing it for their own interest.
Yeah, but it's they don't have the economy now. They
don't
have money.
Can I ask? So, do you think somehow that they will accept Morocco?
It's a ridiculous West
They applied now. They applied now. Let me ask now. They applied, right? So if they applied, let's ask the question: do you think they have a shot?
No.
I think it's a ridiculous idea.
Even Nigeria will not allow it. We will not allow any bigger boys.
Many African countries hate Morocco.
They have to
Many
change the
African
name now.
countries
They have to change the name now. You can't be West African state and have a North African in it. So I mean,
Mauritania even left West Africa, not to mention Morocco. Mauritania that is right there close to West Africa has left West African Union. And so there's no way Morocco is going to join. And most African countries don't like Morocco because Morocco seems to be...
When did Mauritania exit ECOWAS?
I think it's quite recent, actually. Sometime, maybe less than 10 years ago, they left and joined in North African organization there. So it's not a good thing, but what can we say? And that country is 70% black.
They left
and they've gone.
They left in 2000, and they were
2000.
Actually,
okay, that's a while ago.
They were actually the founding father of the African whatever. No, it's sad.
Yeah, Mukta Audada or something like that was part of the people who signed the accord in Lagos.
75 or 74.
75.
Okay.
Nigeria alone make up about 51% of the entire West African population. Instead of us to use that to make it count for us, we don't make it count for us. We allow the French to write offshore.
And I've been labeled like I'm a domineering, like you know how I've been labeled on this platform. When I use the word dominate, they think I'm evil and I'm not. But that's what we have to do.
Yeah, we have to. That's our survival, actually. If our economy is to do well, Nigerian population density is very, very high. For us to do well, we need to be able to sell to West African and other Cameroon and other African countries. That's where we are. Our influence.
That's not where our economy is now, because there is no economy in that space.
It will be if we start trading.
To sell to where the economy.
You are missing the point. You see, when you can dominate to that space, right? If you not go out there to bargain with like Asia or China or Europe, you have a better leverage to making better deals because you have a bigger market.
Yeah, but we can dominate them militarily.
No, Babati, quietly, I think informally, we've dominated them because not just Cameroon, you go to Gabon, you go up to Congo. You meet our people there.
No, you don't have access.
We are not selling as much. We're not selling, making goods that they consume. They are busy buying from China too.
Do you know that the economy of Benin Republic is about 80% dependent on Nigeria?
All West African countries mostly.
So they have no economy outside of our economy. It's not as though there is any money there. There's no money there. So what are you able to?
They're not buying from us. They're not buying enough from us.
For major,
but they don't have money to buy.
No. Ma'am, for major exports, they still have restrictions. Like cement, they still have some. For those countries, still have restrictions even from Nigeria. So you need to open up those space for your big companies to be able to ship or to move goods into those countries. Dominate, to forget this, the mid-level and small-scale trading, forget that one. I'm talking about the big boys being able to move into those countries. That's the point I'm making.
You see, there's only two spaces that I see what you're saying, Babati, to dominate their banking and then to dominate them militarily so that we can influence who governs them.
No, we dominated their banking already.
But in terms of their economy, they have no economy. So what's there?
You can build the economy. That's how Germany
Access Bank, GC Bank, UBA.
Because you can sell to them, then they keep relying on you, buying from you. That's how it works. China helped America too, just as America helped China. So it's a two-way, it's a feedback loop. You sell to them, they sell to you. They don't have to be buying all the way from China. So they save money by buying from Nigeria. We make more money by selling to them because we always have to buy from China. So
but it's a war between you and those friends dominated. So the real meaning of dominating is that they are so dependent on you, they forget France. That is real dominance. Like
but how do you create that dependency? What do you have? You have no industry. You are an extraction economy, just as they are. So
that's a fair point. We need to get to that point. That's the argument.
Tunanja, let me ask a woman the question. Now, since you are saying all of this thing you're saying, so what would be the other way out of it?
I've already said we dominate them militarily and
What does that put food on the table? You see, we just keep on chasing shadows. I mean, we're talking about
think long term, man. Think long term. Don't be thinking about food, right? Think about long term. Long term for your
what is long term?
Man,
how did hold on? How did China go to where they were today now?
Long term. That's the point.
Hold on.
They planned long term. It wasn't for each right now.
I don't think we're understanding ourselves here. You don't dominate when you don't have an economy. You cannot dominate other people when you don't have an economy. But look at how China started. Look at how Dubai started. Look at how Saudi started. They all started to develop their economy first. They had a very, very huge economy. They become prosperous. Now look at how they're doing militarily now. So you cannot just say you want to dominate people when
how did they develop their huge economy?
Say what?
How did they develop their huge economy?
That's another topic for discussion. I don't know.
No. By selling, by buying and selling. That's what they did.
They use them to develop their own self. They exploited the smaller countries around them. They use that too. It comes into play, bro.
But one man is saying that we should rather than just industrialize ourselves first and start trading with our neighbors, we should just go and dominate them militarily. How does that even make sense?
No, we've one man. Economically, we've already dominated them. We don't, but in an indirect way. Wait, let me explain to you.
Okay, go on.
If you go to Benin Republic, Togo, well, to some extent, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Gambia, if you don't find Igbos dominating, you'll find Yorubas dominating. In the market, selling, importing directly into that country. That is what is happening.
That's not domination.
That's why I'm saying direct domination.
No.
Small scale.
Do you know, Baba? Do you know that the Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, has more industries than Nigeria? Do you know?
The people running those industries are foreigners.
Well, yeah, they're foreigners, but they're not Nigerians.
They are foreigners because I know part of that place very well.
Live among them, I will tell you the story. I can tell you. I don't know if you lived among them. Maybe you're just going by maybe when you went there on a visit.
I used to have in partnership with a Ashanti person. In Bassam, I used to have a pineapple farm.
Okay, all right. They have a lot of, they are huge when it comes to banana and cocoa production in Cote d'Ivoire. But what I'm trying to say is this, is that when you talk about buying and selling, Nigerians are huge there. Those people they call Anago.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
So they are, when it comes to the industries there, Ivorians, French, Lebanese, and some other Arabs and maybe Europeans, they have those industries. Like
Belgians.
So they have chocolate factories and all. They have all of that. They run these things. They run it, but not Nigerians. But when you talk about recently, I think Nigerians are making they're just making the foot into the banking industry there. But when you talk about the buying and selling, Yorubas and Igbos, they dominate that aspect there.
And that's the story of all the West African countries.
Well, I mean, I can't talk about, but when you talk about Cote d'Ivoire, I know of Cote d'Ivoire very well. So my point is this: is that we need to strengthen our economy first, build an economy, then you can dominate other people. You can use that influence. I don't know if you people listen to Bosin Obafaye, this guy at Arise, when he was giving. I mean, I love the way that guy just spoke about that. Before one man, I want to speak about that, and I'm even surprised why you're not even bringing up this former Ogun State governor, this Baman from what's it called, from
Oshoba.
Our Sorabi.
Yeah, from this
the great man.
I gotta go to tribe.
Yes,
Aremo Oshoba.
All right, okay. Hold on. Let Adale Koko round off, and then you take the floor, and then you speak to it, rational mind. Adale Koko, bring it on.
Yeah. So the laying of track is a good thing. Like I said earlier, they should get those coaches out as quick as possible and get it running. And more especially, they should get those coaches that can move goods from one part of that region to the other. I think that will help to achieve economic growth in that region. WIKE has done well to put a lot of infrastructure on the ground in Rivers State. So Rivers will open up strongly economically than every other part in that region. So what I'm seeing that is going to happen there, when the refinery get back on stream, functioning well as expected, and they have the rail working as well, I think Rivers State will benefit from this infrastructure more than every other part of it, because Rivers have everything that it takes, to dominate. If they have good administrator in place there, they can attract a lot of investment into that place with this rail infrastructure on the ground that can move in and out of that state. They have the oil, they have the economy, they have the infrastructure. Rivers will turn out to be another Lagos State if they have a good infrastructure that knows how to manage the economy well. And that is what Lagos State has been able to do for the past 23 years. They were able to use, some people, one of them will say, oh, yeah, federal government presence in Lagos for so many years, the infrastructure they left behind helped Lagos State. Yes. So this infrastructure, if they have people that can manage the resources and then position the Rivers State very well before investors, this infrastructure will make it Rivers more attractive because they have the economy, they have the oil, they have the infrastructure. So investors will like to go and invest there because there are petrodollar industry there. So it's going to be very good for Rivers, and I hope some southern eastern state as well can make an effective use of this, for their economy. So let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. I think we've lost Uptown. That's a shame. But let's go on to Rational Mind. Happy New Year to you. The floor is yours. Come into the conversation at whichever entry point you like.
Well, I wish everybody the best in this 2024. So I'm yet to say anything new in the year, but it's another year, I would say.
A year that is 3 days in.
The struggle continues, right?
Yeah, respect the Aremo before the way you talk to him, okay? Respect the Aremo of our land. Very careful on this platform. Be very careful. Aremo of our land. Be very careful on this show.
I saw snippets of that Oshoba interview, and what he seems to be saying was that there should be a special taxation for some certain types of people.
And then you see, what man? You see, when I say these people are bigots, the Tinubu and his people, and those people around there, they are all bigots. I mean, that guy really proved me some suspicion about that I've always talk about on your platform here. That these are bigots. I mean, you would talk about. I mean, so many things he said there. I don't even understand what the man was even talking about. When he was talking about what Tinubu has achieved, blah blah blah, and I was like, what is this man talking about? I mean, I don't blame you because you're on the table eating with them. So what would you say? Your kids and everybody, they are all having position in every government, virtually every government, like the Buru government. I think some of the kids, they were having some I don't know, political position or whatever. I mean, you see, I don't expect anything much from him, but the only thing is just his bigotry, you know. When you talk about when he was a governor, that he was doing tenement rate and all of that, and then he had to go on the tangent of taxing the mansions that the Igbos they own. I was like, Kiloshi money, you know. I mean, people, it's a man tijuni.
No, rational mind. Rational mind. He was talking about property tax, but for state to generate IGR.
Why must he not name
But he started with Abeokuta, that when he was there, he started with naming of streets. He was not referring, he was just suggesting why some states are poor, that they should look at the property taxes. That's what he was saying.
Baba, you see, you would display. I mean, I forgot how Jesus said that.
All right, let's do it this way. We'll do like about 8-minute monologues with So I want to try and limit the interjections so that you have a free flow.
Okay, yeah. So in the context of when they were asking him about the Igbos and the politics of the Igbos and all of that, look at how he just went. And they have to play politics of this and that. They have to like play. I mean, like when Yoruba people were doing their own politics, did they? I mean, you see, woman, I don't want to discuss already. I've been getting some vibes from some people here. They're not even I didn't go this night. I've been getting some vibes from him too. Like if I start now going on some kind of thing on Tinubu, really on Tinubu and his bigot circles, you think maybe I'm just again. We're coming 2024 again. I'm still lambasting Tinubu. You see, the point I'm trying to say is this: why must you mention the mansions that Igbos they own? People you pay they are all just this kind of people that I pay. What can hate on one can like one, but I can want to I mean, on
they're jealous of their success.
Jealous of them, yeah.
So, panda one jísòrò rational mind. Ẹ̀yin Yorùbá jísòrò rational mind.
Ṣebí wọ́n ta panda and then tax.
There's no bigotry. It's about raising money. Get angry for no reason. Just come and get angry.
Àrẹ̀mọ jísòrò rational mind.
I don't get it.
It's just a bigotry, and then we need to stop this crap. I mean, I don't know when these our older men that should be like, okay, when the younger ones are like doing all this crap, they should like, no. That's why I respect people like Pade Banjo. These are people that I respect. I mean, he might be a bigot of his own in some way. Hold on. It might be a bigot of his own, but he knows when it comes to certain things, you don't say it for the sake of unity and all of that. I mean, I'm a bigot. I won't lie to you. If I were to talk about Igbo people, there's a way I will talk with them about them. But the point is this: I will not do that in a way whereby do it publicly and make it look like, So yeah. But my point is this: is that this older man, you see, that's why I just have to take a break for some days because or else Tinubu will sue me. I just don't know. So let me just so my point is this: talking about Bosin Omafai when he was talking about the things that we need to put in place to have an economy. And I don't know if you guys know that Angola has exited OPEC. Do you know that?
Yes, we covered it a couple of days ago.
You guys know about it. Okay, so I mean, they exited OPEC already, and some countries in Africa they're gradually coming up. We're hearing of Egypt. I had to do a fact check on Egypt. Egypt is a rising star in Nigeria. I'm not saying in Africa. So Egypt has, in fact, if you go to the what's it called, the tourist part of Egypt is oh my goodness. When it comes to tourism, it's huge. Egypt is the best, one of the best destinations now for tourism. And then what is Nigeria doing? I mean, You see,
yeah, you can't draw parallels on that score now. Egypt is a global, virtually civilization came out of Egypt.
So the little things we have in Nigeria, how well, I mean, they go to that Badagry there, the 4-story building that we have there, the slave trade house that we have there. Go and see how crappy, let me not even use the word, how crappy that place looks. In a saner society, I mean, God, don't get me started on some things I don't want to start saying. They would renovate, they would bring in experts, and they would kind of like renovate it and restore it to how it used to look like, so as to attract. And there was a time I went to that what's it called, that slave center in that was way back in the 90s. I had an American friend, we came together, we went there. I mean, the guy was like, but recently when I went there, was it last year when I drove past through there? I was in I went through Benin Republic, I came here, I just had a stop there. And I was like, oh my goodness, it's an ugly scene. Compared to where
even the signboard is rubbish.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I was like, look at. And you want tourists to come to, I remember like many years ago when I went there with one of my American friends, because the guy was like, he wanted to go back to his roots and find out much about his roots. And I think he traced it between Dahomey, between the Benin Republic and that Badagry area there towards the Yewa side. That's where he said he located his ancestry from. So I brought him there, went there, and then we did all of that just to see how the point of no return, is that what they call it, where they put those houses, where they house those slaves. I mean, a sinner country it's a national treasure.
The fourth door, by the way.
Look at that budget that Tinubu just made now. Hello, budget here. Cannot budget the full renovation of historical centers. Our Yakari Game Reserve, yeah. Recently we saw a picture, we saw a video of a military guy killing an elephant, endangered species in Nigeria. I mean, I just like why can't we get things right? Look at what this guy read to us. I mean, some of the few things he said he read from that budget. How many can you say it's people, like you use the word one man, people-centric there? No. Everything is all about them. Buy motto for this one at the Lalong that will be going back to Senate. I think they said he won his case in Senate. Will be going by and you start, and if you remove him, if you eventually go back to that Senate, another person comes, and I'm sure now that I'm sure that maybe he's even collecting double pay now, collecting pay as a senator, collecting pay as a minister. The same thing as Umai is doing. You see, you are running a system that is not, Nigeria is not meant for people. It's not meant for Nigerians. It's meant for these thieves, elites that are there. How much are they vested?
One man, please show the Badagry thing I sent to you. They renovated it already since 2 years ago.
No. The level they could do. This is not. Do the fourth wall. That's the big. That was a bit bigger than the one in Ghana.
Have you been that of the Ghana one? Look at how majestic. Look at how. Oh my! These are people that appreciate.
Can make more money.
Is the one that we renovated? That guy is joking or what?
That is in Cape Coast, and that was like a what they call it, forte. I've forgotten what it's called. Where they have the point of no return.
Can't even paint the building right.
No, not this one. Now, this is the first story building in Abuja.
Yeah, that first story building. Look at how.
That's what he's referring to. That's why I explained it.
Look at the walls. Come on, man.
That's how antique look.
It's not this one.
It's not the antique.
Yeah, I'm missing the point about it.
They will restore this thing back. You mean look at that budget when they just how much did they vote for these national treasures that we have? All these things we're talking about. Look at I think in Calabar there now. You're hearing of this silverback gorillas. Is this what kind of gorillas?
We really lack
almost getting extincted there now. A single country will not protect those wildlife.
The one they have in Badagry is called the fourth door. Is bigger than the one they have in Ghana. What they have there.
What I'm saying is how much are the governments and marking for the renovation of this?
Value any. They don't value. That's the point. They don't value.
Look at that. Look at the 200 years or 300 years floor. Looks better than our own floor. The old floor even looks better than the new one. What kind of rubbish is that? Look at the brick the Oyibo put left there. It's even better than the one that we put on it. It's just ridiculous. I don't know why we can't even clean stuff up properly. You go to Ghana, the way they present their stuff, you will know that these people actually took time and care to do these things. It's like somebody is like an afterthought here. Can't they don't have to put the signboards and ignore comments. Oh my God, man!
Yeah, no, it's just some. They get me rounded up with this.
Just ignore that when you're talking.
You should go and get people that did it for Ghana to do it here. If we cannot figure out how to clean somewhere up.
We're talking about tourism. These are tourist things that attract people.
They have.
Look at Yankari Game Reserve there. There's so many wildlife that are going extinct there. They're killing those wildlife. We just saw one.
Listen to me. They have people that can do it, but your government doesn't want to invest in it. That's the point.
You can't focus on one. The focus is not there. The focus of Tinubu is just to come there and become president.
But you want us to restore it to modern day, or we have to just touch it and leave it as it were?
There is a way you touch it and it looks neat.
There are experts. That's what they do. Okay, let me give you an example. I was at this is this 15th century cathedral in Frankfurt recently. It's still going. They keep during the World War. They told me that. I mean, according to our guide, he said they destroyed that cathedral. But if you go there, you never see any. You never believe that this. They show you the how it looks like when the Soviet or the Allied forces when they drop bomb on it. They will show you how it looks like. But now if they show you how they restored that thing back to how it. I mean, close to how it used to be. I used to look about 16 centuries ago. Or was it 15 centuries ago? They show you. These are what these people do. You pay them, they will do it. They are trained to do it. But I don't know and we have so many professors in Nigeria that are having archaeological degrees or whatever crap degree they have. We can't even bring these guys in, and it's okay. I mean, all they care about is governance, how to pocket money, make money, become president, become vice president. That's all they care about. They don't care about the people. You just hear somebody just read to us some budget here. I mean, some of the part of the budget. Look at how it's all about just them. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, guys, I don't know where all of us are going.
I've seen that gallery that they have in Lagos, that art gallery. That I don't know whether it's not public. I think it's private owned, and it's so excellently presented. The artwork and everything. Yeah, I think that's how. Yeah, that was
private,
the
by the
best
way.
I've seen.
And it's free. And it's free by the way.
That's literally world class.
Hold on, one voice. You mean the random museum that the Oba of
No. This one is in Tikikoi. It's this woman who type big gele all the time.
Yes.
All over
Yes. No. That's a private. Yeah, that's a private enterprise now.
That kind of lady is kind of person that you should have do this sort of stuff because they think things through. They know how to put information and art for people to consume.
You know that woman opened the second one in Abuja, by the way, like last year.
Yeah, that's right.
She has another one in
Abuja. Very good. That's very high standard that she set there. That's
even
kind of standard
one,
you want to see.
Even the one that Wiki was trying to complete, they blocked it in the Senate. You know, he wants to finish that Millennium Museum of Nigerian Art. It's supposed to be by that tower in that tall thing in Abuja. They're supposed to have a museum by that thing. They blocked the funding.
Wow. But I don't think the way I am a lover of art, and I don't think because if you even go to Igakusoko in Idumota, that's where you even see things, the true history of slavery. The chains are even still there. The first houses that came to Lagos, everywhere they sell foreign currency, everything is that in Igakusoko in Lagos. We have a lot of stuff, but publicity, we don't get to publicize them, or we are just too busy to care.
Baba, I know some of you must have met people here like that. Some African Americans here who wants to come over there just to see some of those. They just want to go back and see. I mean, look at what Ghana is drawing to themselves. I mean, we're talking about a country that also is going through a high inflation.
They made 2.7 billion in 2 years ago.
How much?
2.7 gentlemen, let Rational Mind have a bit of a go because I'm keen to get to Larry.
2.77 billion. Just imagine if that one comes into Nigeria.
It's because of the homecoming.
Absolutely no. Sorry. Let Rational Mind flow a bit. Rational Mind.
Baba, why can't we do? See, why I'm going off this tangent of this tourism and this or that is because of what I'm saying. That Egypt is if you go to Sharm el Sheikh there, if you know how much it costs, I had somebody who went there recently just to go and you have this what they call it this what's it called? I can't think right now. Just go there just for you can call this there.
Tourism, sightseeing.
Tourism, just resource center. They have it on Sharm el Sheikh. Is that what they call it? I mean, it's a very popular place in Egypt. The amount of money that is just pouring into Egypt, not even just this pyramid there, and you go and see Mike, maybe I should not have said national treasure because of the history that is associated with that building, which is maybe slavery maybe I should not say national treasure, but we also have some other national treasures rather that we could promote. We could bring people to come see them and pay ticket, even pay visa fee. We can make money through all these things, but because we have people
like which national mine?
I just mentioned some of them now. I just mentioned Yankari Game Reserve. That game reserve, you give it out, make it like, okay, look at the safari people go to in Tanzania and in Kenya, and also in Botswana and Namibia and what's it called in South Africa. They have lions there. Should they get to where their place? We have Yankari Game Reserve. We have one there too, very close to, is in Niger State there, close to that river there. They could turn all this thing into some national treasure where people can go there on like, you can just go for camping. I remember those years way back in the 80s, 70s. We used to go out for camping. Do people even do all this anymore? Recently, Arise was showing us, there was this Arise girl, one of their journalists there that went to Cross River recently. And then you could see those chimpanzees or those gorillas hopping from one tree to the other. Is it silverback gorilla they call it? These are national treasures. We could bring in experts and make them just make this, give this wildlife protection, and so people can be coming to see them, and they will be paying for it. But no, that's not their own point. How to become governor in Aso Rock, how to become the next chief advisor to the presidency, and all the crap. At the end of the day, when they live there, there's nothing that gets done to the people. We don't see any impact in the life of Nigerians. And we're here talking about promoting them. For me, woman, I just don't know. Like both of my said, we're not going anywhere if we don't put our house together. Because it's easy for you to just go and do this photo, what I call it. You take picture with bin Salman of Saudi. You went to take a picture with Olas in Germany. You take picture everywhere. You go here and there. All these investors where are the investors? How many are they attracted? You remember what the Bureau of Statistics released recently? All this war tour, globetrotting that this guy was doing recently. What has come out of it? So you see, my point is that these people they're not ready to serve. Rather, they are there to serve themselves, to eat and be belefu and live their. Buhari has done his own. He has left, right? Whoever make money join him, they made their money, all smiling wherever they are today. My point is that you cannot say you want to influence other countries. We should be influencing other countries within Africa. We should be like in the position of maybe South Africa today, or position of Egypt as the economic power.
But we do influence other countries within Africa now, especially in the sub-region.
How? What do you do? What do you do to influence them?
We virtually run Togo, Benin Republic, Ghana is beholden to us. All of them.
Togo, we don't touch Togo. See, the French are running those countries. Francophone countries are being run by the French.
Why just sit down in his London house there and just start going
house? Okay, you mean palace?
Well, his house or big palace. Well, just sit down there and just start showing us. Woman, we that are going, we go there. I go there at least every 2 years or whatever. I go there. I can tell you what is obtainable there. You can say that Nigerians, they own shops there. Like if you go to Togo in Lomé, you see some of those shops. Nigerians, they own them. Some of these fairly used clothes shop. You see them on bill. They sell them in bills. They import them. Even like cars, Nigerians, they bring in cars. But my point is that that's about it. I tell you, Nigerians are disrespected. Nigerian citizens. If you see how they treat us in Cote d'Ivoire, even in Togo, in Benin, they disrespect us.
But when we close our border, what happened?
Huh?
When we closed the borders a few years back, what happened?
That's the only thing
they came to beg.
Yeah, well, you can say they beg, but the point is, okay, look how they were treating Nigerian citizens in Ghana recently when Mbubu was there. They had to send Vice President Yoshibajo to go and talk to them. I mean,
that one I think was born out of jealousy.
Well, you can say it's jealousy, but the point is that if your house is not in order, look at our citizens. I mean, like some people were just murdered in cold blood. They did nothing, or they were just because they were Christians, or they live in their own land, ancestral land. Some people just came and snubbed in life. But your president never went there to just say, "Oh, I commiserated with you," or whatever, or even fly in one of the military, whatever, and go there just to show sign of force or whatever. No, he's just sat down in Lagos there. I mean, I said this guy's a narcissist. This guy is it's not about himself. He doesn't care. All he just cares, he wants to be president, wants to go into the annals of Nigerian history as a president. That guy doesn't care. I mean, how do you expect other countries to care about us? When every day what they hear, in fact, they stop. I mean, I think they stop even some international media. They even stop. I mean, look at what we just had about 5 people killed in Palestine. The whole world will hear about it. You see protests, mass protests everywhere, here and there. But when Nigerians die, the life of a Nigerian does not matter to these criminals that are leaders in Nigeria. How do you expect our fellow African countries to treat us with respect? They disrespect us because they believe that even in our own country, who are we in our own country? So that's the point. If your president, your country does not treat you right, does not see you as very, very, the life of one Nigeria is very, very important to them. What does it matter to other countries, our fellow African countries? They don't count us as anything. So my point is this, one man, is that if we want to influence other countries, we need to build our economy first. We need to build our people first. Then that will translate into our economy. It's a gradual process. Tinubu should not expect that we just come and fix the problem once. If he can invest in the people, which I did not even see in that budget. Look at the money they were spending to give this and that and that. Ordinary parastatals or government agencies. It's even more than the combined money they will be paying, they will be giving for education in that country. What kind of a serious country? And you say you want to come and transform the country. When the education of the people that will transform the life of that country in forms of industrializing it, creating skilled laborers, it's not even there.
So how much?
Rational mind, it's not education that is the problem. Look at Pakistan. Their security issue is the biggest problem we have.
Of course, I'm just using that as an example. Let's just leave that security.
Because Pakistan is educated.
You say what?
Pakistan is educated, but they are struggling with security problems. Hence why the economy is still struggling to get on its feet.
Yeah, both goes. Okay, cool. I agree with you, but I'm just talking about education. In that budget, how much was earmarked for education? All the bulk of the money was just for their buying SUV, buying whatever software they said they were trying to buy, and buying this and you see, woman, we're not going anywhere.
All right, rational mind. I'll still take a very brief commentary from you on the Kaduna people claiming Lagos indigenous shape. But before we go there, let me do a bit of administrative stuff to update on that initiative, the one-man level up initiative. I'm not sure if you listened yesterday, but we sent 430,000 naira to Hassan, who has brought in his reports, and then we sent 430,000 naira to Foley, who has now sent in his reports as well. So just to give you, and we still have a tranche of money to go to the Southeast, but we have not been able to identify who is going to be our person in the Southeast. So that might well go to the middle belt ultimately. But I want to tidy up these first 2 tranches first. So Foley sent in his report, but this one here is not playing. So I'm going to tell him to resend this so I can download it. But this was one of that's the first person there that got, I think he got 100,000. And then this is the next, hopefully one of them. And then this is the next one. But hopefully, what's going on?
It happens.
All right. All right. Let me see if I can bring it to you this way. Just bear with me one moment.
You may need to open the phone up again, and it might help refresh it.
Yes. Just bear with me. Carry on for 1 microsecond. I think I can.
Okay. Okay. So okay.
Okay, Babati, those figures you are displaying there, they are very wrong figures. Don't mind whatever they put out there. It's just a projection by the time they put it out, but the whole thing flopped.
That was my question. Like, how much can Nigeria make from if you take it serious from that Badagry axis? If we take
Okay, let me explain to you. I don't know what happened to us actually, Babati. I still look at it. At times I blame the military, and at times I get confused because Argungu, have you forgotten Argungu was on World Tourist Calendar? Argungu
was festival, the fish festival.
Yeah, exactly. In Sokoto, Argungu was on World. It was a big thing. Argungu Festival, fish. The Obudu Ranch there. I mean, what happened to us? And even in sports, we do ATP. Okada sponsors ATP championship.
What happened to the Olga games?
All right. Sorry, Babati. I was actually able to download 3 of them earlier. He sent in 4 people. I was only able to download 3, but let me play you them. It's just really to just for people to be able to follow through. So this is one of the beneficiaries of that level of initiative.
One more platform ló ní kí n kó token fún yín mà. So ẹ bá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ one more platform pé wọ́n ṣe.
Dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ iléeṣẹ́ one more platform o. Iléeṣẹ́ yìí ò ní jóná o. Àbùkù ni tolóko, àbùkù ni tọlọ́sà o. Àpò yìí ò ní gbẹ o. Ọlọ́run á máa pèsè fún yín. Àmín, àmín, Ọlọ́run á rántí ẹ̀yin náà o. Ẹ múnú mi dùn, Ọlọ́run á fi inú gbogbo yín dùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run á bá mi pèsè fún yín. Ibi tẹ́ ẹ ti ń mówó náà. Ibo ò ní gbẹ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ìrànlọ́wọ́ yóò dìde sí i. Thank you so much. Inú mi dùn gan ni. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, mama. Kí lorúkọ yín mà?
Mrs. Adébáyọ̀ Bùkọ́lá.
All right, ma. Láti one man platform, both in home and diaspora. Lọ́nà jíjìn. Àwọn ló ní ká fún yín ní 100,000.
Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́ o. Thank you so much.
So èló ni owó tá.
So that's one of the beneficiaries, and here's another one.
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ yín.
Mo máa fi tajà ni.
Wọ́n ní last step wọ́n fún yín lówó kan wọ́n ní kí lẹ fi ṣe.
Mo fi ń tajà ni, òun ni mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ business tí mò ń ṣe yìí. Òun ni mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀, mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run pé ibi tọ́lọ́run ràn mí lọ́wọ́ dé.
Ayọ̀, kí ni business tẹ́ ń ṣe mà?
Mo fi ń ta bọ́ǹsì. Hello.
Ó ń gbọ́ yín.
Mo fi ń ta bọ́ǹsì. Okay, sir. Okay.
One man platform ló fún yín ní owó platform.
Okay. Wọ́n ti fún mi gan already gan báyìí.
Èló ló fún yín?
Wọ́n fún mi ní 65,000 naira. 65,000 naira. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sà.
So ẹ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣé o.
One man kò ṣe ẹgbẹ́ ni.
One man platform. Ẹ ṣé Ọlọ́run á ràn yín lọ́wọ́ o. Ibi tẹ́ ẹ ti ń rí àgbà náà ò ní wọ bẹ̀ o.
Àmín Ọlọ́run.
Ẹ dẹ̀ ní dààmú o. Gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ràn àwa tá à ní lọ́wọ́ náà máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ o. Ẹ ní ṣubú ara, ẹ ní ṣubú ẹ̀mí o. Ọlọ́run á túbọ̀ máa gbé yín lọ́wọ́ sókè o. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Àmín.
Hello.
That was the second beneficiary. This is the third one. I think she got the highest according to how Foley decided to do it.
So, èrìjì ọmọ gbé tẹ́lẹ̀ mo ṣe débí ni. So ṣọ́ọ̀bù mẹ́ta ni mo ní ní èrìjì. So ọmọ ìyálé mi ló fi mọ́tò pààyàn. Náà wá gbó gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi ní ọjọ́ yẹn. Àti mọ́tò ọkọ̀ mi wọ́n ṣàbá gbogbo ẹrù mi pátápátá láti ẹrù inú ilé títí mọ́ nǹkan gbogbo ẹrù tí mo ní pátá ẹsẹ̀ mo ṣàfihàn dé ìlú ìwọ̀n mi kó kankan gbogbo ẹ̀mí pátá náà sun níná so kò sí kankan tí mo bá dé ìlú ẹ̀ so àti ìgbà yẹn náà mo ṣàdúrà àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ ògùnsì ló wá yá mi ní owó cooperative òun mo fi ra wọn bá mi ra fíríjì síbí òun náà fi bá mi ṣá ọjà síbẹ̀ so àti mo ṣàfihàn
one man platform àwọn náà ní ká reach out sí àwọn tábà rí pé wọ́n ń gbìyànjú ní environment wa àti business wọn. ìdí nìyẹn tí mo fi fishing out lára àwọn tí mo rí pé ó yẹ ká fún ní owó yẹn. So a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe ìbẹ̀wò sí ní ẹ̀kọ́ kan
lóòrèkóòrè.
So owó tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ a fún yín ní pé àti ìfọ̀sẹ̀ bá ní láti platform láti one man platform. So ẹ kàn try kí a ti ṣe ìgbẹ́dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn bẹ́ẹ̀.
mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ iléeṣẹ́ yìí o.
kẹ́ tó dúpẹ́ ìgbẹ́ mọ́ bí wọ́n ìrètí ẹgbẹ́ ni wá so tó wà lókè òkun tó wà ní diaspora so ẹ máa sọ iye tó ń fún yín kẹ́dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn mọ́.
mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ tó fún mi ní 150,000 lórúkọ Jésù ẹgbẹ́ náà ò ní túká o ọwọ́ wọn máa lọ síwájú o ibi tí wọ́n ti mówó náà Ọlọ́run máa túbọ̀ máa bùkún wọn ní o lórúkọ Jésù ẹgbẹ́ náà ò ní dàrú o yóò máa lọ síwájú yóò máa pọ̀ sí lórúkọ Jésù ibi tí wọ́n ti mówó náà owó náà yóò máa dé lákò ní rẹ̀ lórúkọ Jésù ẹgbẹ́ náà gbogbo ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ló tẹ́ ló máa
àmì o káà náà ṣàmì o.
àti ọmọdé àti ìyàwó àtàwọn ọmọ wọn lórúkọ Jésù ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan ò ní yọnu nínú ọdún yóò tẹ̀síwájú lẹ́yìn.
One man platform. One man
platform lórúkọ Jésù ilé ẹgbẹ́ yín àtúbọ̀ máa lọ síwájú. ẹ ní sọnù ẹ ní gbogbo ẹ ní dẹ́ni lẹ o ayé ò ní rí yín mọ́ ayé ò ní rí yín mọ́
àdúrà yìí á kan gbogbo wa lára o. àdúrà yìí á kan àmì àṣẹ ìdùnnú. Àmì o. Àṣẹ ìdùnnú.
Lórúkọ Jésù ní ìwé àmọ́dún ẹ̀ ní tẹnu òkú.
Àmì àṣẹ.
Àṣẹ ìdùnnú. One man, I bless you. God bless you.
Yeah, so there it is. Thank you, Baba. God bless you all because, of course, we canvass for the money, and as ever, you guys are very generous with your wallet. There were 4 people that he gave the money to, but one has not downloaded. So what I'm going to do is I'll find a way to download the one from Hassan, and then, of course, download the one from Folly, and then I'll put together a montage. Solid's directive is to give them strict instructions that it is not Christmas money, it is not spending money, it is not money to meet their immediate needs. That money should go directly into their business, so that business goes up a level. So that's the whole idea, just to bring them up an economic bracket. So that's the whole idea. Thank you for the people that turned up with their wallets, and thank you all for the people that turned up with good intentions. So there it is. There's still a tranche to go to the southeast. As soon as we identify somebody that can handle that, then we go there. So that's the update on the level up so far. Rational Mind. This now Dan Ladi that came, that is from Koshofe local government area. Is he your neighbor?
Well, maybe it could have been my neighbor. Well, I was still young. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it was born when I was still in the north. Anyway, yeah, so, yeah, I mean...
Rational Mind, no.
Jomi Abi.
Rational Mind, you've got TBT. You go to Los America, you've got TBT.
Oh, my goodness. Anyway, yeah, so... you see, I said it at the beginning when I was interjecting at Jalecopo. I said, these people, I mean, how can you have a security, the military Now, if any other thing should be of how do I say, like, for you to that you need a kind of some kind of clearance, security clearance, it should be the Nigerian military, because people that will join that that outfit, they are people who should be of sterling character, people who have no. I mean, if you know what it takes for you to join the U.S. military here, the kind of rigorous training you go through, even the vetting stage, when they will vet you before you eventually they let you go on any tour, as the case may be. You go through some, we have what they call the social security number here. They will run that, and they will do background check on you, making sure that you are not a felon, and make sure that everything is okay about you. But then, if people can just go to New Orleans and go and get this kind of thing that we're talking about, I mean, that tells you that Nigeria is a yeah country. You wonder why. I even wonder why countries like, well, maybe for their own security reasons. I mean, why would they even want to share intelligence with our people? Because they don't even know if the other person they're sharing intelligence maybe is a sellout. Because the country called Nigeria, they don't even do any background check on him or her just to know if this person that is acting in behalf of the Nigerian state is not engaging in espionage. They don't even know. I mean, how do you expect the US or any other country to want to even share intelligence with us when we're not even vetting our own personnel? I mean, if they see these kind of things, I wonder if the US or any other country wants to share intelligence with us, because people like this can be brandishing so-called certificate of indigenship that did not really emanate from that place where they claim to have come from. And the Nigerian military allows them to enlist in the army. That tells you a lot that kind of military is compromised. You don't even want to even share intelligence with them.
Hold on, you used this intelligence a few times. What is the purpose? How are we going to compromise the intelligence? Can you give me an idea? Because
okay, I'll give you an idea. Let's say, for example, there is there's going to be let me not go. There's going to be like a terrorist attack on some a U.S. installation here, say U.S. installation in. Let me use it reverse. You want to send military personnel to come to represent Nigeria here in some kind of thing here in America. And you think if they know of this kind of things, you think they will allow them? They won't ask for more information to just make sure that this person you're sending. You see, I can't just give you a scenario right now.
My point is that the reason why I'm asking is because the only people that will we can leak the information to, it's also linked to them. So I don't see that as an excuse not to share intelligence with us. If they are willing to share intelligence with Israelis that spy on them, and do you know that they have Israelis people in American jails that are spying? They can share intelligence with them. So I don't subscribe to that. Don't use intelligence.
I will subscribe to that. I will not do
that. You see, that's an excuse, and you are buying into
people of questionable character. Yeah, because the Israelis you're talking about, they vet all their people. If anything happens, they can hit up when I mean hit up, they can just call the Israeli Defense Ministry or whatever they call them and ask them, can you give us this person? Can you give us a lowdown on his history and whatever? Let us know who he is and blah blah blah. They will do that. And the fingertip, they just stop. They will just all this profile, everything will come up. But Nigeria, we don't have all of that. Somebody was just saying to us a while ago that they were budgeting money for what they already have. You can just imagine kind of some software that they already have, maybe in the ministry, they are budgeting more money for it. Why would you even budget money for it? And you see, you wonder why Nigeria is the way it is. Why they don't even want to sell us? They want to sell us weaponry.
No, you are making it look like you are in a way putting Nigeria as a problem. They are the one that put us in this situation to an extent. No. My point is that they also contributed to us being in short, they want us to be in this position. It's our job to get out of it. So no, because the idea, I think you are being biased to an extent. You are not seeing.
You like to go this.
You are not seeing the West for what they are. You are seeing them as they are like some benevolent force.
Let me use the word of the Ayatollahs. They call the West as the Al-Shaitan. Yeah, they are the big Satan. So, yeah.
I'm not calling them big Satan. I don't call them big Satan. I'm just saying that the way you are describing them as related to Nigeria seems as if we are the problem. In reality, see, we are having terrorist issues.
Is it not the same West that colonized India, that colonized?
But they got it right now. They not going to get it right to some extent.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm supporting rational. I'm supporting.
But India has their problem in Kashmiri region.
Yeah, but they are more developed than us scientifically, technologically, and in area of science and everything. They are far better.
Because
I mean, nobody held us down. We held ourselves
We held ourselves down.
down.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So don't let us blame. Is it the West that told your politician to be stealing your money and not use it to develop the road?
They are there bragging about it.
Why are they taking it in their bank when we bring it?
They are there bragging about it. You are here defending them. They are bragging about what they are doing to us.
Why would they take it?
My point is
don't all these excuses that we like.
They are bragging about it, so you can't make excuse for people that are bragging about what they are doing to us. So the point I'm making is that we are ultimately responsible. But the way rational mind was the only reason why I'm complaining.
What kind of bragging?
Oh, they brag about it all the time, that how they use us and they use our corruption against us and all the rest. They brag about how we are compromised now. So that's what
the corruption across the spectrum of the society is the West that is you want to blame for it.
How can you know that this guy is a Nigerian?
If you tweak something on the macro level, it will filter down. If you tweak something on the macro level, to filter down to the people.
The custom, the immigration that want to take bribe, and the police that's taking bribe is the West you want to blame for that?
I'm not blaming the West. I'm saying that we are ultimately responsible for our fate, but the way rational mind is explaining is making it look like we are just the one creating the problem and they are the ones trying to help, and we are just the one. No, that's not how it works.
We created a lot of our problem, a lot of the problem that.
No, we are ultimately responsible.
We are the one responsible. Don't let us blame the West. We are the one responsible.
If you look at it deeply, if you go far enough, you can even argue that maybe we are not even responsible.
Your military, the recruitment process that is so corrupt, you want to blame the West. The military of your country,
that's the problem.
Hold on. The military of your country, the way it is structured to favor some side of the country above the other, is it the West? And some other many things that's happening in your country. The refinery that does not work is the West. Electricity is the West. The road that you couldn't build, that you are stealing the money, is the West. Hospital that does not function is the West. Everything you want to blame the West.
You are making a strong argument here. I just told you that I'm not blaming the West for everything, and I'm not even blaming us for everything. It's just a circumstance of history that put us in this situation that we are in. That said, the explanation that he was giving was making it look like we are just the problem. The West is trying to help. No, they are not trying to help us. Don't make them. I'm not saying they are bad because they are not trying to help. It's not their job to help.
Hold on. They're not obliged to help you, though.
Exactly.
They're within rights to try to exploit you, and because don't think they're looking to exploit you. If America has the opportunity to exploit the Chinese, they wouldn't even they won't think for 1 microsecond.
Oh, they did already. That's what the opium said. The opium said to them. They did that.
As vulnerable as you are, that is your level of exploitation. So the West is not obliged to you in any way. You are there to be taken advantage of if you make yourself available for it.
But rational mind is making it look like they are trying to. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're the one making it.
Saying, we are the one compromised. We have the compromised people.
Can I say something? You caught me off guard there. All I was saying is that
rational mind. Let me make this point. I will let you continue. The Siemens electricity project that have been doing in Nigeria that never completed for how many years? 8 years. You want to blame the West when that of the Egypt. Within 4 years, all this thing they completed it. They are even selling electricity to Europe. Everything you want to blame, you guys should just stop this
You
nonsense.
see,
man.
nobody blame the West, so you are still making that straw man argument here. Move on
Don't
from
even
there.
blame them
Nobody's
for
blaming
everything.
them.
They have done
Nobody's
a lot
blaming them.
for us.
Nobody's blaming them.
That the ones that you want to claim they did
If you want to hug them,
the
go and hug
West
them.
have done, even for
Are
you.
you trying to say that they're benevolent now? That's your argument. Your argument is that you are saying they're benevolent.
Even for you living in, are you not living in the West? Why
Are
can't
you
you go
trying
and
to
live
say
in your
that they are
father's
trying to help
One
us?
voice, one voice here.
Are you not living in the West? Are the West not done make life better for you?
Are you saying they are trying to help us?
They have helped you. The West have helped you.
No. It's not about me now. We are talking about 200 million people. Me is nothing.
You are one of the Nigerians.
Are you saying they are trying to help us? Are you
they
arguing
have
that they are
helped
trying to
millions
help us?
of Nigeria among who are me and you. Just stop
Yeah,
blaming
they
the West.
colonized
Don't
and
blame them for
enslaved you.
anything.
They colonized and enslaved you, but yet you say they are helping us.
All right, that's a wider conversation. Now, bring it home, rational mind.
And there's one quick thing I want to say about Olusegun Oshoba, real quick. I know I did not, I never, I mean, it crossed my mind, but I forgot to say that. But let me just quickly just nail this. Tunanga, the way you asked me that question, you caught me off guard. I wasn't saying that they were trying to help us. I'm just saying that it's a matter of national security. When you have people that should be in charge of your security, you can't properly vet them, and these people would have the lives of people in their hands. They will be having AK-47 or whatever they call it, or AR-15. These are disasters waiting to happen. People you cannot vet, you cannot trace their origin, you cannot even pin them to anything. They can just bring any document and claim to be whatever on that document, and you accept it as a security act. Don't you see that as a problem?
Yeah, that's a serious problem. For us, it's a serious problem, but not we should not worry about them.
And you want them when, for example, let me not say US, any diplomats arrive in Nigeria, is posted to Nigeria, and then they have to send a policeman or a military to go and secure them from the airport to their location. I mean, I'm making this point. I know this is an international platform. I should not be saying this to scare off our friends in the diplomatic circle. This is a national issue, because when you don't have personnel that are not well vetted, escorting people, and you don't know if they were like moles sent in to do some kind of things to some of these our international guests that they will be accompanying from the airport or whatever. It's a real national. You see, Nigeria is not a country. I mean, we're not running the country. We're just running a banana republic. So these are one of the things that people like these cadets or people like this that are enlisting in the Nigerian Army or security outfits are not being properly vetted. They bring in any kind of documents and you accept it. And lastly, one man, let me just leave that. Lastly, on Olusegun Oshoba, there was something here I said many months ago with I wish Kolata is here to argue that point. When we're talking about the route Tinubu should have gone about this fuel subsidy and what's it called? And this harmonization of this exchange rates that he was trying to do, that we can't even say any harmonization. Rather, we've seen the huge gap between the black market and the official market. Now, I said here on this platform that Tinubu should try and secure some kind of bill from the National Assembly. Make it like, I mean, I know they have anti-money laundering kind of, I mean, I know there are laws, they will find a law to really prosecute whoever, but make it like kind of like it's a terrorist action if you keep so amount of money in hard currency in your house, and if you are found wanting, they will confiscate you and they will send you to jail and really make people pay for their actions. Now, if you listen to what Olusegun Oshoba said, he said he had a discussion with Tinubu. He said to him that, look, why don't you buy execute fiat, sign a law that I think that there's a way Arise said it on their caption. It says Tinubu to something encourage Nigeria to stop, because he said something like, he said, because Oshoba said, oh, you see, that's one of those lies that this old man he just told. He just want to promote Tinubu. He said, oh, Tinubu, when he came in, the exchange regime was just all messed up. You see Nigerians now, they were just keeping money. Nigerians will change, they will change $20, they'll keep it in their under their pillow or in their whatever. They'll just keep a little money because what he's trying to say is that, of course, we know Nigeria. He's not talking about people like him. How many vulcanizer, like he said, use the word vulcanizer and maybe Taylor,
can go and say, I mean, somebody that is looking for money to buy bread is now say you want to go and change 1,000 naira into $1 and keep it because the naira is not stable. I mean, how many of them? If not people like himself and his own kids that are well off, and people like Tinubu's sons and that are buying these dollars and keeping it aside and keeping it away and making it so scarce in the system. Now he said he's going to advise Tinubu to use the executive order to prosecute any. I don't know, maybe there's a way he said it but I made that point here. I wish Kulata is here. I said to Kulata that there's no way out of this thing if Tinubu does not make some kind of law, like it is it's an offense against the Nigerian state to when you have no business with hard currency and you are keeping it, hiding it, hoarding it, you are killing the economy because the naira keeps falling and falling, and it's impoverishing a lot of people. A lot of people are losing their job because their employers could not hold on to employ them anymore, cannot continue employing them anymore. They could not get the foreign exchange they need to go and buy materials that will make these people to be productive. That is a crime against the Nigerian state. That was what he was saying there. That he was saying to Tinubu that Tinubu should try by executive order make it a crime. So, but then for me, I don't think he should do that by executive order. He should use the National Assembly, put a law like as a terrorist act against the Nigerian state to hoard that money and catch people. Don't let them go. Make example of them, and you will see that people would start acting and getting themselves straight. That's just what I want to say, man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I suspect he may not be there, but let's attempt Larry. Larry, are you still there, Larry? You've not said a word.
Hey, hello, man.
Unbelievable. How did you manage to maintain your cool in the midst of all that rowdy back and forth?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to listen to people sometimes.
All right, I can hear the unmistakable sound of sleep in your voice, but before that sleep gets the better of you, let's hear from you. Come into the conversation at whichever point interests you the most.
Okay, yeah, I think let me start from this particular one. You see, this particular one, I think from where I see it, I think it's just a way to rubbish the president. And this is coming from the part of where the guys in the army, right? This is not just a state. This is the president's state. And they did this. And this is, the peculiarity of this with Lagos. Now, I think this is also a shame on Benson, Babajide Benson, because he's the chairman, House Committee on Defense. And if Lagos is getting this, then, so that means they are not even afraid of anything. Because I can't imagine a Buhari being a president and someone will now take the slot in Castina and kind of like put someone from the south. So, and this is actually another time that we're having a Southerner as the chief of army staff. So what happened? So, and we keep saying we're having insecurity. This is the genesis of it. They did a lot of things. Even the Boko Haram, they said they were trying to like, oh yeah, repentant Boko Haram and all those things. They did a lot of things. So you can't talk of insecurity without tackling the foundation of insecurity. Do you even have military guys that really love the country? No. Are you telling me that if you send some of those guys, if the Fulani herdsmen are doing some things and you send them to attack them, are you sure they are really going to attack them? No. Because that's the major thing. So whatever they are doing, I know this is intentional and I expect heads to roll, right? Because even if you want to, because these guys are already in depot. How do they get to depot? Who screened them? This is not even a matter of, oh, they brought this. These guys are already in depot. So if you don't even respect the president, you don't even respect the state of the president, I'm happy that it's happening in Lagos. I'm happy that it's not somewhere else in the south. Because this actually outrightly shows you, because it's not just one person. It shows you that the respect is not there. And that's where, you see, for me, all of them, I can tell you, even
I don't know what to say. Even the NSA, Ribado has been there since, let's say, like almost 7 months now. What exactly has he done than following Tinubu everywhere? That's what all of them have been doing.
It's been an unfortunate appointment, that Nuhu Riba. I cannot see anything that qualifies him for that post.
Yeah, sometimes, right? Sometimes we can actually say, okay, fine, let's change the status quo, right? Let's bring someone else. So I was expecting him to be proactive, but what you see is just that, you see him in Tinubu is traveling to this place, Ribado is there, all of them are following him, and all in the name of you're looking for which foreign investment are you looking for? Every time Tinubu travels, almost all the ministers are with him. All in the name of we're looking for foreign investment. Which foreign investment are you looking for? You can't even fix your own country. So who's going to invest in a country? It's a global world, right? Everybody sees all those things. So are you telling me that if I'm a foreigner, right? I heard what happened in Plateau, and I will now take my money to that country? No. So as far as I'm concerned, so this is just telling us that this is what is happening in the army, and they don't even have respect for the president, and they did the same thing for his own state. So that's what I just see in this whole thing, right? It's intentional to me.
All right, let me take you to this space. I want to this space might not interest you. If it doesn't interest you, just say it, and then I'll move it to another talking point. ECOWAS set to airlift Koroma to Abuja tomorrow, Thursday, which will be today. So Koroma is the ex-president of Sierra Leone. And when we had that mini wave of coups all over the West Africa, there was an attempted coup in Sierra Leone as well. And they're saying that this now former president, Ernest Bia Koroma, that he was actually the instigator of the coup, and they're charging him for treason. But ECOWAS is trying to snatch him from the hands of those people and get him into Abuja. Let me just give you, it's a very short read. It says, it appears all is set to airlift former President Ernest Bia Koroma to Abuja tomorrow. Sources revealed to correspondents that airspace approval has been granted for the aircraft to fly through to Abuja. However, it is still a wait-and-see situation here in Freetown, as President Bill is yet to give his nod. This is heightened by the treason charges on the former president and the attendant adjournment office case to January the 17th, 2024. Legal luminary Femi Falana, however, revealed that the buck stops on the desk of the trial judge, not the president, if former President Koroma will travel to Abuja tomorrow. So Abuja now seems to be the home of African despots. I think they are trying to get the guy from the Niger Republic into Nigeria. And I know that quite one or two African despots already residents in Nigeria. So do you have any thoughts on this space? Or I can move you on to
yeah, the only thing I would just say is this. Someone is charged for treason, right? And where exactly are we against Niger and every other person? Because it is just trying to do the same thing Niger did. So, ECOWAS, to me, I don't see ECOWAS to be serious.
He attempted a coup. They are backing him, but they succeeded in a coup in Niger, and they are flogging them.
So what are we saying? You said you are against coup, right? And someone was charged for trying to overthrow a government, and you want to shield him. Why? I don't know. So, as far as I'm concerned, ECOWAS is not serious.
And there seems to be a ridiculousness to him as well. Yes.
Woman, that Sierra Leone matter is a very delicate thing. I think that would be the best thing because any little thing can ignite another civil war in that country.
You mean the best thing is to move him out?
Just move him out, yeah. Because if they
but he's due in court on the 17th, and they are trying to get him out today. So how is he then able to attend court when he's already fled the country?
Well, it's I don't know how true. It could be a setup too. It could be a setup. This guy used to be very popular. I think during the Sierra Leonean War, he was also a popular figure too. So and anything could ignite that war there. Like a civil war. We don't want that repeating itself. So that's. I'm not saying it's. It should face the music. It should face the music. But if that would bring about peace, because it's still a fledgling democracy they have there in that country. So if they succeed in sending this guy to jail, some people can just take up arms against the state. Sierra Leone is a very small state and relatively not really stable at the moment, even though they've been having a democracy for some years now. But it's still, the volatility there is still high. They could just descend again into another chaos. So the best thing is just let him just exit if he can. If you see how they did that coup, and they said they were freeing up, prisoners too, and at the same time, that tells you how easy it is to overrun the Sierra Leonean army and take over the reins of affairs in that country. So this guy being a former warlord himself, or he was one of those RUF members back then.
He was a warlord.
He was a warlord. So the best thing is let him just exit. Yeah. So that way.
But when taking all these despots to Abuja, I think it will be the third one now. The despot.
We don't know what they have. Like that was what they tempted Charles Taylor to come to Nigeria, and then before you knew, they handed him over.
Ended up in ICJ.
that was Baba Yabo, wasn't he?
So who knows, they might hand because this guy too. I think he has. I think there are some reported because during that Sierra Leone war, there was a lot of atrocities that were done by the RUF and other militia groups. So I don't know, maybe it's one of those people that are being wanted by the war tribunal. So then if he is, maybe that's another treatment they're going to give him. If he lands like that, they'll just hand him over to and they did to Gbagbo and what's it called, and Charles Taylor. So just hand them over to. But I think the best thing would let him just exit, because we can't afford to have another Sierra Leonean war, another blood diamond and all of that, if you know what I mean.
All right. Back to Larry. Bring him that space, and then I'll take it to Atiku.
Yeah. So for Atiku, I can just for Atiku. Atiku is not just serious as far as I'm concerned, and that's when you have people that have a lot of money that they think they can just spend. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't really see him. I see him as someone that just wants to I want to be in that space. But he doesn't have a chance. It's even going to be worse in 2027 for him. I don't even see him getting that vote, because the way it is now, it's not going to get hold of Northwest. Because Northwest, the way I've been seeing some moves with El-Rufai recently, El-Rufai is coming out in 2027.
Is that the only thing that can stop? Because I've been seeing those moves as well. He went to take that title with the Abuja, I think, and then very quickly you saw him in Abuja, in Daura rather, kneeling before Buhari and all of that. So El-Rufai started to campaign already.
He's been to see Obasanjo too now.
Yes. Do you think El-Rufai, and this is to Larry, do you think El-Rufai is the most potent threat against Tinubu in 2027?
Yeah, the problem is the Northwest, right? Tinubu has been able to decimate the North, right? By holding, Tinubu has Northeast now, but Northwest is the issue. And Northwest is trying to bring somebody, because the way they're looking at it, Kwankwaso might not be able to pull that crowd. Because my fear is, if the Supreme Court goes against Kwankwaso's candidate in Kano, so Kwankwaso is done. So that's why they're trying to push El-Rufai. So what El-Rufai is doing, normal El-Rufai, right? It's gonna play that game, kind of like move from here to here there. So I think what they are trying to do in the Northwest is to bring someone strong that they might not even want it, but they want to have a very good bargaining power to be able to like bargain, which I don't think Atiku has. Atiku has that. And even in PDP itself, right, a lot of people are really against Atiku now, right? And they are trying to like get Atiku.
Larry, can I ask you, we focus on that PDP for a second. If Atiku wants to run in the PDP, is that I don't see anybody that can stop him from getting that ticket, like he always brags about, like nobody can stop him. So who in the PDP can stop Atiku from getting the ticket again if he really wants it?
Yes, in Wiki.
The thing is this, right? You know, in 2027, it was easy. In the last election, this 2023, it was really easy for him to get our tickets. But the problem of Atiku in 2027 is just that a lot of people are tired, particularly the guys in PDP. Even the North, particularly the Northwest, right? They are tired. They just want Atiku to like, yeah, you've tried, you know, and they don't see him as that person that can actually get them what they want. So if the Northwest and the Northeast are still together and Atiku has a hold of it, look at what happened with this Jigawa guy. You know, this Lamido, right? Is it Lamido? You know, he's a key Atiku guy. And even the PDP is now going against him. I think he said something recently and they were like, yeah, what are you saying? And those are the key guys, right, that Atiku is using on the North. So for me, I don't see Atiku really having that grip of the PDP because you can't still leave the Wike side, right? Wike is you can.
But Larry, Wike working for the Tinubu administration, wouldn't that affect him in the primaries when he returns, when he fully commits to the PDP, going towards the primaries? Wouldn't that be a factor?
Affect who?
I mean, like, wouldn't that be used against him during the primaries? Wouldn't that affect?
No. Wike, you see, Wike is just a spoiler, right? Wike is not like Wike wants to contest for anything, but Wike is just that spoiler.
No. I actually about the primaries. I mean, people actually.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean because he still has. It's not just Wike himself, right? But he still has his boys. A lot of people that are not really in line with what Atiku is doing, right? And Wike is still this is just more like, you know, it's more of Tinubu's game, right?
Right.
Funding some of those guys behind the door.
So let me clarify. So Wike will run. You think he will run?
No, he's not running.
Okay,
he's not running, and he's not going to leave PDP.
No. I'm asking you that in the PDP primaries, when Atiku is clearly going to be there, what other names do you see that can challenge him? Now you say Wike from the background, he will not run, but who can sponsor to upset or to the balance? Like that way, do you have names that you can provide now that you think?
Bauchi governor is coming in PDP.
Like, what's his name?
This is
Bala Mohammed.
Bala Mohammed is coming.
And who is that former Sokoto governor as well?
Tambuwal.
Yari.
So
Tambuwal.
Yeah.
So those two, because I know Tambuwal was dead last time, right?
Yeah.
He gave his vote to Atiku the last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that guy is coming. And that, for me, right, the Bauchi governor is not coming because he wants to win, right? I see him as someone Tinubu would definitely use. You know, Tinubu will use the same tactics because the same tactics he used in 2023, in 2027. Now, he's now beginning to get more people to his side. And he's just going to tell them, stay in PDP, don't leave PDP. Wike, stay in PDP, don't leave PDP, right? And just fund those guys. Have you seen that the closeness of that Bauchi guy and Tinubu has been so close recently? They were in Saudi Arabia together. They've been very close. And those are the guys that are really against Atiku because that guy is trying, because he's presently...
Is he not the head of PDP Governors Forum?
PDP Governors, right? And he's going to use that because the governors too are kind of like tired of Atiku, right? So he's going to use that same thing. And Atiku knows it. He knows it. So all these guys, the Dino Melaya and all the likes of them, so they've been able to decimate all those ones. So, you know, and they are trying to like push all Atiku guys out, like all this Boala, all this, most of the Atiku guys, they've kind of like pushed them out. That's why you see that it's the Atiku guys that are always shouting, sanction Wike, sanction Wike, the Dele Momodo and all those guys, right? They keep shouting sanction Wike. Why is PDP not sanctioning him? Because they know that he still has this influence, and it's still, Tinubu is still using that backdoor policy. So for me, I just see Atiku as this person. He has a lot of money. He can always waste it, and I don't.
Larry, what about his age as well? We're not making enough of a mention of that. Do you think, even leaving aside the politics and going to the voters, do you think the Northerners will make that calculation? I think by the time that election comes round, Atiku will be 81. Do you think the Northerners will make the calculation that this guy is too old and he didn't look in full health even in the last cycle? Do you think they'll make the calculation that he's too old, and even if they give him the presidency, it certainly doesn't have 8 years in him? Is that not a factor, his age?
Yeah, for you are looking at that age, but for them, they are not really looking at that age. And even Atiku itself, is Atiku really well loved in the North? No. It's not like they like Atiku in the North like that, right? They still see Atiku as this, the way they like, there are some people that in the North, like take for instance now, like Buhari, probably before this whole Buhari thing.
Yeah, before he became president, yes.
Yeah, you can see the North, right? The North was really behind him. But this last time, it was more like, okay, what's the choice? What choice do they have? So for me, I don't see them really, particularly the Northwest, right? The Northwest doesn't really like Atiku like that. So probably could gather one or two things in his own side. So Atiku is just normal, normal customer for me, right? He just want to come in, spend that money, and hopefully, if we could, which I'm not sure he could get. The last time he was able to get some money from Delta, and I'm not sure anybody can actually. He's not going to get that money coming from that other side to support him. So it's just going to be.
If he doesn't succeed in becoming Nigeria's president, will he be considered a failure? If it's a billionaire in dollars, he was the vice president of the country, he was the controller general of customs, a lot of purple areas within his life, but that seems to be his abiding ambition. Would you consider him
never
a failure?
rose to controller general?
Oh, I think it was the deputy, wasn't it? I was thinking that as I was saying it. But do you think he will be considered a failure if he doesn't actually succeed in becoming president, Larry?
No, for me, I don't consider him a failure because, he's achieved a lot, right? He's achieved a lot. And he's been there since, during those days of Abiola. And, he's been there. But, then we can always say, okay, fine, he's achievable for him, right? I still see it's just more like what Tinubu said, right? It's my ambition, right? It's something I've always looked up to, and he will keep doing it probably till he goes into his grave or something if he doesn't get it. So which is, yeah, it's right. Nobody can actually stop him from doing that now, and it's also the right of Nigerians to be able to say if it's actually someone they want to vote for or someone they want there. But for me, if I had to advise him, right, I would rather say, okay, fine, just be that elder statesman.
Do you think he's going to ultimately get an undignified exit from politics?
No,
because I think this is his last window of a dignified exit. If he runs in, if they don't get it, if he doesn't get that ticket, it'll be disgraced. It'll be a disgrace.
Can I get 1 minute, Larry?
Okay.
I beg to differ from what you just said. That is not a failure. I think it's a failure politically. What he pursued, or rather, let's say what he has pursued
all his life,
since 1992, is to become the president of Nigeria. He never got it. But rather, that chances of becoming is shrinking, is getting narrow, is getting, very impossible. So that's what makes it a failure, particularly the last one for Tinubu, who never attempted it once before, to slam him down. That's the end of him. With his age, he's done. I don't know why we are even mentioning that. He's done politically. He cannot come back. He's is in a party that is a living dead. It's a matter of time. PDP will be wiped out. It's a matter of time. They are dying. They've been dying since 2015. They've been shrinking in size. They've been losing ground. They've been losing people from that party to another party, particularly APC. Peter Obi is one of them, to PDP. Kwankaso to another party. So Atiku particularly is responsible for the woes that PDP is facing today. So he has killed his political career because of his greed. He cannot revamp it. There's no way he can get it back. He's dead politically. So it's a failure.
Can I just add quickly? We have to be careful about saying that PDP is dead. In history, it's very rarely you find a ruling party completely dissolve. They often come back when you think they are dead. As a matter of fact, this conservative party that is in the UK, that has run the UK for about 15 years now, they thought if they had lost the election that brought them into office, which was a hung parliament, which basically was they didn't even win it outright. People thought if they didn't even win that one, they would be dead. And they barely won the election, and yet they managed to hang on to power for going to 15 years now. So we have to be careful when we do that. And I think that El-Rufai could be a danger. If El-Rufai and what's his name, Kwangwaso decide to one way or another work together. Let's say El-Rufai has bad belly for Tinubu because for some reason he's not part of Tinubu's government and he doesn't like Tinubu anymore, and he decides to cause problems. He could be a serious problem because if El-Rufai is coming as a trouble on one end, Atiku is coming on the other side, Peter Obi is coming on the other side. Tinubu's this win that he's got is 36% or so he got to win it. Or not to mention if the other parties come together. It's not going to be that simple. That's how PDP was until APC and the others came together with Tinubu and they knocked PDP out of office. So let's not just assume, because it will depend on what happens. This is another thing. It depends on what happens when Tinubu is in office. The refineries come on stream, rail tracks working, states are generating power, everything is working well. Even if there's a little bit of problem with insecurity, people will lend him a bit of support based on that. But if things are going badly, petrol price is going up, dollar, Nigeria currency is coming down, forget it, man. All the forces are going to be, even his own people will be turning on him. So it's not going to be that simple.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I think PDP have a better chance in 2027 because what I'm seeing with Tinubu, I don't see Tinubu performing. Because as far as I'm concerned, right, when he had that supplementary budget, I gave him that benefit of doubt. We're probably okay, fine. When we want to have, so probably when we have the full budget, we'll see, some significant difference. But looking at this budget, no. So,
but this is one budget of about 3 to come.
Yeah, but that sets the tempo of what's to come. The people cannot identify where the budget focuses on the people. It looks from just the little snippets we're getting so far, and we'll do a session on that budget at some point. It looks like a 419 budget, Larry.
Yeah, exactly. When he brought that supplementary budget, the other one, I was like, okay, fine, probably it's his first time. There will be lapses, there will be mistakes. Then there was a lot of criticism on that, and I was actually expecting him to do a good job with this, right? If he needs to sack Akabueze, or what's his name, sack him and bring someone else. That guy has been the DG of budget office for how many years now? And this is the same thing that they bring. So
No, Akabueze has just been there during the latter part of Buhari's administration.
No, Akabueze, okay, he's been there for how many years now?
I don't think it's up to 4 years now.
No, he came from Lagos to serve Buhari.
Yeah, so
Akabueze is Tinubu's man.
Yeah, it's Tinubu's man.
But then the issue is not Akabueze now. Is that the issue?
No, the issue is Akabueze because Akabueze is actually the DG of the budget office. People will bring it.
Right? So what is he going to do? Is he going to reject their budget?
No, he will be the one to coordinate, and he needs to let's
But
just tell ourselves
minister is his boss, so he just work under the minister. So
yeah, but
it's the bagudu that we have to hold respect.
No, don't put it. Okay, I mean, Larry, hold on. I understand that Akaboze is the minister. I mean, is the man in charge of the budget.
Yeah.
But what is Wale doing that you people are? I mean, not saying sorry. I don't know whether you are a Gbado person. I mean, for Tinubu. What I'm trying to say is that what did Wale doing that everybody is touting as? Oh, is the brain behind Tinubu's success? Whatever crap that people say. What about him? He is the minister of economy, coordinating the economy. Why can't he say, "Oh, these things here, we cannot reconcile these things here. These things does not fit in here. Send them back." Why can't he do that? Why are we putting everything on Akabo's head?
So though I'm not a fan of Wale Edun, right? I'm not a fan of Wale Edun because as far as I'm concerned, I think Wale Edun, those CBN guys, they're actually living on past glory. You know, they are not, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see him as a pragmatic.
Would you have rather a younger, more contemporaneous person there?
Yeah, I think I would prefer that, right? I would prefer that. This issue of Wale Edun, Cardoso, you know, they are living on past glory. So, you know, for me, I because you asked me what exactly have they done? Someone like Cardoso, you know, what exactly has Cardoso done? You know, the only thing you did was to, you know, run a bank and the bank was, you know, you run the bank down and, you know, but you know, Nigeria, people kind of, oh yeah, it's, you know, for me, it's not the kind of guy that I want. So, you know, but let's put that aside. So why I said, so Wale Edun, I'm not a fan of Wale Edun, but in this scenario, I think it's not within Wale Edun's purview, right? There's a minister of budget and planning, you know. But why I said Akaboze is this, right? Akaboze, these are the guys doing the job because the minister is just there to kind of like oversee. But those is actually in charge of the civil servants because when you bring budget, right? These are people that will put this into this head, put this into this sub-head, and ensure that this is actually put together. And they push it to the minister, who just kind of like, who doesn't have the time to look at every sub-head, right? And because these are things that they need to look at. And just like someone said, right, the media, you know, the media in Nigeria, I don't know, this brown envelope media. So as far as I'm concerned, if they have done their, I think it's only Sahara that's kind of like bringing one or two things in the budget. And unfortunately, National Assembly, you can't even, those guys, if they have their way, right, they can just wake up one day, you know, pass the whole budget in a day without even debating it. So yeah, so for me, I think PDP has a better chance because if Tinubu does, because people, if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, you know, for Tinubu himself to be in Lagos and he could hear people shouting, Ebin power, then you should know that that's supposed to be your main base. And it shows that you are even losing that your main base. So are you telling me that if you are losing your main base, are you telling me that you get the other people to support you? So that's why he needs to sit down. He needs to stop all this traveling. He needs to focus on what is really, you know, what is really going to help. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. Probably things can actually change tomorrow. And probably I still need people to tell him the truth, right? That he needs to get those guys to really do the right thing, you know, and stop all these ministers. Because most times when he travels and I see all the ministers following him, you know, it's really infuriating, you know, seeing all of them. Even the guys, even the ones that are supposed to be focused on even generating revenue, you all see all of them following him everywhere, right? The guy in FIRS, every time Tinubu travels, you see him with Tinubu, and I ask, man, what exactly are you following Tinubu to do? Almost everybody, all the ministers, you know, and
is that not of Tinubu's doing? Is that not the kind of person he is, a narcissist who just wants everything about himself?
No, yeah, it could actually be, but you know, I believe that he's actually appointed people, right?
Yeah, but he could tell them, Harry, he could tell them that, look, listen, you go do your job. Let me just go do my own. I mean, but he is this kind of person that, you know, he likes this persona of, oh, everybody likes me, everybody follows me. I'm the man of the year. Like some people cut out him on this platform. Like, Tinubu is a narcissist, if you know what I mean by a narcissist. Somebody who likes everything, like the world revolves around him. That's the kind of person he is. So even before he became a president, only when he was just ex-governor of Lagos, you see people converge around him, you know. So that's the trait of the kind of a person. He's the kind of person that he wants people to know that yes, he is the person, you know. So you cannot have a leader like that who makes everything about himself. When we're in a deep problem if we have such a leader. So that is why we're seeing what like what you just said a while ago. Why would this minister be following him about? Go and do your job. I employed you to go do your job. Don't follow me. Let me go and look for the investors myself. Pack 2 or 3 people, follow me, and then that's it. But you carry 3, 4 presidential jet, they all go together, and you're asking for these people to give you money to write off your debt, to bring foreign investors, and you're spending this huge amount of money. Is it what I'm talking about? Is it Davos? Is it Davos in Switzerland that they're going in maybe this month? You know how much you're going to spend there? So you wonder, when I say this person is an apa, people say that I said it's what's that English word? I just forgot that English word. Somebody who just like to spend.
Spendthrift.
You say what?
Spendthrift.
Maybe that's not, but there's another word.
No, that's too British for you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
He's definitely not.
It doesn't.
Oh yeah, philandra. Oh yeah, pick that one.
My concern is that anybody that's supposed
it sounds like that's the word, yeah.
Can I ask a Tinubu supporter that is there anything he has done now that has put Nigeria on a strong footing? Because so far everything that seems to be good about his time in office, like Dangote refinery coming on stream, Port Harcourt refinery, even electricity generation, is because of what Buhari has done. But he has been in office for going to 6-7 months, maybe 9 months.
I think it was not Dangote refinery not initiated under Goodluck Jonathan.
Okay, that even goes further back then.
Yeah, so that's
not an initiative of Jonathan. He requested. He started from Obasanjo's second term.
Well, yeah, so
he wanted to buy the 2 refinery.
Yeah, but my concern is now.
But the wider thing is government is a continuum. That's just the thing. Do you know when they opened the Kaduna Abuja rail track? Lai Mohammed came on telly and told us that Lucy Buhari is working instantly, and Buhari had to come into the media space to say no. I had nothing to do with this. I was only 3 months in government. It's Goodluck Jonathan that did it.
It was Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah, so government is a continuum now. So
yeah, but my concern now is that is there anything Tinubu has done since he came into office now that has laid foundation for something big that is coming? That's
all of those are the things that you rail against in your spaces. Fuel subsidy.
But there's still fuel subsidies now. Everything that he's done, it still remains in place. That's my concern. Is there anything he has done that we can watch out for? That this is a big thing that he has done.
There's no fuel subsidy to Nigeria. Because it is not captured in the budget one, and then the money that is going to the subsidy is now
intervention money.
It's being distributed to the states, which we all see in real time. So
it may not show up, but it is happening based on the price of petrol.
Okay. Where are they getting the money that they are giving the states 3 times what they used to get?
Oh no! I know that they are getting money. The currency has depreciated, so there's a lot more currency that's money in the circulation. However, this in terms of what they call it, the money for subsidies, I think between refinery, this NNPC and the government, they are doing some shenanigans there. Because if you look at the price of petrol, if they were selling at the proper price in dollars, it will be a lot more expensive than around 500, 600.
We had this conversation yesterday, and somebody was, it was Fatai, wasn't it? That there is a vast stock of petroleum that still goes into that subsidy space, which is what is managing the space at the moment.
I see. Okay, I'm still waiting for something big that he will do. I'm just... Man, I need to measure what he can do.
Maybe he doesn't actually have to do anything big. Maybe he just has to tighten up the things that should work.
Yeah, maybe. But so far, there's a lot of hemorrhaging.
Yeah,
everywhere. So
yeah, Larry, I'm surprised actually. We are talking about 2027, and nobody mentioned Obi. Obi is a factor. Unfortunately, like one man, I was in a space on New Year's Day, old friends, people of my age group, and surprisingly, it's what one man has been postulating consistently in the last 2 months that they all buy into. Second term in Nigerian politics is like a given, at least 80% of the way. It's like a given. So if that is the case, like one man said, definitely the typical Northerner or the Northern politics oligarchy will rather wait for another 4 years than wait for another 8 years. So whatever happens 2027 is strictly Obi versus Tinubu.
And the one thing about Obi as well, Baba, and then you take the floor back, Larry, and then from you we go on to Niger. The one thing about Obi as well, Baba, I'm sure you may agree, perhaps you may not. Obi is already a known quantity. There's nothing to suggest that Obi will do either significantly better or significantly worse than he did in this cycle, because this is his one window of opportunity. So Obi is already captured in terms of what he has to offer within the political space. I don't think he's going to get those 6 million votes. Never, because the Christian votes will not go for him again. Just so many special purpose vehicles that went into those 6 million votes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say, because
they will not be available in 2027.
There are 3, 4, 5 prominent Northern candidates for 2031, and they are all within range of the age group that can take over from in 2031. Shetima, Ribadu, El Rufai, the governor we just talked about, the Bauchi governor, the PDP governor, and Tambuwal. These 5 young men, let me call them boys, pardon me please, these 5 boys will be the spoiler, I think, for Obi in 2027. One of them will contest. If Atiku didn't contest.
Obi's ship has sailed, and I think he knows it as well. Yeah. But
one of them will contest, and when they contest, they are eating more from Obi's vote, because Obi has to go into the north. The states he have in the south,
have you been seeing him trying to romance the north in the last few months or so?
It's not cut out for that kind of thing. I'm always at pain when I see him struggle.
Yeah, there's a certain cynicism and cock-handedness to his I won't say it's feeble attempts, but
the cap doesn't sit well on his head.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
He might get better at it. Events.
No, it doesn't have it. It doesn't have it in him.
The thing is this: the problem with Obi and the North is that it doesn't have people within the Labour Party that has that political weight. I would say, but in the Middle Belt, it does better in the Middle Belt. The Middle Belt doesn't need people with political clout, but rather he has already won the hearts of people. But those core far north, like Northwest,
are you sure that he has won the heart of the Middle Belt?
Yeah, he did.
Because I think what he got in the sorry, rational mind. I think what he got in the Middle Belt was a protest vote against, one, the Muslim ticket, and 2, the brutality from the Fulanese. So, depending on how the...
But these things are still there.
Yeah, depending on how... I think... I don't think that Muslim ticket is going to be a factor in 2027, especially the way Tinubu just paid for Christmas now. So I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be that much of a factor.
Paid for Christmas.
You see,
did he not invoice the Southeastern Christmas to the Nigerian state?
Paid for Christmas.
Yes, he picked up the bill for the Southeastern.
Until those heavyweights, those religious bigots from the far north, core north. When I mean core north, I'm talking about those KKK states, until when they join that bandwagon of the Labour Party, or if, because I know some people, I think I saw one of your, I mean, Larry, please, hold on, please. I'm sorry. Let me just.
No, it's no problem. It's no problem.
One man, I saw your headline on here, thumbnail some few days ago, where you said they're asking him to come join PDP, to go back to PDP. Was it you, one man?
Yeah, five reasons why Obi should rejoin.
I don't know,
PDP,
maybe you
yes.
make that up yourself, but I don't know.
No, it was actually based on an article which listed those and then we debated it.
All right. So my point is that, you see, until he has those religious bigots from those far north to join his party, going to PDP, I don't see that happening, because like some of you have already postulated here that some heavyweight, I mean, like Daniel Boala was saying yesterday on channels when he said he will run.
Maybe I should bring him back, Daniel.
Yeah, maybe you should. So he said he's going to run. So I want to believe that Atiku wants to run again, but I would advise him not to run. So, but the point I'm saying is this: there are so many people who are looking to clinch that ticket for PDP come 2027. So I think Obi don't want to go there. If he goes there, he would lose a lot of people like myself. And what I'm trying to say is that until he finds people from those core north, KKK state, those Castina, Kano, KB, all those areas, heavyweights and those bigots among them, those religious bigots and ethnic bigots among them, coming to that Labour Party, I don't see him making any inroads there. Really capturing. Yeah, it's not going to be possible. So
yeah, I agree. He needs to take over Labour Party. I don't think he's. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah,
he's not fully in charge of the Labour Party yet.
Somebody said, Daniel Bola said something that I really agree with him on. He said, if you make, was it him that said that? Somebody said, if you make yourself the only sole leader or position in a.
Yeah, Bola said it.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. You need to bring, other voices, let other voices talk with you. But he's just going and take alone by himself. So I see that just the same way Ashura is doing his own too. Nigerians are not right for that right now. That's the only way we get that to that point where Nigerians are very self-aware.
The North will sabotage him because of their chance. Because power, whether we like it or not, power goes back 2031 to the North.
We don't know that events matter a lot, because sometimes we think that these things are written just because of the dynamics of politics. I mean, or something could happen now.
We arrive to Nigeria, the only conclusion that will change the dynamics, the group I was discussing with was, God forbid, if Tinubu dies.
Yeah, all better off if that happens.
Not be me talking. I just say in quotes.
Oh, you said it too.
God forbid, no angel they pass speak him.
He has a very able. I would not be averse to a President Kashim Shettima.
No, that guy scares the living life out of me for some reason. I'm not sure why.
One man, have you forgotten the way he walks into Aso Rock and harass Jonathan persistently, even unannounced? During Boko Haram, what are those girls now?
Yeah, because he was in the eye. It was in the eye of the storm. Then now it was in the
even Patience was so angry and was going to fight him one day.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but let me just finish with this one. 15 seconds, please.
Yeah.
I think that the events that are going to occur towards the election, right now it seems like Tinubu is like nothing is in his way. But I believe that by that time things are going to get very, very complicated. It's not going to be that simple anymore.
No. Tinubu is a master politician. To Niger. What you will see is, and note this down, what you will see is in the build up to 2027, there will be so many good feel good initiatives, commissionings, etc., that will build up to that election, that will rebrand that guy. That's one. And then these events that you think that will reshape anything is like a pie in the sky stuff. No, it is though, isn't it? Because
how about the student loans? How is that going?
Well, it's budgeted for. It's budgeted for.
50
Nobody has
billion.
got it yet. I thought they were going to get it this year. I didn't think that.
January. They said they will get it in January. We're on the 4th of January. So
It will take off. They didn't say they will get it. It's about language now, semantic.
And the amount for student loan is less than what they use for renovation.
All of these things are just ephemeral stuff. Nobody, these things don't really matter. You know what matters are the big impact things, and Tinubu is a big impact politician.
I think where you are right is that Tinubu is likely to win if the opposition parties don't come together. Period.
Even if they do, he will still win.
If they do, because he won 30% this time.
Please,
Remember,
I didn't wish Asiwaju dead, though. Please, I'm an Asiwaju's man.
He won 30% of the vote this time. So if the other parties come together, they stand a good chance of.
Are you carrying through those votes? Are you carrying?
No, I don't have to, but not necessarily all. But if they can hold their ground just a little bit, they can upset him. That's right.
I don't think they can. You know,
they not to sabotage him.
Yes.
You know the thing is this: as far as I'm concerned, right? Tinubu has started 2027 journey.
Exactly. Correct.
For one, look at Plateau State. Plateau State is back to APC.
Oh, hold on. Let realize that point. Yeah.
Plateau State is back to APC because all the assembly guys, they are APC now. All the senators, APC, and the governor. I'm not sure the governor will survive this. Right? That's APC. Kano is another place. If they can get Kano, right? So he's been able to look at what he's doing. The game is playing in Rivers. That Rivers governor must still go to APC. So he's playing that game. Magnus Abe back to APC. So and he's kind of like putting more olive in the southeast, right? So I think that's the problem I have with him. He's not facing governance. He's playing more of politics than governance. And that is really affecting that country. Every problem we're having today, that's why I said I'm not a fan of Wale Edun, Cardoso, and the rest of them. Because the problem we are having today is because of those guys. Those guys were the ones that worked on that policy document. And that policy document is the same template. Immediately Tinubu entered, he was using that template. That template, if you go and watch that, if you go and read that policy document, you see that everything from fuel subsidy to the dollar, unification of the dollar and everything. And the problem was that they did that policy document based on what they heard from CBN. And they thought we had that reserve. And we didn't even have that reserve.
I said it several times here before.
So that's the genesis. That's why I said I'm not a fan of those guys. Right?
That's the genesis of our problem.
Those guys,
the figures they had was wrong.
Those guys are the genesis of all this problem. Because if they had done their job very well, and they really get the actual reserve, I'm sure Tinubu wouldn't have unified.
It may feel mess them up. I mean, when a central bank governor tells you something, will you doubt him? They didn't doubt him.
But what stops them from getting in? You already won the election. Get in.
I think we'd be wrong to start blaming Cardoso and Wale Edun now. What they met on the ground is a big mess. It's an empty treasury.
Exactly.
Everything been looted. Nothing left on the ground.
Are we going to
almost bankrupt nation? So within 7 months or 6 months, you don't expect them to have got everything back on track. But I think we have to give them a little time and see this year particularly the direction they want to take the country. But for now, I think the mess they met on ground is still huge, and they're battling with it, and they're trying to get it directed and put things on the right track. So
even the gas is their focus, and South Africa is the latest customer for gas.
The thing is this: do you think Tinubu can handle? Do you think Tinubu can handle this dollar issue with this exchange rate? Do you think he can handle it?
I think he has to write it. I think he has to write it out. I think it's probably one of his make or mar policy positions.
And
he cannot back out of it, so he has to write it out.
So, and that's the major problem, because the thing is even affecting everybody now. Because of that, Dangote just lost the richest man slot in Africa.
Okay.
And the Nigeria GDP too has got the first spot. Of course, you should get a tissue. It doesn't matter.
Dangote is no longer the richest.
Nigeria is not the largest GDP in Africa now because of it too.
So
it's collapsed everything.
So
it's a rebalancing process, isn't it?
So yeah, which I'm not even sure. That's why I said it needs to sit down, because the way they are doing it, right? They are using the way they are doing it, right? Okay, we need to just still borrow money, bring some dollars into the economy and all those things. It's not going to help, because the problem is those guys sabotaging it will still sabotage it. Even if you borrow the whole money from everywhere and bring it to Nigeria, it's still going to be the same. So for me, I think it should just leave politics. If you really want, you said you wanted to be a president. Now you are a president. Sit down and face governance. Leave politics and face governance. What is going to happen is a lot of people because if this thing continue, right? You see, they believe, Nigeria, we are good at it. No matter how much you stretch us, we'll still survive. But when you stretch them to a particular point, the anger, you may not be able to curtail the anger. Because when people start coming out and start telling you, being power, this and that, and you are
was that what freaked you out, that being power?
No. It's the reality, right? It's the reality. So it's the reality.
No, but I don't count it to amount to deep-seated grudge, because I know the Yorubas very well. If it's something that is very high in their listing, it's only. They'll be shouting.
To the speaker, to the one before that. A few years ago when I first joined your platform, I asked a question. I said, talking about Nigerian sovereign, and I said, because we wonder why they were not revolting against the system. And I said, what is the rock bottom? Somebody define what rock bottom means. And I'm here again years later asking the same question based on what the last speaker just said, that they're going to revolt. At what point? What is that rock bottom?
Nigeria is nowhere.
Let me answer that question honestly. By one man, let me answer honestly. Those who are master of revolt, if you go back from the 60s up to the Abiola time, up to Jonathan's time, those behind it are Yorubas. The day Yorubas rose up against Tinubu, he will be toast, but they will never do it. Because when they wanted to bring Obasanjo down after his first time, the Yoruba rose against the move. And the Hausas were asking, but you guys didn't vote for him, so why your beef? And they said, no, this is our own. It's not going down.
But let me clarify. Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. There comes a point where people will be so angry.
But the music.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
Give me 1 second.
There has to be a confluence of events, things getting bad in so many different areas at the same time that can lead to, an uprising. And it has to start from the north if you have to remove it.
That. So, it comes to a point. The real rock bottom will be where the political class cannot use those fault lines. Anytime you have this uprising, they always bring in race, religion, and tribalism.
Okay, who will start it?
But I'm saying that at what point will it not matter anymore?
We will never get to that point, Babati.
Yeah, because one man, you know what? If the North starts it, then Yoruba nation will rise up.
Exactly.
And that's a plus for Biafra space. The North knows this calculation.
I think it's kind of anti-Yoruba kind of, that's what I'm saying. But what point do you get to as a country where you say F tribal, F religion, we are angry at the system? And one man is saying that we will never get there. So
we will never get. That's my own opinion too. We will not get there.
So therefore, what is rock bottom then? That means we're going to keep doing this
We're too tribalistic to have that.
Exactly.
There's no hope then, because if we keep going down the drain, nobody says anything.
What I just said, I'm reluctant to say it, but I just have to say it. It's the reality.
I don't think there's gonna be a rock bottom, and most people will find this controversial. I think that the Nigerian people's the way they perceive the environment is slightly different from the way we think they perceive the environment.
Right.
They see some improvements on the ground, physical improvements on the ground, not necessarily cost of things. They see that they have phones, many of them can work online. Yeah, in this giga economy, and so the young people that should be on the streets, they have so many things on their plate right now. I'm dealing with them almost every day in Nigeria. Those guys are not in any mood to go on the streets.
Do you know why I brought that question up? Like an alcoholic, you must they always say to an alcoholic, you must first hit rock bottom first. That is the first thing. Once you hit the first rock bottom, then you can go from there. So if we never hit rock bottom, there's no hope for the country. Then you must hit this point, like you say, enough is enough. Then you can build from there. But if you're in denial and you cannot even reach that point, then we're doomed as a society. There's no hope.
Tinubu has to screw it up so badly that like he will have to really, really kick people in the teeth so badly before that happens. But given what I see in Nigeria might actually experience a turning point if Tinubu doesn't mess with it, and which he's technically trying to do. There's two big refineries that may be coming on stream. Nigeria may be a net exporter of petroleum very, very soon in terms of
gas.
So many things are coming our way, but all he has to do is just secure the country and things are going to fall in line. But he might find a way to screw it up. That's my concern.
Okay, for that, like, you know what? Let's say there was something about in any society, the rich and powerful of any society behind the scenes are the one that shape the society the way they want it to be. The problem is your own ruling class don't love Nigeria that much. Any society you see, America, people that actually shape the country are behind the scenes figuring out how they'll put Obama there, they'll put this one there that they want them to do their bidding for them. But for love of country, they put this in place to make people happy enough, but not make them rich, but happy enough to survive. Your own ruling class don't understand that concept of investing in the country for their own gains.
The richest black man lives in Nigeria. How about you?
One man, stop, please.
Does it not?
Or do you call that?
If he doesn't love Nigeria, why
he has been the throne. No.
There's a no.
One man, he has been the throne. It's no longer.
Do you know how much do you know how much Bill Gates invests back into America? Do you know how much?
Do you know how much Dangote invest back into Nigeria?
For other people to benefit, not himself. This is talking about building society. Even when I went to med school, there are people that actually sponsor you as a black, if you a minority group going to medical.
Dangote does that. Dangote does that.
No, not. I'm saying as a group of people, the ruling class of any society, you must also always keep your poor people happy. You must keep them comfortable enough so that they will never revolt against you. Your own ruling class do not understand how to invest in people. So the problem is not the people, is the ruling class have a problem. They don't love their country enough. So ask the question, what are the ruling class doing to keep the people happy enough to survive? They don't give a damn about them. They don't.
Dangote is like houseboy compared to the wealth of people like Bill Gates and all that. Jesus Christ.
Real wealth.
But relative to what he has now, he does his bit.
Who told you one man that money is his?
No, I'm not faulting him. He does do productive things. He does offer value compared to all these speculators in Nigeria. But he's not very rich. He's not as rich as he should be.
I'm saying collectively. Any country that is very wealthy, the powerful men there behind the scenes are the ones running things. They put people in place to do their bit. Our own, what do they do when they meet behind the scenes? What do they discuss? What do they do?
But from business angle, if we look at it very well, I prefer the Adenuga's wealth to Dangote's one, because steady money every day.
I don't give a damn about any wealth. Okay. I got Dangote, OBJ, Atiku. When they meet behind the scenes, I hope they better meet like every other country. What do they discuss about Nigeria? What is their plan for? That's how you shape society. What is your ruling class talking about behind the scene?
No, but you answer that question by asking the question: what is their presence in Nigeria in terms of the economic landscape? And their presence is quite profound.
But the question about what is their plan, I think is a valid one to, because I fear that their plan is, let's not rock the boat, let's just play along with everything. If we do too much, we are going to lose all our money. They don't want to do anything.
What is your plan for EVs coming up? This is the what
you know Dangote is risking bankruptcy investing in Nigeria.
Yeah, it's quite risky. That's why I like that guy actually on so many fronts, because he actually does offer value. He makes cement, he's bringing refinery in, he's doing stuff.
I hope you see where I'm going here.
Apart from his relationship with Bill Gates.
In America here, they have all this business that talk about the future and how they want to put things in place for people. They kind of plan things ahead. They are ruling class. They see things 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Investments, that's what they do. What's our own ruling class? What is their own plan for the country? What is it? What is the grand plan? What is Nigeria's future in the world to come, in the AI world, in the EV world? What is the grand plan for your country? You will still gain from it. In America, you gain from it. You plan to gain from it as the powerful, but also you benefit your own people.
Nigeria has a presence in tech, but that's not as
that is not presence. That is just sharing lanes. You must create your own lane as a people. You must be unique. You must be different. You can't be a follower of tech.
Yes, but they're creating technology hubs in places like Yaba and in Kaduna.
Oh God, Christ! One man is missing the point. Tell me something that I shaped. No. Tell me something from Nigeria that has shaped society, that has shaped the world. Something unique from your country.
Not even close.
What do you mean shape the world? Nigeria is not
we are not an advanced nation, please.
We're not in that evolutionary phase.
But that is level you must get to.
We better get there.
Yes, and the building blocks towards that have been put in place.
Where?
It takes time.
I can't really point to Dangote again.
It's not only Dangote. To be fair, I think one man is right.
The Boer man is doing great work. The Boer man is doing great work.
I think I heard Buhari say something about the train lines, that how can you transport heavy metal around the country if you don't have train line, because the roads cannot do it. So I get that they are trying to lay the foundation for industrialization in the country. The question now is if the process will be disrupted, because it has been disrupted before. And that's why I don't like instability. We need stability for this thing to actually.
We don't need security. That's all.
It's not been disrupted now. They've now successfully completed three epic train corridors. Kaduna, Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan.
Where is your the most profitable lane that you can ever build in Nigeria is Lagos to Calabar. That is what you should have been focusing on. That is your most profitable lane for business. It's not Lagos. Lagos to Calabar is your biggest. That opens up the whole market for you.
Yeah, that area is hot.
I don't understand your country. Lagos to Calabar, go look at the map. You open that.
Lagos to Calabar, the economic activity in Calabar is
not Calabar itself. One man is
the places they stop
across the lane.
Spots along the line actually that matters, but we'll get there.
The economy
we'll get there. Step by step.
The internal needs of Nigeria is southwest to the north, and then the other economic space, which is that Delta Creek region, is from that place to the sea. So it's not inwards, it's outwards.
For people that have studied the Lagos to Calabar rail lane, they know what I'm talking about.
Oh no! You explain the importance of it.
Okay, so it's what it cuts across. So if you look at it, goes from Lagos to Benin. So they bring the map back and find what it.
Oh yes, I'll bring it up now.
Studies for that. So it opens up the market for that space opens up. You can always do it with the north at the same time. Don't stop growing. but always prioritize the most important first.
Yeah, but the most important is not Lagos to Calabar.
Yes,
is
it
what I'm saying.
is.
There are high GDP areas in that southern region.
Yes, it is, Roman. Yes, it is.
So, and the trade going on in that area can be very, very heavy, and a lot of industrialization.
That's the number one trade now. So,
but do we know that the deep sea port at the Lekki Free Port Zone, after the Dangote refinery, is operating already? I think Kweleram's own said these are warehouses where manufacturers from China and America already rented space, for which they will bring their products, store them, and from there distribute to African countries as the need arises to their customers. That's another line of business. That
are you done with no? Before you say that, are you done with your African road yet? If you want to expand,
no, this is seaport. This is seaport, deep seaport.
No, they were supposed to have a rail for West Africa road for you to move your goods into.
Our neighbors don't have that kind of money. They depend on Nigeria.
They have their own one in Togo and Benin. What are you talking about? They're waiting on you guys in Nigeria. Go and look at the road, the coastal road.
That road is sponsored. That is ECOWAS road, the transnational West African road. That one is the money is there. I think ADB is involved. AFDB is involved in that. That one is secure. I thought you were talking about rail system. The road, everything. That one will be in place. They are doing it. Every country along the road, they are constructing, and they will join them.
If you are serious about things, you put it at top priority. You focus on it. You put your energy to it. You focus everything you have on.
But you've still not said why Lagos Calabar is the most important.
No. Pull up the real part of it, not the map of Nigeria. If you type in a Nigerian rail line, Lagos to Calabar, you will see where it goes to. There's even an offshoot into Aba, if I'm not correct. There's an offshoot into the east, then it goes down to cross river. It links those.
If you look at the top GDP states in Nigeria, you have Lagos, Rivers State, Akwa Ibom, Imo State, Delta State, Ondo State, Ogun State. You can see that all the heavy weights are all in that region. Before you even get to a northern state, you have to go to the 10th, if I'm not mistaken. So the heavyweights are in that area. So you can see why if you link them up, even the roads, the physical roads are very busy. Not to mention if you had train lines that can.
They're even too busy for my liking because the loads they carry, those roads are not meant to carry such tonnage every day, day in, day out. Honestly.
Yeah. Is this what you're after, BT?
Let me find. Go ahead.
Okay, find data and then let Larry carry on what you're doing. Yeah.
They even have the breakdown, but go ahead, guys. Let me find the link.
So
Larry, back to you.
So for me, I think Tinubu is lucky. Even though Buhari actually, did some things with, but I think he has actually laid a very good foundation for Tinubu.
Yeah.
With the railway, with the refinery, with everything. So the only thing that Tinubu needs to do now, if he doesn't want to screw it up, he should just please leave politics and face governance, right? Because number one, we are talking about dollars, right? We need oil production to increase. And I don't even understand to see what is happening Navy and Tantita, all right? Navy and Tantita, who is the thief? Who is stealing? And those are places that I think, the president is supposed to call everybody. Let them know that you are in charge. You are interested in this thing. Because that's the only thing. Now, Dangote is starting now. We have other refineries. Good. They are giving Dangote, some ration, 1 million barrels and all those things. But the major thing, you said you want to go to 2 million. How are you going to do that? Those are places that I need, I just need this man to just face governance. If he can just face governance with everything we have now, I'm telling you.
No, that was a bit dubious mathematics they made. They calculated condensates also.
Yeah. So if you can just look at what happened, people are like, oh, Tinubu didn't go to Plateau. Because this guy, Shetima, said it before election. He said he's going to be in charge of security. And that's exactly what's happening.
So I need Tinubu to stand as the president and be in charge. Immediately that Plateau issue happened, I was expecting, what do you do? Summon all of them. Summon all of them. Let them know that this is your stand. But when you don't do that, right, everybody just believe it's still the normal thing. In which country will 100, almost 190 something people die and somebody is coming in and saying, oh, it's a mistake, the terrain and all those things. That is when the president needs to, he doesn't even need to visit that place. Summon all of them, give queries. Let them know that you are in charge. Our revenue, we are not even focusing on that revenue. And that's another problem, right? Tantita is shouting, the Navy is shouting, and those are places that you need to stand and let everybody know. If you need to bring everybody together, let everybody know that I'm interested in this thing. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, Buhari has really helped him a lot. He has helped him and ensured that all those things are in place. All he needs to do is to stand as a president, let them know that you are the president, that you are in charge of everything. Let everybody sit tight. I like the fact that, yeah, he's re-echoing it that, oh, if you're a minister, you don't perform, yeah, you're going to leave us and all this thing. Yeah, good. But, you know, it's still going to be the same thing if you don't sit down, face this thing and get Nigeria out of this whole thing. Because people are beginning to be angry. Because inflation at over 28%, that's huge. And you don't even know, you can't even know what's going to happen. You don't even have a hold of the foreigner. And I like the fact that it's even affecting everybody. It's affecting the billionaires now, right? It's not just Dangote, it's affecting all of them. It's affecting Abdul Samad, it's affecting everybody. So that's why he's close to those guys. Those guys are the ones that are going to help him. But those guys are looking at his body language. That's what is just happening. They are looking at his body language. They don't even know where he is, right? Abdul Samad will try to, like, you know, come in and kind of like, yeah, we want to see where you are, right? He needs to just be in charge. And if he can be in charge, forget about politics, start politics in like 2-3 years to come, right? If he can do that, I can tell you Nigeria has every opportunity to grow because we have everything. Dangote, everything. I think that's the only thing that, for me, if he can do that, he can actually get Nigeria to where we want to get to. But for now, I don't know. Probably if things change tomorrow, then probably we can all smile.
All right. Can I explain this with what I was talking about? Are you there?
Yeah, carry on. Thank you, Larry. Stay steady, Larry. The conversation still carries on. Yes, Babati.
So the proposal is that, you see the red line, right? You see that red. So forget the phase 2 from Calabar to Obudu. We can always do that later. But the phase 1, you see how from Benin it goes into Onitsha, right? The black lines that you see, they're already old. They're already there. They're the one that they're upgrading right now. So the black one is already there. You see how they connect to the red ones? You see, if you go down there, you see how from Port Harcourt, from Aba, you see it's already linked there already. So once you finish that red line, you're already up to the north already. That Madurugi thing is already there. So you can always do improve that one later. But so you think about, oh, it's the north. Finish this red one, you have Aba linked to the north, to the center, and to the west. You have Onitsha linked to Edo, Ore, and look at the steel. It goes towards into Kogi, Lokoja. You have your steel plants there. You have Port Harcourt, you have Ebonyi. So it links your industrial sites all together on rail. And if you can get your act together in Kogi State and get that steel plant running, you have supplies. You can live in Onitsha and supply Lagos without showing up. You can have the distribution company in Lagos without even showing up in Lagos at all. You can ship down there. You can go all the way down to Port Harcourt to the port and ship as well. And you can stay in your southeast and you have links to all parts of Nigeria just by rail. You can do your monorail, you can do your standard rail, whatever, with the red line. So that opens up that channel. So your guys from the southeast, they can always invest their money in Onitsha or whatever they stay in that area and put it on the rail and ship it to anywhere in Nigeria. So this opens up the whole market space for people, north and south. So once again, this is the most important line that you should have been focusing on, woman. That was my point earlier.
There is already
all right. I don't agree, but
there is already Warri Itakbe rail track
The black
there,
ones,
which
you see the black ones,
covers
the black ones are
no, it covers Delta. It covers Delta State all the way to Warri. I don't know where it ends, but they call it Warri Itakbe rail track. It goes through Delta there, so it means they already have some lines there.
Do you see how it links to that red one? The way they made it, so those black ones are already linking to the red one. So once you make the red line, you can link it to the black one and move goods and services.
Yeah, I can see
That's
that.
it. You see those black lines? They're already there. They're already there.
All right, gentlemen, let me hand over to Thomas. Acknowledge yourself that you're ready now. Thomas. Thomas, I like what. All right. Tunaja, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. So what are we talking about?
Well, you can come into the conversation.
One man being wrong about my real line point. That's where we are.
No, you can carry on with the real line. I don't agree with your narrative though, because
if I were to invest in anything in Nigeria in terms of moving and services, I want to invest. This would be my top priority. I'm sorry. I know it's a level.
Do you know the primary focus of a real line? Do you know?
It's not
heavy.
Exactly. It's for the extraction economy.
Right.
Yeah, but that works for us too.
That's to the north, not anywhere in the southeast or south.
No, one man. Look at. You see my point. Look at the line. You already have access to the north already there. You just improve those ones, but you must link your industrial sites together.
Yeah, and the coastal regions need to, because we're also linking to Cameroon towards traveling in that direction and to Benin Republic on the other side. I think that because even when you are traveling through the southern states, because the roads can be very, very bad and the traffic there can be horrible, you want another means of moving goods, large goods like that. You want some of parts of Nigeria that you have, you see all those trailers tumbled and everything. It's mostly in those regions. And because the soil is very, very difficult to construct roads on. So you want to have rail track that is reliable. People can ply their goods up and down those parts, and they can get to Benin Republic and trade properly there, go to Cameroon and trade. And if they want to go north, they can go north.
The pressure on Lagos reduces tremendously. The pressure on Lagos
heavily.
It opens up new markets for new people to move somewhere else because you have access to Lagos on rail. You don't have to go there to move your stuff there anyways. Just put it on. You can have maybe the small office there to clear things for you at the port or Apapa or whatever. And you're in Benin, you are in Bayelsa, you're in Onitsha. That's the way it's supposed to be.
And they're all heavyweights.
One second. Thomas, are you ready now? Thomas. He's telling me he's ready, but it's not unmuting. All right, sorry. Tunaja, carry on.
Yeah, and the states along the coast there, they are all heavyweights in terms of their ability to generate this in GDP for the country. And if you link them up together, they will be supercharged, I believe so. And then part of the manufacturing that goes on in the east will be able to be transported along the coast and into different countries. We're talking earlier on about West Africa. This could also aid it to get to Benin Republic fast. And then you can also go north.
That line from Warri into that steel, if you can only fix that steel plant, you see that black rail track from Warri that cuts across Umedin up to Ajakuta.
Yeah.
You already have a line there already. So if you can fix your steel pass, do you know what that means? If you can supply steel across Nigerian rail.
This is why you don't see protests in Nigeria, because there's a lot going on the map there. And there is a lot of construction. All those train tracks that used to be dead before, they are all coming back alive. And, train tracks in Delta that I didn't know existed before, they are all there now. So people see infrastructure improving, they really want to tear it down. That's something I noticed. If you look at the history of China, the moment the country started growing, barely any protests ever. They have their little skirmish here and there, but they don't protest because the city is improving.
Why not invest more? I know you want to build roads, but this is the thing for finance. They say it's going to cost us $11 billion to do this. Both phases, by the way, both for the whole thing to complete.
It is worth it. It is worth it because it doesn't have. They don't suffer the nonsense that roads suffer from. The roads, they will fix it. Then tomorrow they want to carry some heavy goods past it, then to damage the road. Because what I gathered from the road damage that we tend to have, most people just think that, oh, they are not doing a good job. Some of them are doing a good job. It's just that sometimes they want to carry very heavy load through those roads, and it damages the roads. If you do that in the UK, to damage the roads, to those kind of goods are meant to be carried by rail. But in Nigeria, because they don't have rail in those areas, it damages the roads too. So you can see why this type of investment and infrastructure is actually very valuable for that area. The north, the soil is a lot stronger, but this area, the roads are easy to compromise, and hence rail track will be quite important if they can be able to put that in place.
And when it's reaping the benefit of the road, you can then use that money to start building the roads.
Yeah, you can build the road. I believe that it's going to be a win-win. Because I have reading on the Port Harcourt to Enugu rail track before, and it's not only about just traveling. You know, as something you need to do for your life. You link up to different parts of Nigeria because you stop, you interact with people. You know, everybody is there's a kind of, I don't know what to describe it. There is actually a good thing to link the country up like that, and it's a shame that they let it to dilapidate the way it did. But it appears the country is trying to get itself back to where they were, at least let's say 30 years ago or 40 years ago. If they can get themselves back there, they can build from there. Personally, I believe that the only thing Tinubu needs to do, like you said, he shouldn't be. I think somebody was saying he shouldn't be doing too much politics. If he just focuses on security, everything will just work like magic.
All right. Yes, we do. So, no, I think we have Thomas. So Sunaija, with your apologies, let me bill Thomas to take the reins. Thank you to the super chatters. I lost connection for a moment, so it's been wiped off my screen. But you know who you are, and you know who you are not. So thank you to the super chatters. We'll carry on the conversation tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
One man before you leave. You know, the work you were doing with those those images you shared with us regarding the funds they were donating to the Nigerians. I think that is a very good thing that you are doing there. And the second lady, for some reason, I really felt I felt that one heavy.
It's a touching story, isn't it? She was chased out of her, and I didn't even know until Foley sent the clip saying she was chased out of her community because she comes from just from what she said, she comes from a polygamous setup, and one of the wives, I think one of their children killed someone with a car. And then and in anger, that community decided to burn all their businesses down. She ran from that community to go and reset up. And then suddenly she's in a shop, and then somebody just parachutes 150,000 naira into her hands. I mean, imagine that.
I didn't even know the story, but I could read it from her for some reason. And well done for doing what you are doing.
Just for saying that, I'm not quite sure if you've been following that space, but we also did in the north as well. Let me give you this little snippet before I leave. This is one of our beneficiaries in the north.
This is an example of what the after effects of labarin abinci. Akwai abinci. Me sayarwa ne.
Wallahi zan bata wuce kawai shiga ma to ni to ki bari na wuce.
So that's Zainab. She's a 23-year-old thereabout mother of 5 with a son with a disability. She's a widow for reasons of insurgency in the north. So she's one of our beneficiaries as well. And then there was a 70-something-year-old Mama Hadiza who she's looking after 7 children for reasons of insurgency in the north. One of our beneficiaries as well. But I'll pull all of the clips together and make a montage.
Well done. I think
Good job, man.
that's commendable.
I was tough for internet, but then that one, you did okay.
Yes, all right, thank you. It was that a compliment for you after 2 and a bit years, Babati? I thought you only came here to kick me in the head.
No, I'm a nice guy, you know that.
Who told you that? Whoever told you they have to be short? But no, you are a nice guy. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thomas,
yeah.
Sure, be waiting. When you most of the white show, right?
No.
So, let's go ahead. Sorry,
yeah. I don't always show myself. No.
It looks like we are.
It's very hot here, Babati. It's almost 38 degrees here. It's crazy hot here. Yeah, go on, Tunaja.
Yeah, as we were saying, my only concern with the Tinubu government is that he might find a way. He's almost as if he's looking for a way to screw it up somehow. Because if you think about it, he has the capacity, he has the opportunity to be the best president we've had in this democratic dispensation, and maybe the best president ever. Because all the elements are in place for him. They've restored the refineries. They're all coming online one after the other during his time in office, his first time in office. You have the the rail tracks coming on stream. Power generation have been now moved to the states. The states can do whatever they need to generate power for themselves. And if they actually take it up, there's going to be significant improvement. And all he has to do is just secure the country, really.
Can I ask you a question? Because I was watching the clip. There seems to be a pushback on this. We've had this talk about the transmission part of electricity. And most people want to do some kind of regional transmission lines. But there seems to be a pushback on that. People still want to have national. They don't want that regional. Do you know why that is? Why people don't?
I don't know, man. That's some kind of madness. What is National One doing for you? National One has kept us in the middle, in the backwater forever. I think states can, if it's not regional, then let the states do their thing. This thing, I don't understand it. There is mobile power plants that cost $20 million. They can power houses or up to 100,000 houses, some of them. And all you need is get the fuel to them, like gas or coal.
Yeah,
or
that one, because they're like, oh yeah, we want states to run or to give private sector or power to generate, to distribute, but not transmit. I'm like, wait a minute, are we not back to square one again?
I thought they are allowed to transmit.
No, the stakeholders, I heard them talking on Arise TV, talking about we don't want. Why would somebody have regional? What are you afraid of?
I think I don't think that's going to be a major issue. I think the power they've handed to the states now, the governors don't have any excuse anymore not to generate power. Nigerian cities don't have any business losing power when you can get a mobile power plant for $20 million. This is a $500 billion economy, and we can't even afford $20 million 100 times over. Because all you need is the power, the energy to power those things, and they can deploy them within 6 months. So what is stopping Nigeria from doing this? I think because we are thinking strategically, we want to have a massive, like from Siemens and all those things to power the entire nation. But you can start small, because personally, if I was like advising the government, I'll ban these individual use generators in estates. As an estate, you shouldn't use individual generators in individual homes. You have to have a communal generator, because you have to phase out these generators, just like they try to phase out Okadas. But there's no move to try to start doing that yet. And in terms of Tinubu, with the currency, the way he's approaching the currency, there is no move to discourage people from using the dollars. I don't understand that. Why is it so keen? Why don't they care about foreign exchange, that our people are relying too much on the dollar? To the point where they want to sell a private jet, I think the aircraft of the president, and they want to sell it in dollars. It's like, what is that? You are encouraging your own nationals to use the dollar that is killing your currency. I can't for the life of me understand it. And then when they want to buy anything, they will always go to and buy overseas. That's why I think Tinubu will find a way to sabotage himself. This man, he's quite lucky when he came into office. If Tabi Buhari is the one that came into office the way Tinubu came into office right now, Buhari probably would have utilized it probably more. Personally, I believe so. Because if you look at all the things Buhari did, Buhari was more focused and he didn't have that much resources. Now, petrol prices are going up because of all the conflicts going on in the world. That is so much that you can't make it up. Tinubu is one of the luckiest politicians. Dangote refinery is coming online. Even Abuja didn't get that. Port Harcourt refinery is coming online. Insecurity to an extent has improved even before he got into office. Not like when Buhari came in, when Boko Haram was basically controlling village after village after village after village. So there are so many things that he has going for him. But my fear is that you don't see him trying to capitalize on it to actually get the nation where he needs to get and making him one of the best presidents ever. It's like all he cares about is just, I think that the earlier speaker that said Tinubu should focus on governing instead of doing politics. He's doing too much politics instead of focusing on governing the state and actually taking Nigeria from the level that we are in to the next level. He might still do it. I don't know. Maybe this student loan thing will be a hit success. Maybe, I don't know. What other program does he even have?
How much did you say that? You said $20 million? The mobile?
Yeah, mobile power plant, yes.
How much can that generate? How many
I think that is 25 megawatts. What a pipe. I'm not missing 25 or 30 megawatts.
I'm reading something here. I think by in the next year or few months, this company called Electron Energy, they're going to be powering up VI, but that cost them $50 million. They're going to be giving them about 30 megawatts in VI.
You see, that I'm not surprised. But that money was always there. Why didn't they do it?
That is cheap now. That's not that
It's
bad.
really cheap. I don't understand it. Why they don't do it? Because if $50 million for VI is nothing. They have a lot of money there. You know, and if you, I don't understand why our cities have.
But they will cut off everybody. They're the only one that will have lights now. Everybody just be looking at them from afar, like.
See, some parts of Abuja don't get lights.
You know, here's the thing. These people know that if we give these people power, they will pay. They have the money to pay. And they will pay in VI.
Exactly. That too is an issue. Yeah.
So once they pay in VI, they pay in the Coup and they give them more. So what happens to the mainland then?
True. I think that all you need is to use this mobile power plants as a backup, because it's not like the national grid is completely dead. It does come on now and again. It's just that it's very, very infrequent. You have it maybe 6 hours a day, 12 hours a day. Then while it's not on, the mobile power plants kick in until the national grid is fully fixed. You can have a plan where you light up all the Nigerian capitals 24/7 by using mobile power plants while the main national grid is getting fixed over time. Even if it takes 2-3 years to fix, or even 5-6 years to fix, those mobile power plants will last more than 10 years. You use it to power the cities while the national grid is getting fixed. But I guess Nigeria is such a weird country that if they see a mobile power plant, they'll be like, what's the point of fixing the national grid anymore? We might as well rely on it until we kill it too. So maybe that's why they are not doing it. But I don't see for the life of me when something costs about $20 million and Nigeria of $500 billion is still going through darkness. I don't understand it for the life of me. Why our leaders have not done this? They even take power at airports. They will be power will go at airports. Some parts of Abuja, they don't see power for days. It's like this is a federal capital territory, a planned city, and there is still no power sometimes. It's like I don't understand the way our leaders think at all. So, but we'll see what Tinubu is going to be able to accomplish with his time in office. The first thing he has done that I know we can use to test what his own plans look like is with these student loans. The petrol one, I don't think the petrol one is neither here or there. I think the only thing he gained was buy time, because if he hadn't removed the subsidies, the national coffers would have become very, very tight because of the debt servicing that the Nigerian we had to do. So he bought time with that one. But in terms of subsidies, we are still paying subsidies. We're not paying the actual price for petrol, the market price for petrol right now. So in the exchange rate that he said he was trying to unify, what did he do? We still have two exchange rates. The gap between the two is still similar as before. The only difference now is that the Nigerian currency is worth less. So he hasn't done very well on that front. So I'm really, really concerned about him, the way he's running the economy. Because I just feel like sometimes he came into office just to please some of his international friends and people that got him into power somehow. Because he's not doing things that you would expect a leader that wants to put the country first. A country that seems to be coming together. He's not doing those things. He's not encouraging people not to be using the dollars. If anything, he's encouraging people to use more dollars. I don't understand it. He wants the Nigerian currency to continue to deteriorate, that's depreciate. I don't get that logic. I don't know whether somebody can explain that to me. So that is what I see on that anyway. Is there any other topic that we're covering today? I think I've lost picture. There's no image of it on the screen. Let's see. Where is Thomas?
Thomas is there somewhere. Oh, you don't have access to the admin thing tonight? I thought you
No, I don't have access to it. He's the one that has access to it. So he's not sharing the topics that are here. Where are the topics? I think he's back now. Oh, Sierra Leone ex-president. This Kuruma business, I don't know why they want to bring him to Nigeria. I guess somebody suggested that maybe it has something to do with fear of possible civil war, if depending on what they do to him. And was it not you that said something about whether they can hand him over to ICC or something in a joking way? I don't like the idea what they did to Taylor. Actually, Nigeria is such a coonish country. We betray our own so quickly. What they did with Charles Taylor, because all those they were set up for us. That ICC, man, I was surprised recently what I found out about the UN. I didn't know UN has ICJ, and that's International Court of Justice.
Yes, yeah. No. They actually one of the very first to be on that court as a justice was somebody from my hometown, Abuja, Ajibola, that died last year. It was a justice.
So what is the point of ICC then if there is International Court of Justice?
I remember Ajibola being a justice on the ICJ, but I don't know.
You know what I found out? It looks like the International Court of Justice seems to have a heavier weight. Because recently when South Africa took Israel to the International Court of Justice, normally Israel doesn't care about responding to anything, no matter how much you threaten Israel. Israel sent their lawyer to that place. They sent their lawyer to go and defend themselves because it turns out that court can make and break certain things. And once they pass a judgment, it's almost as if the other nations are bound by it. And I was really surprised by that. I didn't know that anything like that existed. And yet we were just busy sending our people to ICC. It's like ICC set it up for the people. The people that they can be treated anyhow. No wonder America didn't sign up to it. While there is another one behind the scenes. So I didn't know that existed. But this is what we do now, isn't it? We sell our own whenever it's convenient for us. Look at how quickly Tinubu wanted to go and invade the Niger Republic. That's the only time I see him want to do international stuff properly. And then the rest is ignoring West Africa.
But our Senate stepped in, even though it had tribal, there were tribal reasons for that. So, but at least they stepped up and they were responsible. But I didn't get that move either. Your first few months in office is war, and I'm like, bro, no.
There was no chance. That would have been a terrible idea. He's lucky the Senate stopped him. As a matter of fact, he probably was begging them, please stop me. Please stop me. I don't want to do this. Because if he had got there, oh my God, the blowback would have been big. And I personally, from my point of view, from my own analysis, I think it would have been good for us as a nation and good for the Black continent as a whole. Because what we are doing, we are asleep right now. We don't seem to engage with things. And if he had gotten a pushback from that, and there will be international involvement because, you know, Wagner is involved, all kinds of, then we'll actually get involved in first world interaction and confrontations. And that will open our people's eyes. I know Nigerians are lions. They will wake up and they will feel what it feels like to actually be alive in this world. The problem is that before you know it, Nigerian Senate was like, don't even try it, because Northerners will turn on him. He went back on that one. And then the French ones that wanted to attack from Benin Republic, you know, another brother again wants to help the colonizers attack Niger. Those ones, they had they had a rating because they saw that Niger went and signed a defense pact with the other countries like Burkina Faso and Mali. But they saw that the conflict is going to expand more than they are willing to risk. They backed off. That's what happens when you are your brother's keeper. And it helps Nigeria. If Nigeria had that kind of mentality that Mali and Niger and Burkina Faso have, if Nigeria had it, I don't know why we don't have it. I really don't. How did Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso manage to do what they pulled off within how many months? Oh no, it took them a year or so. But Nigeria hasn't been able to do that.
Niger, can I quickly chip in one or two sentences?
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is that most West African countries or other people from other West African countries, they don't really trust Nigeria. They don't like Nigerians. And you know, an average Nigerian is domineering. They thought we are too proud and too there's a lot of pride. So they see us as spoiled brat. And you know our guys, if they are wealthy. So that is the reason they always think that if we collaborate totally with Nigeria, Nigeria will take over their country and take over everything. So they say that. No, I'm just trying to tell you, if you deal with, I've had a lot of them as friends or classmates before. This is the perception they always have about Nigeria. And
I see.
So for Burkina Faso, Mali, and the rest, they were bonded together by a common language, which is French. And you know the way the Francophone countries always look at the Anglophone. So if to say we are lucky, of course, unfortunately, Ghana is not directly beside Nigeria as a neighbor. If Benin is English-speaking country, and we also have Ghana beside, maybe the three of us can bond together easily. Those ones that bond together with Nigeria easily is Sierra Leoneans and Liberians. Ghana sees us as a competitor, so they don't really like Nigerians too, to be frank. So that is what I want to say.
I think if they truly dislike Nigeria so much, they wouldn't be part of ECOWAS, would they? So to a point, they are willing to work with Nigeria. And I think at the height of Nigeria's power was when we were able to create that ECOWAS, at the height of our power. But very quickly we lost that power, so we didn't finish the job. Because ECOWAS should have become a military alliance too. And that would have sealed the deal completely, because that would have killed the French control of West Africa. But obviously that's the hardest thing to do, and Nigeria never managed to get to the point where they can do that. Hence, imagine they managed to have ECOMOG. ECOMOG is a freak event, really, because that's not how nations do these type of things. If it's like having NATO, but it's not a defense pact. That's how ECOMOG is. ECOMOG is, if they have something to do, then they just come together and go and do it. But they are not a defense pact. If you attack one nation, that nation is on its own. But NATO, they are a defense pact. If you touch one nation, you touch all of them. But ECOMOG is not like that. So I think that's where Nigeria's power stopped. You know, we didn't finish the job. If you have finished the job and united this in West Africa as a common defense region, I think maybe our fate would have been different from what it is right now. Because any nation would know that if you come to that area, as a matter of fact, coups will be less. Because coups will be considered as an aggression. You know, you will not see coups. The region would have been a lot more stable. Because if you have a coup against one country, if you have a coup in a European country, now the other European countries are going to gang up against you to remove you from office. So because of NATO, but in West Africa we don't have that, because we didn't end up doing that. I think this is what maybe we should be thinking about, because West Africa is our backyard, Cameroon is our backyard, and we should be able to trade with these people, use it to generate the kind of resources that Nigeria needs. Nigeria is heavily populated and the population is growing. How are we going to cater for all this population? And many of them are actually very sick too. The ones that are this young generation with ulcer left and right and eating indomie left and right. Who is going to treat all of them? So we need resources. And if we are to survive into 40, 50 years time and do well, we have to own our surrounding. We have to be able to trade. America trades heavily with their surrounding. I don't see why we shouldn't. I think we are doing it because I think I heard about the continental road that they are building. I don't know. Somebody mentioned something about that continental road. I don't know whether the person can shed more light about it because I don't know about it much. That they are building some roads through West Africa coastal regions, and because of the
coastal road. I think that the Lagos one day that I've seen some, they're almost done with their own part. I think because of the train thing that they're trying to put in between the roads, but I've seen some improvement. But those Togo have done theirs. I've seen they finished almost their own lane, but Nigeria is the one yet to link up with that.
I see.
Nigeria
So
is the
what
one.
is it supposed to do? What is the purpose?
Robert T.
Yes, sir.
How's it going? To Nigeria, how you did, brother?
I do. Welcome.
You said something earlier I wanted to speak on, but go on, conclude what you're saying, then I will
Sorry. The goal is that you're going to have a highway around amongst those countries, but they also want to have rail access. So if you look at the Lagos one, because they have the blue thing going on, you will see that in between those highways they have like a rail track line. The whole goal is to have a rail track in West Africa. That way you can jump on a rail line in Ghana and get to Nigeria. And that's the whole plan, and move goods and services and stuff like that. That's the whole plan.
Yeah. Sometimes these things I like what they are doing because we will be able to industrialize more quickly with this type of, and it also allows to move goods around this thing. The region, which also is going to improve trade. The trade thing, oh my God. When you think about it, you just wonder, what have we been doing all this while? They said we Africans, we don't trade amongst ourselves. And we trade more with Europeans than we trade with our next door neighbors. I find that really astounding because that's impossible.
Like I've said this before. I don't want to put family business out there, but we've always traded with West African countries. I mean, I grew up in the Songo area. We know where Songo is. We always go to the Togo, Gambia. That was almost like every other weekend. People come from all those countries.
We are not the one that benefit the most. The neighboring countries benefit more from us, when we trade with them, because it depends on the influence of the money coming from our country to their own country.
But what happened but that the naira was very looked out for in those countries. The value of
Naira, no. Naira is strong in terms of purchasing power because it's based on the petrodollar. We said Coup.
No. I'm saying the demand for naira back then.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But the naira to them was like American dollar to them.
Because it's all about the petrol, about the crude. That's why they depend on money coming into their country. Earlier, let me speak on what Tuna just said earlier about that Tinubu had it good, that the infrastructure being put in place will be a catalyst for Tinubu to build the economy to be stronger. Look, to Nigeria on a macro level, you can't be hungry and be thinking of something big, like let's say you want to talk of buying television or you want to buy some ridiculous things in your house. First and foremost, you'll be thinking about what you're going to eat first, right? The infrastructure alone is not a catalyst to prepare the economy to the greater height. You can build infrastructure, and then without a concrete plan on how to transform your economy to the point that a common man will feel the impact of that infrastructure that you built, that will be a meaningless infrastructure. Yes, rail are built, but as of now, what is the impact of that rail on Nigeria? I don't think Tinubu has it good. Let me break it down a little bit. Before he assumed that office, it's always been said on every media or every truthful platform that whoever emerged as a president is going to have it rough. Why? Because what we were doing was more or less like when you put pancake on your face, trying to look good, but you're ugly as hell. We were broke, like Nigeria was truthfully broke. We were borrowing money left and right, even to paid salaries. So it's like living a fake life. You are subsidizing to a point that people are even confused whether we were running a social government, because it wasn't even more capitalist in nature. So government subsidizing every phase of our life. And then importation was, free flow. People can even import common things that they could easily pick up in their backyard or in their little farm. So what is the essence is that we were spending money frivolously. People living ostentatiously. People in government are not even helping. So we knew that we are going to have it hard, whoever becomes the president. Now, to build the economy is hard. You know why? Because public governance is hard. You govern. They say you govern. You campaign in pros. You govern in. No, I didn't get it right. But you understand the gist.
Yeah.
Right. So when you campaign, you say you want to do this, but you now feel the pulse. You realize that you are at the bottom. You're scraping the bottom. Right now, everything we've done so far is bet on the outcome or the outflow of our crude, with the hope that the market will be favorable for us to be able to sell at a certain rate so that we can get enough money to fund some of the plan or some of the things that the government proposed. So why are we having it hard? And I always argue that no matter how we're trying to live in austerity lifestyle, or so whatever we expect from government, the amount that government will say will still not be amount, or it's just like mopping the ground. What I intend that the government would do, Nigerians have been so traumatized for a very long time that they don't have the patience to even wait for a day to have their life transformed. But it takes time. Among us, among Nigerians, we have saboteurs, people that are profiting from the decadence that we have in economy in our country. Let me tell you,
but that includes the government.
It doesn't take. No. It does not take a
buying
rocket
foreign
science.
cars, selling their cars in
No,
foreign
look,
currency.
that is even minor.
That's economic sabotage.
Look, if you want to set a tone, even when we were using Peugeot 404, 505, and all that, did the Nigeria transform? Did our economy transform? So
that was at the height of our powers, actually.
Those are optic.
It's not optic. It's actually real stuff.
Listen. Hold on. Those are optic. There's a chances that even when the government, the military government, then decided to negotiate with this company to set up assembly, the bare minimum they can do is to set up assembly. They're not going to bring the company all the way from their country to this African country.
We have innocent cars. We have
look. Let's think big. Okay, too, but Nigeria, this is not about politics anymore. This is the reality. Okay, you see those companies that you said they are indigenous companies, they are not. They are just assembling those parts in Nigeria and they're selling it. Okay.
Yeah, yes, I agree with you. Let me tell you, is being assembled. Some of them are being made here.
Let me tell you. Let me let you in a secret. There was a man who I know very well, who live in my community here in America, in Texas. His brother-in-law became governor of the state. He was working in one of the dealership, a very known dealership in the town. So the moment his brother became brother-in-law became a governor, guess what happened? This man retired. How did he retire? I'll give you an example. He struck a deal with his employer to supply the administration of brother-in-law with Toyota vehicles. Okay, but if the administration were to buy that vehicle directly from what do you call them? Japan. Japan is the producer of Toyota, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it will cost more, but they struck a deal and they sold those vehicles at a rate that was much more cheaper than the international directly from Japan. And this man retired on that. He retired from America and moved completely back home to Nigeria. I won't mention the state. What am I saying is that, look, Nigeria, if despite that the vehicles are not produced in Nigeria, Nigeria government can also negotiate. Look at what someone
What?
did.
Oh
Yes.
my God! Hold on.
Hold on. Let me break this down. Let me break this thing down. We are not look. Don't let nobody deceive you. To Nigeria, nobody is manufacturing vehicle in Nigeria. The one you are seeing is like seeing a Walmart or any of this retail store putting their own label on a commodity or
Who
stuff
does?
that
Most
was
people
produced.
don't too.
Hold on now. Hold on. What you're seeing them doing is imported a foreign goods, branded it locally, and sell it to the people. That's it.
No, that's
That's
not what is happening. Come
that
on, don't
is
do
it,
that.
brother. Whatever components they are manufacturing
Yeah,
in
you're
Nigeria
not being
is the
kind now.
unique.
That's just harsh. What you're
It's
doing.
the reality. Let's see. I'm not the type that will be dancing around stuff.
You know what
Let
you're
me
saying
add
is
what you are
inaccurate.
saying. This is very common. What they did, you are right, is very simple. Most of these major manufacturers, in order to get the market share, sometimes also produce for these big chain supermarket like Walmart and the rest. This is another way or to control the market of their product.
Exactly.
All of these PZ, Liver Brothers, and the rest, they always do this thing because I work with an organization before that this is what we do. Okay, we just have as consultant to them, and this is what we do. So it's a way. Even here, if you go to like I don't know whether you have like you Nigeria live in UK, you have Lidl. And sometimes here we have like Prisma, maybe to Primer, like you have in UK. So they have their product the same. Like if you are buying something like Milo or whatever, something like that, you discover that those supermarkets also have that kind of product. Who is producing it for them? It's the same Milo company or whatever.
Exactly.
It's a way to control everything. It's a good
So,
market strategy. Okay, that's
yeah,
what I want.
it is. But you know, we are quick to jump on the bandwagon that we have to patronize us. Look, I'm not saying we should not patronize Nigerian control market or whatever. But the thing is this: if you look at it holistically, they are not actually Nigerian.
If I see you near any office in Nigeria, I will find a way to burn that office down. Because the way you think is a very dangerous way you think. Because you think that you are not seeing the future benefits that comes from the added benefit that comes from making your stuff incrementally. Every nation gradually starts manufacturing every single component within. As a matter of fact, most of them never do in the end. Even America doesn't make all their components. Most of the parts are made in China. So what you don't see from your analysis is that if the nations start making it, then they will start selling the cars, not only to Nigerians, to West Africa, to East Africa, other parts of Africa. Nigeria's economy is going to be a lot better off from it. All because the government plans a thing.
Tonight, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I want to ask you a truth question. I know you will not answer me truly, but just want to ask you. Can you, Tunaija, I will say your name again. Can you buy innocent vehicle?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, why do I say that? Let me put some caveats to my question. Is it the same car that is breaking down in 6 months?
See, the way I look at it is that when you buy it, as long as it's worth it, you're not just going to buy it for a exorbitant price that you can't afford. As long as it's worth it, I will buy it. Yes, and as long as it's safe, I will buy it. Yes, it breaks down, I will still use it because I know after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's going to get better. That's how nations change.
Let me describe a scenario to you.
This question. You have asked Nigeria this question. Innocent motor have been in the system for over 5 or 10 years now. And to Nigeria, like you always talk, it also has some business interest in Nigeria. So why can't you buy it 2, 3, or 4 years ago if you want to patronize assemble in Nigeria? Because I will not say totally manufacture in Nigeria. So why don't you buy them? Like they have truck, they have buses, they have van, they also have this luxury SUV or something like that. So 2 or 3, why can't you just get them?
The work I do doesn't need cars like that, and the innocent cars. If I can afford it, I will buy them for myself because I know I'm doing some good.
You know what I mean? Let me break.
Why would you buy a foreign car if you can afford it to buy a local one?
Hold on now, hold on. To Nigeria, let me break this thing down for us to understand. You know the way this thing played out. Okay. You have innocent matter, important part of the component of the vehicle, including the engine. I'm not sure even the body, the main body, the exterior body of the vehicle.
Actually, they only fabricate the body in Nigeria. That is it.
Are you sure they fabricate the body? Okay, let's just assume that
us.
they fabricate the body,
That's
right?
What they, but everything else on that car is being manufactured in China.
Transmission,
wiring, everything.
Okay, so
goddamn thing.
So the person importing goods from foreign country, selling it to Nigeria, right? And the person like Innocent that is importing the engine, assuming that is manufacturing the body, the exterior body of the vehicle in Nigeria, but importing the main part of the body of that vehicle from the foreign company. And the person who is importing goods like Dangote, importing rice, importing all sort of things, what is the difference between the two? There's no difference, because the money they are making money for the foreign company. They are both buying from foreign company, and they are paying for those goods in foreign currency. There's no way Innocent will be paying those company that is importing the vehicle from in Naira. But if those engines, if those major part of the vehicles are produced in Nigeria, owned by Nigeria, controlled by Nigerians, then I will now understand that the money that we are paying for it is going into Nigeria. But the moment they are still paying, they are buying those things from foreign country. That means our money is still flying around. It's a capital flight.
See what is
right?
is that? What is that? Okay, go ahead.
I quickly just want to button. Actually, most of the auto parts, they are being produced or manufactured in Asia and Mexico. Because there is this particular woman I work with before I moved to Finland. They work directly, they supply some auto parts to Toyota in China. Most of the parts are being sourced from Japan, some in China, and some also in Mexico. And when they now, because Toyota have a big plant in China, they have in Mexico, they have a lot in America, and I guess they also have in Singapore or the rest. So actually no country can manufacture the whole vehicle by itself. Most of the parts are coming from different parts of the world.
But if you control the technology.
Yes, they control. Like America and Japan, they are a big player. And also Europe, especially
That's
Germany.
when you have the edge.
Germany, I guess. Germany and Belgium, and sometimes France. France is also included. So the way it works, for Innocent, he just bought the chassis from China. They brought all these chassis as a knockdown.
It's not different from Dangote that importing rice and
it's
repackage it
a knockdown chassis.
in Dalico market.
And then you put them together. So this way they pay lower duty.
Okay, let me add what he said. What he said that they actually do. He said Chief Innocent Chukwuma, Chairman CEO Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing IVM, has revealed that his company only imports engine and lights, as all the electrical aspects and other equipment are sourced in the country. So only engine and light is what they import.
So
and he cannot come openly and come and lie about that.
To Niger, in a vehicle, what is it that makes a vehicle a vehicle?
The engine and the tires and all the other things.
No, forget about the tires. If we do not have engine in the car, that car is just an empty empty.
What about the
Yeah, but the iPhone microchip is not manufactured in America. It's manufactured in
No,
Taiwan.
it's not, but it's controlled by the American. The taxes
Yes,
are
it's
paid in
manufactured
America.
in Taiwan. You're right.
Yeah,
if it's manufactured in Taiwan, so
part of it also manufactured in China because they have issue with the company that was doing the manufacturing, the first come in China one time. But the company,
but how
the
do you know
parent-
the parts that Innocent is using? He's not the one that gave them the design to make it. How do you know? You don't know because all he's saying is that he
so
imports
the purpose of
Things are controlled by America, okay? So it's not easy for him just
the
to
purpose of calling it indigenous company is defeated then if they are the ones giving it out there.
But that
because no,
that's how all companies are. Do you think all companies their parts are manufactured in the country?
Wait, now I'm not saying that they cannot, but they can't tell me that the patent of that engine is owned by Innocent. There's no way.
Yes, that's what we are talking about. Yeah.
But if you hold that patent, if you hold the license to that engine, okay, then I cannot tell you, okay, you know what, it's 100%
I think you're making
owned
it
by
look like a
Nigeria.
car engine is so special. I know in Nigeria that
No,
made
a
an engine.
we see, if you take your heart out now from your body, every part of your body is useless.
Mhm.
You'll be dead in a second. If you take an engine of a vehicle out of that vehicle, can the vehicle move?
Yeah, but the same thing you can say about any other product out there too, in
A
other
car,
countries.
a car is assessed by the engine that is used to move. If
Okay.
the engine,
To Nigeria, if Innocent can manufacture the engine, the chassis, everything by themselves, then they have the patent to it. Then we are
of course, it will be
we are
their
talking.
own, 100% owned
Man,
by
if they
Innocent.
can do that, of course they are in.
But Nigeria doesn't have the steel mill and all the stuff that they need to do that. So that's why they are using China, like America uses Taiwan.
Like I said.
I want you to buttress this, but this is what I know, and this is what my father did. When I was growing up as a teenager, I follow him, and some of my brother will follow him. We go to get tires. There is this guy in Ibadan, Odutola, manufacturing tires. Yes, we will go there to get new tires, and we sell it to people at Dubai. Selling those people, they just wait. We just do it today, and they'll give my father money in the next few days. It's easy. We got also some brake pad or something, but those ones I don't know how my father got it. Maybe they were imported because he was working with CFAO in Ibadan that time. So we got the brake pad. We a lot of things. The battery. We also get heavy duty batteries. We get at the time we are buying the Daewoo new one. We are selling them. Daewoo, Kia Motors, Peugeot 504 GLs. It's just like a dealer. Everything together, auto park. So that way, it gives me more knowledge about how this thing runs. Nigeria was super good about that time. Most time, when I was growing up, I never see my father friends or people around us buying used vehicle. One of them buying new. Who's going to ride used vehicle? It's new cars. I think the problem is that our major problem is that because of the military incursion into Nigerian democratic setting, that is one. And then two, most Nigerians are docile. They don't talk. They don't hold their governors accountable. And from 1999 to date, our politicians have seen that just give some Nigerians some money, they'll keep quiet. And everybody is biased towards their tribal lineage. So that has been the pain. Then to now make it even worse, totally, you now put religion on top of it. So it's over. So
Nigeria. See, I like to be objective. Okay, there's nothing wrong in patronizing Innocent, but you know, everything is all about optic, and I would rather do something that will be more benefiting in the future than me to just go with the optic or go with the popular demand. People that are saying government should stop buying BMWs or all these luxury vehicles and patronize the locally made. There's a competition. The BMWs also, they are not going to sit back and say, you know what, come and buy it at the price that. No, they will be looking for a good deal. And you see, public governance or public administration is a very tough job. You know, the most difficult things you can manage is people, human being. Resources you can manage because they can't talk. You just put them, like a puzzle, right? But human beings are dynamic, and that is what brings the challenge aspect of, managing people. And when you are in a public office, to Niger, you listen to different voices, and they are coming at you at the same time. Yes, you have a plan that you want to execute. Until you get to the office, you start seeing people with interest, even in people in your same camp that that claim to be your friend, your associate, your party members, telling you cannot do this, you can do that. And you have to be very, very careful in terms of how you apply policy. Sometimes you have to go around it, like outside the box. The electricity that we're talking about today, the power in Nigeria, it's not a rocket science to generate power, distribute it, and make your money, and people use it, and the economy grow. It's not a rocket science. You know it's too, Nigeria. We can access this through various means. But you see, what makes it difficult to achieve is human being. There are some people in Nigeria that they are hell-bent in sabotaging that effort of electrifying Nigeria. We're in the 2024 now. You know how long electricity have been in existence? And yet, Africans are still finding it difficult to have it in abundance. But people, those people that are...
Yeah, but you are one of them now. You just start
No.
trying to promote foreign cars.
You can promote foreign cars. You can have foreign goods in your place. There's nothing to stop it. As long as you're able to negotiate.
Absolutely no chance of doing it yourself.
There's nothing wrong in having foreign items in your place. There's nothing wrong.
Actually, there is something wrong. There are consequences to it.
See, look, this is one thing. I understand the patriotism, the nationality, what do you call it? Nationalism, aspect of it. But sometimes some things, defy all these things that we are trying to apply. Sometimes
we have done this. Sometimes.
See, where we were using
become the norm for us.
Where we were using
the other one should be the main.
Where we were using Pojot, did our economy improve? When we were using Pojot, we negotiated with Germany. No, because our economy did not improve, and I'm trying to tell you the dynamic of this thing. Our economy did not improve.
It's not a local. It's not our car.
Yeah, but we negotiated. They built their plant. We have abundance of Volkswagen.
Our own is different from when you get from some other manufacturer.
The one you call our own is not actually our own. I want you to understand that. Okay, because
you start from somewhere. You start from somewhere. Don't you think that if Nigerians patronize innocent a bit more, then we have more capital to actually manufacture our own engines?
Look, to Nigeria. The political dynamic of what you are talking about is also part of it. You are saying Innocent Motor should be patronized, right? What if the Innocent Motor does not belong to the camp of the current administration, and you want the government to patronize them? Look, we can say
it shouldn't have anything to do with politics. This is nationalism.
Look. Don't speak like a novice.
You see, okay. Now you see we are busy playing politics while the nation dies.
No. See, it's the reality we are speaking on. It's not about it has to be this way. Nobody says it has to follow this rule. It's
not about the current reality. It's about the reality we want to create for a better nation.
Listen, it is. If you are seeing people that are getting contracts from the federal government, they are the friends and cronies of the people that are in power right now. There is no way they will go pick somebody from PDP or Labour Party to be awarded the contract. It's not possible. It's not going to happen. Even in America,
you wonder why Nigeria is suffering, because that's not how it's supposed to be.
Because
you can't use party politics to block this in the progress of the nation.
I don't know if you know about America a little bit.
I know about it a little bit.
When it comes to awarding contract, they will say it's open bidding, isn't it?
Yes.
But in some cases, in so many instances, we also have inside information. of what you
Yes.
need to put there so that you can qualify and you can be awarded.
Yep.
Guess what? I've been to places where it's been mentioned that if you did not vote, because it's subject to open record, your voting pattern subject to open record, that if you did not vote for certain party, that do not even bother.
It's not subject to open record. Where
Apply.
did you get that? It's secret ballot in America.
It's subject to open record. Anybody can request for it.
I'm not sure about that. I've never heard that before.
Oh yeah, it's subject. It's open record. You see, I always vote for Democrat. I'm a registered Democrat, and I also pay. I give them money. Guess what? I'll be receiving text messages from Democrat. I've given money to Republican at the lower part. I mean, lower level before, at this county level before, because they can see who you voted for. It's no big deal. They will see it. It's open record, like I said. But that apart, there's no way Republican will go and pick somebody from Democrat to be awarded a contract. Ain't no way. Texas is a red state. It's a Republican state. There's no way to Nigeria. So there's no way you can wish the political aspect of it away. So what if an innocent car owner doesn't belong to the APC? Do you think they will just call him from blue? Look at what happened during the Trump administration. It was looking for people that are, at least a little bit sympathetic to.
The way I look at it is that if you look at Lockheed Martins, if you look at Lockheed Martins and you look at all the other companies in America, Boeing, it's not about politics. They focus on they listen. They just give them contracts for the country.
You see those companies. It has gone beyond politics now. Those of the companies that you just mentioned now, their relationship with government has gone beyond politics, but it's still subject to policies. Okay, and I give you for example.
But that's what I mean. Now we need to move innocent out of politics, Profos out of politics, because this is national interest.
We cannot nationalize innocent. It's still owned by an individual, and it's
not national. We are not saying we should nationalize it, but we should move it to the point whereby it's not under political influence.
We do not have to nationalize it. It's about interest. If it does not belong to the
Boeing
town,
is national in America now.
No, see, Boeing is still a well, I think it's a public traded company as well, but
it doesn't belong to the state at all in any way.
No, it doesn't belong to the state, but the relationship that Boeing have with the government transcend politics. Any government in power will relate with Boeing because the government already invested in that company as well in terms of security, in terms of technology. So it's been nationalized in some ways.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying we need to get to now. We shouldn't be doing politics with innocent cars and Profos.
But this is Africa. This is not America. Even in America, it's still subject to review.
It's the human beings now, isn't it? No. The human beings will need to change their ways. That's what I'm still saying.
To government or governance is not about. It's not like business. It's not about bottom line. There's no bottom line when it comes to governance. Okay, and politics side by side with it. There's no bottom line. Anything goes. Okay, anything is considered fair game when it comes to politics. It's not like we are chasing money. You have to make profit. No, look, we're talking about system where ego is involved. People have interests. Okay, and they can go any mile to achieve whatever they set for themselves.
This is why.
So when you're trying to say
nationalist party in Nigeria, because nationalist party don't care about all this.
Do
they care
not
about what works for the nation.
Do not, even at the First Republic that we have a lot of nationalists. Do not delude yourself. Most of what you hear are just mere rhetoric.
Actually, nationalism has been known to be the most powerful force for any nation. Any nation that wants to express itself to the maximum of its power is true nationalism. And we've never truly had that to build our country.
Sometimes ago, I believe it was 3-4 years ago, when some telecommunication wanted to merge, okay, in America. These communication companies has gone beyond being rendering telecommunication services to America. Part of their job actually involved national security. Okay, that is why I said government has invested in some of these companies that have been nationalized. and it's still subject to review. And I give you an example. That particular companies, when they were on the verge of doing their merger and acquisition process, the government has to put an embargo on that process and put it on hold for a long time until the government because at that moment government was looking for the interest of the people, the American. So, and also they were trying to make sure that their interests in those companies and their security interests are not compromised. So they were doing everything they could within their own power to make sure that that merger does not take place until they're able to scrutinize to some effort. But the company is still owned by private individual, not government. But because government has invested in terms of security in those companies, and that is why they were making sure that their own interest is also looked after. Okay, I mean, at the end of the day, another example, there was this phone company called Huawei or something like that, Huawei or Huawei. At the point, Huawei. So I've always have a hard time pronouncing it. But America was proposing banning it from America completely. They branded it as a phone that is all about spying on Americans and all that. So they were proposing to ban it in America. Thank God that the likes of Samsung and iPhone dominated the market to the point that the Huawei could not even compete with them, not even BlackBerry. So what am I saying in essence is that...
Adewale, can I quickly interject, please?
Yes. Right.
I think what you just painted now is totally untrue.
Okay.
The way they pronounce it is Huawei, not
Huawei. Okay.
Yeah. So
Huawei.
So that phone, I used it before I came here. That phone features and some of what it does, even much more better than iPhone. And then the American government is trying to protect its iPhone and its ally. So they have to put a ban on the chip, because the chip they are using is also the chip that Huawei is using. That Huawei, you can use 4 features at a time. You can be on talk, you can take photo, you can record, you can save files. So many things you can do at a go. I used Huawei P30. It was a phone that, because of that Huawei, most Chinese calculated over 1 billion people, or let's just say half of them, 600 million people, switching from iPhone and buying Huawei.
Hey, but what I said wasn't untrue.
The reason why Americans rejected Huawei is because
it wasn't untrue.
It's not about spying. Americans spy on with iPhone too. The reason why they didn't want it is because they don't like competition.
What I want to say is that it's just an excuse.
No.
They don't like the competition.
I think Anyway, let me finish. Just 1 second. Let me finish. I like the way American does their thing. That's good move. They checkmated Chinese product immediately because they know that it's taking over. Before it takes over, we are the control of the art of the chip. So they now ban Chinese products, Chinese phone manufacturer from buying their chips. And once you do not get that chip, which is the core technology of our mobile phone or smartphone.
Remy, sorry for cutting you off. I saw some, we call it Huawei, now you sabi how you call it.
Huawei.
Yes, the phone was bending. Phone like a flexible phone bending.
Like some of them like that. Yes, yeah, they do.
If you see the feature of this phone, what is iPhone? What is iPhone? What is Samsung? What is my brother? Just go and check the feature of this phone I'm talking about. Any Huawei, the good ones. If you see the features,
their camera is top notch. It's one of the best.
That's why do you think the Americans are doing what they're doing now? They are trashing about because they fear that the Chinese product is going to be superior to theirs. So they want to keep their own market.
I like the way America played their point. That is good.
No, Remy.
And maybe we should copy them now. We are not copying them. And Adewale is saying that we should be buying foreign-made goods.
No, I didn't say we should buy foreign goods. I did not say that. I'm saying in comparison the price of buying those vehicles. If the price is favorable, why not? And there's nothing wrong. The one that we are branding,
because we have to
the
start
one
promoting our own.
hold on, the one we are branding as indigenous or home-made vehicles are actually produced abroad and subject to
Oh my
that
God.
petrodollar. But let me speak to what Remy just said now. I wasn't wrong.
You really need
see,
to change that mentality you have. We have to start supporting our own products.
Hold on,
We are in
Tunaja.
trouble if you don't do that.
Hold on, Tunaja. Remy, I said earlier before I spoke about the Huawei's phone in America. I said America does not own those companies, but because of their national security interest in some of those companies, they make sure that the interest of America is being guaranteed, and that was what led to them completely opposing Huawei from invading the market in America. The likes of Samsung and iPhone, American government has invested heavily in the security of those phones to the point that anytime they are using it in America, the security of the country will be guaranteed, not somebody spying on American.
Adewale,
So
is
what they
anyone
did,
using iPhone? Do you use iPhone?
I have a
I'm
work.
using iPhone.
I have work phone.
My
iPhone.
brothers, I hate iPhone like.
More than anything.
You give me, I will just mark it on the wall. Too complicated.
No.
Somebody gave me iPhone. I can't even operate it. Too
No, it's not complicated. I haven't seen that. It's even more simply. Simplicity of the phone.
I'm a Samsung person. I've been using Samsung since God knows.
Recently, I kind of like experimenting something about photography, and I was studying something online, and I realized that you can play around with Android more than
iOS.
It's such a because it's so easy to manipulate, and also just dabble everything and start setting it up like iPhone. I have work iPhone. I've been using work phone. I mean they changed it for us last year, and I was praying that they would give us Android, but because of the security involved, no, in fact that phone, if anybody steal it today, nobody can use it in the world. You cannot even open it. You can't use it. Even if you try to open it, it will track you down. They will find you. You can't even use it, including the laptop. So everything is useless. So even the one that they took from us, they had to go and burn it completely because of the security involved. They will not even, in some places that they will give you to go and use for your own, and they will wipe it off. Lie. They burn it. They incinerate everything, both computer and that phone. So what am I saying is that since they gave us that phone, I never like it for a day. Once I get home, I just turn it off and throw something in my bag or something. I just work because I don't really like it. But like I said, American has invested heavily in terms of security. As a matter of fact, there was a rumor, I know, like a conspiracy theory, but in every theory there's always some level of truth in it. There's some building in New York or Washington. I think it's New York. That those building has no window. They're just building. And some of the telecommunication technology in America are being warehoused in those building, and also that's where you have the how do I call this now? Not wiretapping, but sort of eavesdropping kind of settings in there. Because as it is right now in Nigeria, the likes of MTN and Glo, they are also in partnership with the government. So government want to eavesdrop. Can you imagine the telephone line to Aso Rock is completely open to the public, or anybody can access it and call it? Can you imagine? So it has to be securitized in such a way that it will limit the access to those phones. So government has already invested in that in collaboration with the company itself, right? So that was what American did with Huawei, and at the same time, of course, the jealousy and the competition aspect of it. It's possible that those promoting iPhone are the one that in collaboration with the government so that they can push Huawei away from America because they are considered to be an invasive product where they will try to flood your place at the cheaper. I even compete with you with some of the features of the one that you have. So yeah, but to Nigeria, those companies, that innocent car that you mentioned, they are just like when somebody import a vehicle or import something, it's still subject to this petrodollar of a thing because government is still going to subsidize it. But when you have a foreign national that are willing and ready to sell to you at the cheaper rate, but because you are blinded by the nationalism or whatever, and decided to patronize the one that will break down on your way to Lagos to Ore, which one would you rather choose? So I think common sense would dictate that we pick the one that is more durable at the same time cheaper in terms of price. All right. But earlier, I don't know if Tunaja is still there. Tunaja has dropped. Oh, okay. Anybody still there?
Yeah, I'm still
Oh,
here.
okay,
I'm
cool.
listening.
Tunaja was talking about, Tinubu, have it easy and and I was like, look, man, there's no easy way out for him because the person that left the scene was just managing the situation before his departure. What you see happening is a country that was living on a borrowed and a fake life where every part of our life has been subsidized. I'm not saying there's anything wrong in subsidy, but at least you know that the company, your income is enough to subsidize what you are, consuming, your lifestyle. All right. And they want the public outcry about governments being linear at the same time smaller, and also in terms of expenses is reduced. I, I support it, but that's not the reality because the amount that you spend on some of those things that you're talking about is not enough to even feed a small town in a given state. So what you see happening is a collective measure whereby we're trying to lay a foundation, uh, perhaps build a different source of income for the country, other than just depend on the petrodollars, because when petrol crude sector is on the down slope, then the other sector can pick up. And I think the government effort to put searchlight on the mining of national resources is a good effort. We've seen the community communal crashes, as a result of this illegal mining and all that happening in the north. I think the man is set on a pedestal that is going to, catapult Nigeria into economic boom, but not yet. Nigeria wanted uh, a miracle, and there's no miracle anywhere. If it's too good to be true, that means it's not a good plan, right? So what we see happening is that we're actually living our true self of what we are worth. That's what the dollar, naira to dollar it is right now. That is the exact worth of that currency. Because there's no way for a country that is not, you're producing a crude, you're selling it, you are not refining it, and then importing the final product and subsidizing it to your subject. To me, that is just stupid, pure stupid. Let them buy at the rate that is clear, that is open, of course, that is justified. Nobody has to. You can't have 4 cars and you expect government to be subsidizing for you. No. And the government, the current administration's plan to ensure that if you have more than one vehicle, then some of the things that you benefit, you no longer benefit because, it's considered to be a privilege to have 2 vehicles. All about people who doesn't even have one, but they have to pay a exorbitant price, transfer fare. So to me, it's something that we have to weather. The country has to weather this tough time for us to be able to at least understand and to live well in the future. If we're able to, government is stabilized. The administration is not even thinking about, of immediate. they are looking at in the future, because immediate means pumping money into the economy, giving out incentives, and who would that help? If anything is considered free, my brother, run, because there's nothing free in life. Okay, and when you keep pumping money into the economy and you are not producing at the same rate, yeah, it's an invitation to catastrophe. Because at the end of the day, you are just, printing money. I mean, for example, what happened in America?
Adewale, when
Yeah.
I entered this country 10 years ago, I saw some things. If you go to the park, you can do your party there. The barbecue is free, the gas is free, everything. Somebody said no. He said, if you know what they are taking from you, Adewale, if you know how much tax I'm paying in this country,
that is what it is. Somebody has to pay for it.
paying in this country.
Somebody has to pay
they
for
pay
it.
me my wages. They will say gross something, net something. Then they will cut the tax. Then they will pay you the one is going to. I will just put my head in my head and say,
oh yeah,
what is going on here?
So Thomas, why can't you go 1099? Be an independent contractor then to save money on tax.
Not every job is allow you to do that.
Everybody's an engineer now. You should be able to do that.
I don't have my company yet, so I'm working under a company. So if you have your company, then you can
just have an LLC and have them pay that LLC, and you employ the LLC. You can still be employed to them, but it's like you are working. Your company is working for them, not the individual.
Individual, yeah. No.
They will pay. They will pay your LLC that you can lower your taxes on that.
Oh my God! But sometimes when I do my tax at the end of the year, we only do our tax. Our end of the year is June 30 every year. So I still get some tax return. So that always comforts me at the end of the year. At least I get since 10 years ago, I've been getting $10,000, $5,000, $6,000. Like last year, I got $6,000.
Almost. Can you say my account number in the income?
In fact, me too. I'm interested in.
Don't you guys get tax return?
Forget
it.
We want your own.
That 10,000 yellow line.
You want my own.
I just
big I think even I talked with my tax officer, he said you are paying too much tax. That's why you are getting returns. If you are not, some people still pay back. My wife, like last year now, my wife paid back $1,000.
Thomas, it's not actually a return. It's your. They're not actually giving you more money. It's just
it's my money. I know. Yes,
it's not like they're paying you anything. You just. But if you have but an engineer now, you're supposed to do contracts on the side. So instead of having that second job, we can have an LLC contract job on the side, 1099, and just have your own company and work with that for your second job. You save more money.
Babati. There's no Yoruba one track you want money, but me to register. So much inside today.
Okay.
So yeah, me officially to the taxi. So business in so I'm still building it, so I've not really
because once that going over 60 hours a week, then on share 1/3 your money is that you're already working like 40% of your money is for you. Almost, so what's the point?
My brother, I take cash, man. Mama go low on million. Mama send us account of the year, cash in that in it. So yeah, really, I don't know. God, if sometimes one day they remove $800.
But two weeks pay. Thomas, I always laugh at Nigeria. Nigeria will pay money. Nigeria, you don't pay any tax at all. You don't pay anything. You don't pay anything.
About $800. $800 in a 1 week wages because we get our pay 2 weeks here fortnightly. $800. but I will just bone. The money that I entered in my account, that's what I will work with. $800, $500, but it's just crazy.
Go and donate your money to charity like Trump and don't pay tax.
Yes, that's what companies. Anyway, you know the funniest thing in this country? I've saw a company, a big company, paying $10,000, $1,000 for tax, because they will claim this. They produce this one, they didn't sell it. It go to waste. They donated one to nurse. They donated this one to hospital in Melbourne. They donated this one to. At the long run, my brother, they are not paying tax. We that we are working day and night, they will milk us like this is no evil.
No.
But
don't be like Thomas. Let me make you laugh. When I just finished college, right? I was applying to grad school, and I'm working doing some jobs, and I'm complaining. You know, when you're single in America back then, you pay about 29% of your money goes to taxation. In America, a single with no kids back then. So here I am at Thanksgiving, family, whatever, complaining that they're taking one to tax. And my uncle is sitting down there. That year, that guy made about $24 million, oil and gas. Do you know how much this guy paid that year? He paid only 9%.
Wow.
Because it's you know how you can shovel stuff around, paperwork and all that stuff now. And I'm complaining, and this guy is laughing at me like, so I'm like, do you want paying? So it was when I showed me the LLC thing, contract jobs, all those kind of things, how to donate to charity, have those ways you can save money, tax deductions, yeah. So Thomas, I'm sure in your do you know what you should do? Let me advise Thomas. Find you a Jewish accountant. I'm not like nobody knows what I'm talking about. They will find a way for you. Those motherfuckers. I don't know how they do it. Even my own. Every year, I just email him. I don't know what he does, but somehow, I'm always okay. I'm always okay. So find yourself an accountant.
You want to become Trump the second. So
but it's true now. I'm telling you, it was Jewish accountant always. I'm telling you, they are long. What happened to
somebody already suggested they would want to be before. Somebody suggested this before too. That's why.
No, it's not. It's true actually. For real, I'm a Jewish accountant will. I'm telling you, they will solve you. I'm telling you, they're amazing. They're amazing.
So one thing about the country is that I think we are living our true color now. So until we balance, we are not balanced. So I just hope, when gone are the days when Nigerian were living in the opulence and ostentatious lifestyle, buying stuff. And look, to me, I think the government is, the fact that subsidy of a thing paying into just individual. The same thing goes to energy. You have people that are manufacturing what do you call it? I said manufacturing, importing generator, diesel generator, the likes of Mycano and all that. Why did Mycano invested in producing those generators in Nigeria? Why?
Can they use the money to generate electricity in Nigeria and make more money?
Exactly. But no, they believe in the ship shot importation.
Do you see?
license to
Dewale,
import.
do you see what I posted earlier before you came in? Actually,
No, I didn't.
you know,
I didn't see.
by next year, no, I think this year, this company called Electron Energy, they're going to be supplying the whole of VI with 30 megawatts of electricity for the cost of $50 million to power the whole of VI.
Wow.
So you buy your light from them. That will be 24 hours light.
Yeah. No. So they are using gas. So they already did their own. Yeah. So they're going to give them 30 should be enough for VI now. 30 of so.
That is enough, my brother. That is enough.
And you know what will happen if VI gets it. I want Koina. They also want their. You know what? And let's say 100 or 60 for both for $100 million. One now. That means
they collaborate with Lagos State.
Yeah, but since you want to liberalize the sector, yeah, people can now just do their own thing.
I know. Yes, yeah. The state can do their thing.
Yeah, and you know those. Even if I will invest in that area because VI they will pay. They will pay the money. On the jail, no issue. About me, yeah. Those ones will pay the money.
People still live in VI or businesses now take over VI.
In fact, the kind of high rise money, but that one on is not designed for high rise buildings. What will happen if we double, triple the population of that place? Where are the new roads?
Shading VI.
So you can't build new roads to expand now. If you keep having high rise everywhere, where are the people gonna? Where are in the morning?
It was meant to be residential now.
Right.
Now,
but the failure of Marina is what's happening. You know, Marina was supposed to be your sky rise or whatever, or your Eco Atlantic. I want to want that doing.
But Marina too was congested. There was no.
No, you build it up and you move people out of building old and you build up from there.
It costs a lot though.
Because it's not that expensive. They might change the law now. You just domain them out to private stuff. Or my build the 40-story up. You give the owner of the land and the house two floors or 3 floors from the whatever you build. So they will still own part of the building if you take the land from them. So the house you destroy, you just pay them back with the floor apartment. And if they sell it or they keep it, they make more money.
And that's a good deal. That's a good deal.
That's the way it's done in America now. So if it's a small house, okay, we will build like a 20-story building. We will give you 2 floors. If it's the downtown area, you make more money. To back keep it, I'll make more money.
So after I sell it, I now retain 2 floors. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's a very expensive area. So one price, I think, it cost. I build you can up. Or they will not give you the cost of those 2 as a floor in that 40-story building, whatever. So you can try to keep it for yourself or just rent it out or sell it. So if you have 3 floors, you can keep 1 or sell 2 or keep 2 or sell 1. You will make me way more money now. Yeah.
That I think I can bargain with that. You have a new building. You have a new building to yourself. Yeah.
Who I want to call Eco Atlantic again. I'm sorry, I like the plan, but where is the new road going there? There's no bridge going there. This is traffic in my horrible now. Just look at it now. The same Amadu Bello wait.
But I think
plus Eco Atlantic. That's crazy.
But I think that the Lekki new proposed bridge and all that will take care of that.
No. It won't here. Say Fort Bridge. No, that one is on the other. That one is on the other side now.
Actually, on the other side now. We are talking of inland. Yeah, that was on the other side. Babati, I wanted to build in Lagos before. the last holiday to Molosi Nigeria, just
in fact, Thomas, if I go back to Nigeria, open making local Abuja be on my hometown. That Lagos is a
I
no.
don't even care. I will go. I told my wife we are going to Oyo or Abeokuta. That's where we are building the next the house. Lagos.
You know, I saw this. I saw this.
We already got land. We already got land. We wanted to start. I said, nah.
Mo ti rí kan ní Lekki sẹ́, wọ́n ti kọ́ already àwọn 2-bedroom tó máa ń kọ́ bí estate wọ́n ti kọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀. Mo máa nílò ní $32,000. Okay, 2-bedroom, not bad. Mo máa pe go and investigate. Ó ní ẹ̀gbọ́n gbàgbé ọmọ ìgbélódé. Ibẹ̀ máa ń flood every year ni. Flooding level alẹ́. Mo ní pé kí ni cheap díẹ̀ rà fún púpọ̀ cheap now.
If I have anything in Lagos, it will be investment. But me living in Lagos,
the traffic, the flooding, the pollution.
If you want to live long, don't live in Lagos. If you want to live long, don't live in Lagos.
Thomas, people that are buying houses in the Lekki, but cancer,
What is wrong about that? Look, you'll be surprised that if you bring your house in Ado Ekiti, it will be worthwhile. Baba Koko. Is an imagine.
I want to need Koko.
I
love about everybody. Living in half and 10 Belui. Oh, my sure. That's an Ogun state to you.
Okay,
Ogun is peaceful now. In fact, so good. I can even live in Ifo and just drive into Lagos and have fun. But to live in that Lagos, maybe I can't do it.
There's no place like Lagos in Nigeria.
For fun, not only or to enjoy or do business, but to live in the middle of that chaos.
But I tell you what, I can't live in Lagos anymore. The last time I was there, it was tough for me. I could not even driving was a tough man. By the time I would get home, my body would be aching, and I'll be like, God, all the people that I attend that I was supposed to, go out with me, help me drive around, they were busy doing their own thing too. The person that they even got for me, like maybe a driver or something.
Even the pollution, your eyes will be red.
The guy travel. There's nothing like when you sit back and you are being driven around. But the person that was supposed to do that for me even travel. I could not even go to my hometown in Ekiti because it was too long and too much for me. But Lagos is the stress of that place. Even the downfall. There was a time I went home. That was 2014 about when I went home there. So I was given a vehicle, a Passat, one of the very nice vehicle like that. It was more or less like a luxury car to me, the way it was built. And I don't know, I took the car for a spin. I said, let me go to Bagada area to somewhere to see somebody. I was just few blocks away from where I was going, and this downfall was coming to hit me. My brother, I turned around. I said, this is a bad omen. Nigeria. I turned around, took the car home, returned in, and took under a court. I said, no, at least I can manage to fix this one. But for a Passat of this level, for where, no. So that's the kind of stress that you'll be contending with the downfall. And go ahead. There's no Okada anymore in Lagos now, right? It depends on where you live, I guess.
Why would you even want to risk your life on? Do you even know that it's not a normal?
No, the way they would be riding around you yourself, you will lose control.
It's more last in Nigeria with the downfall stuff. We had car issues. And not from Lagos, I live by to Songo, Talale. But boy, they feel they face opposing traffic. And then park, you see, park why she booted, but can you man cover glasses so you don't see what he's doing? Only for 2 why she booting glass 10 minutes. Go.
Ari.
I need what happened. This guy left in the middle of the road to go and drink Balaga, to go and drink and he left me to the car.
No, look, that those are personal experiences way worst thing has got
in the middle of the road.
The worst thing that I cannot even I can't bear it in
Lagos is worst.
Is the population, the crowd everywhere.
No sidewalk,
no
for anybody.
No. Lagos is a jungle. If you don't get used to it, Baba Dale Koko, when I was in Lagos, wrong place. They mention you are mentioning the wrong place. You mention where human being lives. Don't mention where anybody. You know, there was a time, myself and my wife, we said we were going somewhere in Yanapaja area. So I will say I will try between Ikeja and Jones. There was a particular place that used to be dual road, but I didn't know they've turned it to one way. But my sister-in-law insisted that she will follow us up to when we get to Agege Motor Road, and she will now come back to Anthony. We told her, don't worry, because I was the one that was driving. Then she started taking us. You know this place where Falana has is Shimban and Ikeja. I thought it was just like, I know all this area, my brother. By the time he took us to Agege Motor Road, I opened my mouth because some of the places that I thought it was dual road were actually one way. And guess who we found there? The landlord of Lagos themselves. The what did you call them? Lasma. They were every corner. I said, ha, this is Beseski. I would have paid at least almost 50,000 or so to this people. Every time we would drive, I remember very well because they have this police officer station around not Okpebi Alley, but when you're coming from what do you call this hotel in Ikeja? Sheraton. Sheraton. And you're about to make that corner to Okpebi. What is it called? This corner. You know but we won't get to Allen. You're just making that right turning. Then you will pass through Motherland, like you are going. You make a round turn, and then you face the Allen Road. They are always stationed in that corner, and we are going to Kudrat Abiola with Noregun. So every time we're coming, I will stop in front of Sheraton. My wife will pick up because I didn't have the driver license, right? And I refused to let these guys exploit me. You see this on Lojo. When they see you, they could tell that your skin color is not like a regular skin color. So they will task you in a different way, unlike the way they will rough handle other Nigerians. So God help you, the battle of Jabo, you are your own. So for me,
but if you have that much people, why don't you have enough walkways, walk path for people? You see them competing with cars on the highway now. But
Babandale Kokoshe, you remember in the late 80s and early 90s, there was something like that in Lagos. But some of those
one available has been filled up with people selling their stuff.
With exactly. God bless you. God bless you.
Now you're competing with Okada and cars on the way.
You remember Ojota flyover, that pedestrian flyover, Ojota, the one that was there before the even government started constructing flyover. The entire flyover was taken over by beggars, people selling stuff. So people didn't even have enough space to even walk on that flyover bridges. So I mean, driving in Lagos, living in Lagos is a tough call.
Yes, sir.
It is, and if you are not careful, it can reduce somebody's lifespan.
It will, though, especially especially if you go. You know, my grandma, I live with her, used to live in Alayakin's rural area. All those low-cost housing estates that they move people into. That place was well planned. In fact, there was running water. Okay,
Wow.
so but before you can say, but when I went there like 2 or 3 years ago, because my grandmother is still there, it's already been bought. There's so many people living there now. A lot of people from the east, and they told us that if we want to sell that house now, can you guess how much is it?
Millions.
Can you guess? I want you guys to guess how much you think it was.
Maybe
Anybody
40
can guess?
million, 30 million, 10 million.
No, 40 million.
Wow.
In fact, some of my, because the house belonged to my 3 people, my mom and my 2 other auntie. Those 2 other children, they were now pursuing us to sell it off. Okay, they are looking at the money, but my first brother refused. Okay, because he's the head of the family now. So that time, I really enjoyed that place. We can walk around. We can go to Love Garden to play football, and most of the streets were tarred. It was so good. Lagos is still okay, but in Ijesha, because I have another person living there. Oh my God, it's so congested. So many people. Oh God, man.
Have you been to Orile in Lagos?
I don't like. Don't talk about it. I don't like that place. It's one of the
even back in the day, like even Shomolu
I
was.
don't really like that.
Dr. Munko.
Bajale Goko, there was a girl, there was a lady I was dating, right? I met the lady. So this girl, I didn't. So there was a church. So wait now. Somebody introduced me to her. So in the course of that, I went to church. Then I was almost becoming a pastor. So we usually have weekly
A pastor,
program.
Adewale?
So everything I wanna say, I can you over Garawansin.
Hallelujah.
So, hallelujah.
Pastor Prince Daddy.
Okay. I'll get the last. So we went to the church, the program, and then I was taking her back home, and she said she lives in Orile. No, Ijora Morile side. Not Badia. Not Badia. My mind keeps saying Orile, but I think it's around Ijora area, because that place was swampy and ghettoish and dirty and stinking. So do you know that as soon as I go home, as soon as I drop her, because what you lay 1 month ago, David, as soon as I dropped that number, I don't know what I hit something. My engine knocked completely. No way. This guy is a gunner. No way. Lose my number. So
she
was like, what have I done? This and that. So I just said, one day, let me go check on her again. Man, when I got there, I said, no. I wasn't born with silver spoon in my mouth, but there ain't no way I'm going to deal with this kid. Because the one say mistake, friend, you're on your own. When I saw those areas, those are, if you live in K2, you are living in, we are still in paradise.
Yeah, living in Koyi.
Koyi is upscale. We're talking about K2, even with daughter. Okay.
The most of you pay Koyi ni K2 Jesse Benye.
Oh yeah. If you are living in Oboroshoki, you are still Shomolu. You are talking about Shomolu is it's so ghetto. It's like it was a terrible. I said, no way. I'm not messing with this person. Because it's so. How can someone? Okay, I will come from Ekiti. I'll come and live here. If somebody from my places where I lived, I was like, Yagele Kodi or Tio, not this kind of place. And I said, no, I'm not going to move with people like this. Because we only know have a Canadian on Labe or have seen a loan to
Pẹ̀lú bí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà swampy tó mọ̀ pé èrò pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ yẹn bìbà.
Hey, Abajale Koko.
Pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ bí ẹrù.
During the daytime, you know, there was a time that the light of Itire was okay, but to a point it's now rubbish. Yeah. Yeah. My sister used to have shop in Lawansin area.
And nothing will, and that's it.
Straight up. I don't think they're not following you. They will just, before you know it, the following day, you see somebody selling, put a counter by the roadside, royalty tank on it. Before you know
Ibi Keja, Allen Avenue, Gishan Avenue, Big Keja. Bobo side Benya, Moibo to be one ta, Kenimbe, Asho, Buba, one take one man, private offices, company book based.
You know, Remy, I went to Bimisola Street. Before you know, when I went to Nigeria, I was there like I think 3 years now. Say come on, so about America. So, and I went to that same street. That Bimisola Street was where they have one water park one time. You guys remember there was one particular water park there. This same Bimisola, I think that's where Abiola's house was too. If you see that Abiola's house now, you weep. You know, some of those edifices are no longer. Oh my God, how long have I known before?
Nigeria is a disorganized country now.
It is.
So disorganized.
And what surprised me, not that you now have the new Lagos East growing now. Plan for you should have learned from the mistake of the past, not to repeat the same thing in the Bejuleki again. It's going to be the same thing now.
They're just building houses anyhow. It's no pattern.
Every day on YouTube. Come and buy this essay in the Bejuleki. Every day on YouTube. Just essay. Come and buy this essay over there. Bejuleki is the next thing. Blah blah.
They are building houses. They don't even have good water. The water is so brown.
And there's no road there. You see the single
no road.
You know.
No road. I mean, those areas
Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
How are you, my brother?
Ajale Koko, which side are you from the western part? Are you from your side?
He's from Ogun State.
From Ogun State.
I think Ogun State. I think they use
because
I just want. Yeah, I wanted to put this one there. I think do they still have this cocoa tree? The one we really know western part for. Let's forget about Lagos. Because the kind of development our people are doing here is a disaster.
If you go, we still have it.
Yeah,
we still have cocoa. We still have cocoa. It's just
but in a scale that okay, not in a very good scale at all.
No. But we still have cocoa in anything from Oyo State.
We don't really have cocoa in Ogun State. It's more of Oyo State, Ekiti, we have rubber. We have kola nut. We have
palm.
Yes, channel. Yeah. So that the things.
Do you know why I asked this question?
And of course, yes.
Do you know why I asked the question?
Cassava, kola nut, and all this. Yeah.
No, these are normal agricultural products. Produce. Like I want to really talk about the cash crop. I went to my place, my brother. Most of my village, my mama village, there is no longer a bush. People just spread houses. This one is building. This one is building. I don't understand. There is no future for our children. They just abuse your land and they call it development. Nobody is planting anything. We don't have rubber.
We are too desperate.
The private individual is gone.
We are too desperate. Desperate for
may God help us.
And
we need a very
so
strong
disorganized people.
Yes. Not even for fame. I don't even think it's the money. It's like, I don't know whether we want to be like a Rain, like Abiola. Everybody want to have that name, that fame. I don't know what is really the kind of disaster we are doing against the coming generation is too much. We borrow, we don't manage all these crops and anything. We just cut them away. If you go there, they just build houses, half houses. Somebody will be land for sale. We are building here. Here it's not developed. I say, my God, what kind of development is this? No industry, no road, no water, nothing. Just building houses like that. And before you know, erosion will not come in because they've removed the whole area, very large area. Water will chase all of them away. You see houses inside butches. Nobody can stay there.
Somebody will go to their village and the guy in the village, go and build 10-bedroom mansion and be bragging that he
that one I don't understand anymore at all.
It doesn't make any sense.
You build a house more than 20, 30, 40 million, you only stay there 1 week, and then you go back again, and another year will come. I don't get it. And
you see, the thing is that the model of our business is a disaster. Because for the government just to allow people, it's like the government is totally 99% separated for the daily transaction. I keep on saying it. That's why you don't even know the one that is making the profit and the one that is struggling.
No, Midwest, what is
happening? So we don't register this.
Midwest, what is happening is this. For all the 36 states of Nigeria, it is only Lagos State that you can see that real governance. Most of the other states, like if I were governor of Enugu and Anambra, I will tax these people of 20 million, 40 million mansion in their village. Come and pay property tax. It's true. If you have money to erect 40 million, I don't think it's a big deal for you to cover 2, 3, 4 million for me every year. And when you go to this, they build a mansion like that, and you will see the villagers. You see the villagers. They are so they are so poor, and they will go to his house begging for rice at Christmas, and you will say you are distributing rice.
And also, you have increased the value of those lands that might not be beneficial to them in the long run.
Yes,
now
it's not beneficial.
Being bought by these people now. What happens to the poor people? They keep selling off everything.
You see,
it's not that good.
Who will buy that kind of house in the village? Even if you want to sell it off, who will buy it?
Yeah, Mr. Remy, the problem is look.
I take value to these people. I know what is land remaining for farming when you're selling everything for one big guy to buy everything.
So I just don't get it. Because look at it, even if you have a 3 or 4 bedroom.
The thing is, it is the government, It is the government that is failing us. Because under normal circumstances.
Can they stop you, Nigerian people? If you want to
look out. Let me quickly throw this one in. Why I blame the government. You see, under normal circumstances, even in some African colony, like French colony, like Senegal, you can't sell one land for 2 people, the way they structure their system. And you cannot build a house without government authorization. You go to jail for it. And after complete the house, you can't take rent more than 1 month. If you do it, you go to jail. And they are very serious about these laws. Very, very effective. These are African country. Like in our country, it's a place where you wake up, particularly when you can speak this English, you can read and write, or you even have a degree to back it up. You just feel like whatever you are doing, you are the best. So I think we have to put our heads together and say, this is how we want it. Like what they are doing here. Everybody will fall into that category. Even though you have millions in your account and you pay the due tax to gather that one for yourself, it is yours.
I think,
but you must pay the tax because when you pay it,
there is a new tax reform coming upstream now. They want to target as many as out of our population. If they can target 50 million paying tax citizens, that would be fantastic. Because there are so many double or triple tax that people are paying, so they are harmonizing them. And even the state government, they are seeking the help of the federal, that guy that is on tax reform, they are seeking their help. So that they can harmonize everything, and they are going to do that. Because the more you capture that people can pay tax, then people will be able to know that having 2, 3, or 4 cars in Europe, you have 4 or 5 cars, then you are in debt already. Where are you going to park them? And if you park them, you are going to pay a lot
You
of
can't
money.
survive.
You have road tax every year. And then you have
Like
cash
Sweden. Funniest thing, Sweden, you in the front of your house, you pay money for parking your car in Sweden.
Yes, so yes. Do you know the other time I have a parking
Front of
space
your
inside
house.
my yard.
I don't know of
deliberately-
Finland. I don't know.
They have not given me space that time, but they gave us opportunity to park in front by the roadside overnight. So I parked my car there. The following morning, they have already given me €60 fine. What did I do wrong? They said
If you park on the public road.
like this is my fault. There's a zebra crossing. They say my car is 0.3, just 0.3, very close to that 5 meters distance. That I instead of 5 meters, my own distance is about 4.7, and they give me €60. I was mad, but the guy just calmed me down. Said that is the way.
But that's not your house. It's not the front of your house. It's a public street.
It's a road. It's a street road. You can park there.
Ajade Coco.
I'm trying to tell you.
Let me explain it to you. When I was in Spain,
it was so mad. Yeah?
when I was in Spain, in front of our houses in Spain, you park, you don't pay anything. If you go to the heart of the city, so they put tickets around that area. When I came to Sweden, where I live is close to village. Front of my house, you pay for leaving your car there. The little space they have for free. If you park like 10 cars there, you can't even see space there. So you will be forced to go and rent one place.
Midwest.
And when you rent 1 or 2 places, you want to rent the third one, they will tell you no. They don't have space. Go and look for private people that have space where you can be parking your car.
Midwest, do you know the irony of it here? If like this road is 60 kilometers per hour, you can speed. They have arrested some guy, they speed like 80 kilometers. Do you know the fine the police are giving them? They can give them a fine of €1,000. Some they would give them a fine of 1,500, and they will also take away these people
with point from driving license, everything.
If they commit driving license from you,
they're not they play with traffic rule at all. Yeah, Scandinavian people not they play with traffic rule.
Now in our own case, when now I was watching that governor's video chasing people driving against traffic, and I'm like, why did you have to come to this when you have systems in place that will capture your plate number when you violate things? You don't need government to be jumping about.
I said I'm a soldier.
He said, lock him up. He said, you're a diary. It's even worse. Lock him up. Wait.
Oh no.
So if it's not a government, you can just say I'm a government because I'm.
So Babati, that electricity we need to do by Coup or by whatever. I want to find solutions to electricity.
I mean, Nigerians, you need to be somebody that has agidi to govern Nigeria.
Nice
estimate democracy that is not going to work. You need agidi.
See, the thing is, if you get agidi, if you get an agidi man, and those measures are not in place, facilities are not in place, people are not properly trained, you're still going to, at the end, you suffer people, the little thing you achieve, another man will come, because the people will be feeling severe pain. So they will be crying for a change. The next man will come. I mean,
Midwest, just look at that reverse example now. See that football. How many months have you stayed there? You want to upturn? At least Wiki did a lot of things. You just calm down for some 6 months first. How many months, you want to change? You want to feel? Who are you? You are nobody. I think if somebody unpick you and install you, you should also give credit to that guy. Take it easy with him. You are just there, feel one, and then you want to show your muscle. You don't have the political clout, the financial you don't have. You think you can just fight a political war like that? It's not easy.
Hello. It's trapper.
It's not easy at all. These people here, they know they play with their rules.
I mean, my point is, if Lagos does the right thing, people would live on their own.
Yeah, so people
You
will
have
see,
to-
people will pay.
That's it. You must follow this, you must pay this, you must pay that, you must do A, B, C, and D, and you enforce it. They will
And
leave on their own.
Baba
They won't even show up.
Babati, there is no way you will live in this diaspora abroad for 2, 3, 4 years. Your mindset will change. If you are agidi in Nigeria, you will calm down. By the time they give you a lot of fine, a lot of things.
Ticket will first tear you up, and then next thing you know, then
My
your chance
first-
will go up.
My first experience in life was in Shanghai. I used to go to that university to go and teach. I would drive like how many kilometers? About under 35 kilometers. I was just blowing like that. The road is there. Some you drive 60 kilometers. There are some you drive 70. I was driving at 80 kilometers. But in China, you have to check your car at the end of 1 year. So when I go for my car inspection, they just print out a lot of. They just give me the bill. That time, if I convert it to dollar, it's also a lot of money there. It was around, let's say, about $50 or $60. But in Chinese renminbi, it's a lot of money. So they gave me those bills. I was shouting like Nigeria. That is impossible. The Chinese just say, trying to say, foreigner, calm down, no problem. The guy just print out all the camera that catch my car, the front of my number, the back of my number. I couldn't see nothing. That's what you are trying to see about it. I understand. They caught me 10 times.
Remy, Lagos has one problem. Even if Lagos enforces that, what if you're driver from a different state and you just walk into Lagos? There's no law that Lagos cannot do it by itself. Is it the point?
But the problem is that you know that in those kind of countries, they have the social security number.
You can't even train here. Lagos, you can't even go. How would you?
Where you are coming from?
That's the problem Lagos is having. Even if Lagos says everybody,
you can't escape.
No. Let me wait. Listen. If Lagos says everybody Lagos, so let's train you on how to use our blah blah blah. Within the next 2 hours, you have new people showing up in Lagos again from anywhere from Nigeria that have no idea how traffic works.
Yes.
That's the Lagos is having. Just move from anywhere. They had this idiot selling furniture on the rail track. Furniture. And he said, oh God, and they had the army come there to come and destroy the place. He said, I know from this part of the country.
That my brother, you see, we need
furniture.
For me, I think
discipline people.
Yeah, the database system from the federal level. I think most of these northern elite, they deliberately don't want it to progress, because if you have it intact, most of these manipulation of forging, filling, recruitment, all those kind of electoral malpractice, everything, they will reduce, frankly speaking. And since some of the states, they are not on their own, and now they see how to follow that federal government. That is what is affecting Lagos, because if not, I think they might have gone far. That is just the truth. Because the way they are serious, if other states are serious, and the data are there to monitor anybody, whether you are from any state.
But Midwest, the last election are proving that Northerners are cheating. Look at all the states, Kano, Kaduna, and the rest. How many votes in total? Every vote is not than Kano, the highest, maybe 1 million and a little tertiary. That's all. Before they used to have 2 million votes now.
Yeah.
All those KKC, 2 million. Now you see the result now. So we are getting there little by little. They cannot come again in 2027 and say that Kano have 2 million.
No, my brother, no, not to say they cannot come again, no. Not to say they cannot come. They are preparing already. And when they come,
let me say something, Remy. That is the reason why I've been warning you people from the south. You know, you people have been pushing for diaspora voting. I said, people, you know, say Sudan is diaspora, right?
Yes,
diaspora.
Yeah, so many of them
because you are in the UK and the US.
Sudan,
in fact, don't even try that. Don't even try that diaspora voting.
We will lose massively.
They will finish you. That will be the end. They will. So that's just man.
They don't know. They don't know about
it. Like I told somebody, diaspora voting, if they can allow it for state level and and those states have their own database to know their indigenous people, since Nigeria is almost like state of origin.
That will only be
Maybe it can go some way. But if you said, wait now, let me add this one. If you say we want to do it on national level, my brother, that is the end of our country. All the way from Egypt, everybody is a Nigerian. I'm just telling you, they will get the card and they will vote, and that is all.
All the Fulanis will be Nigerian. They will just
from Guinea Conakry, Senegal, Mali, all of them, they will vote. I tell you, it's a very big problem, my brother. And do you know the funniest part? That the Niger you are seeing, every Nigeria and Fulani announcer, the Niger government can detect it. They have a strong database, all these French colony. Every Nigeria Fulani or announcer that goes to Mali, they will detect it. There's no two ways. Those countries, you can't work without your national ID card. If police stop you, don't have it, straight to prison in Senegal.
I think
we say we are giant of Africa. You need to travel around and see things.
Midwest, I think as it is now, that is why I'm always mad with our governor in Ogun and Oyo State. I think if there's a synergy among all the 60 states of each region, a very good synergy. I'm talking about infrastructure development. I think this will spawn things around in Nigeria a lot. For example, like we are having rail line from from Okokomaiko to Ogun State. If we continue to have something like that, and then also a good business transaction between all the Southwest states, and things are moving very fast. I think there is going to be a lot of improvement in the next 4 years. Especially, I just pinpoint 2 places, South and Southwest. South and Southwest. And I think if you look at the Northwest,
that South. Anyway, they have a new Niger Data Commission chairman is from Edo State. I don't know what he's going to do, but that's South. It's good we call ourselves South. That place is another thing, my brother, is another thing. The kind of money they have popped there through NDCC. We're supposed to have seen the result. So forget about all those people where they decided.
Are you from Delta or Edo?
Huh?
Are you from Delta or Edo?
I'm from Edo State.
Your own too, just more.
I'm from Edo State.
Delta is useless. A lot of money just wasted over the years. Delta is supposed to be at par or even
my dear brother.
And that you the shout Obaseki.
Delta is supposed to be like Lagos.
Obaseki for 8 years, nothing to show. Now, fight.
That is why I pity this river. That is why I pity River State, because they don't know what they are going into. And Tinubu way in, some of them are stupid and say, "Oh, hey, don't silence judiciary." They don't even know what they are playing with. If those two guys, and if you look at the danger, the way these Ijaw people try to narrate it on the basis of ethnicity, if that place explodes, it go to get us be. Because this is just a fight between Godfather and Godson. I don't see anybody who want to support Fubara will be claiming Ijaw Youth Council. Nobody is monopoly to violence. Nobody. So the other guy you want to fight is also from ethnic people, and he has a level. He has been there in all areas as far as that River State is concerned. So instead of them to take tribe away and maybe unite the youth and say, okay, this is our land, we want it to be like this, but they turn into a tribe or something. And I thank God Tinubu way, but some people may not even understand. And because if they go into that fight, no development. Now judges, top-ranking military officer, top-ranking police, now go to chop their state money. Many cases go to come out. Weekend match go to open. He go to open the other guy too. And at the end, they go derail all political gurus of that state. They're not going to get relevant. We suffer a lot in my state for going into that stupefy what Basek can't give us for nothing. At the end, there's nothing to reckon for it. If you go there, anyway, the thing I know, even devil, if you come back, Nigeria will clap for her.
Even
though the devil just come out, they go still clap.
Even stakeholders meeting already for transmission for electricity. They say you can't have a regional transmission. It must be not. It must be one traditional line. I say, what kind of people are this? It's like people are dragging. You know, if you have something to do in your state, do it. Why drag somebody else down? You see my point? Always trying to drag other people down from making progress.
Yeah.
I don't get it. If anyone wants to do grid, that's their wahala. Let them do it. Don't say they must join you now if your government is not serious. Because people grow at their own
brother, I
pace.
say that. See, the thing is this: if, for example, when Obaseki was there, Kowa was there, two of them were serious, they would have united under the Bende umbrella or Midwest umbrella and think of what they can do for their people. Because those people there, everybody's similar. We don't have too much tribal crisis like that. We don't see ourselves very too different. We may have some slight difference everywhere you have it, even with family. But because of corruption, they don't agree. Amotekun was in the West. We're crying only to see governor formulating law to release 20% of a dollar for Ruga, just because he want to collect money. He has already put everything in place. They want to pass it in the House of Assembly before the whole thing leak out. You see, people were mobilized. This Niger Watch, at first, said those states issues concerned, he really tried for us. That social media place. Galvanize people, market women, retired police, and all the pastors and all. That is what saved us. By now, 20% would have belonged to these guys, 20% of a land. You just imagine the kind of governors that we have. And at the end, they just build all this cement structure. We are building this, we are building that. The money is going. When they leave office, everything is empty. You go there, you are not happy. There is nothing like government. It's just that you have people who are struggling to survive on their own. You can't feel the presence of government. Just only governor, police are there. When they give command, they go and arrest. When the judiciary, they know where to meet. And that's all. It's very heartbroken, my brother. That area is supposed to be like Lagos today. There should be a railway that have to have connected the whole of Sasa. The money was being pumped to them. Where is it? Few individuals. They can't even unite. They can't even speak with one voice.
Maybe I showed that line this tonight on the show. The Lagos to Calabar. It comes across Benin. Is the red line that it comes across. So it's supposed to be for the South majorly. But when you have government, if you're not serious about that country, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't. Even I've given up sometimes. I don't.
So to be frankly speaking, that country, it needs proper restructuring. They have done a lot of harm to the system, and people have made enough weight from that dubious system. So they want it to continue just like that, because that is the only way they can maintain their weight. They were not businessmen. They were just opportune to occupy office, and money was just flowing. And that's why most of them, if they die, the money die with them, because the way they raise their children don't even know how to do anything. And the system is not there for you to even function. So it's a very serious issue. If they die, the money is gone. The children will enjoy it, 2 years, go there, before you know it, they fight over it. They don't know how to invest. They don't do anything. Before you know it, they are poor.
Do you ever see any Nigerian politician say that he wants to resign from office? He's not happy with what's going on. He wants to resign. They never resign. They died there now. This is that the time expires. He's done with.
You know the reason. Say, for example, now we have a leader that is serious to say, look, my dear Mr. Governor, the money I'll be giving to you for 2023, by June 2024, there must be a balance sheet for it. And if we are not satisfied, and no external investigator or external auditor is coming, let it be law and see whether some of them will not run away. I tell you, after 96 months, when they start looking into the account book, none of them is going to balance. That means they are guilty. And if it's like 40 years imprisonment, they go run. Some go just begin the sick. You say you don't do somewhere, you don't give out to deputy, go wrong. Now, because of impunity, man, there is like now we. That they try to do a good, but we will not the let them they work, not the let them get the way the thing be. They can't talk for television. When they go back, they go settle. So it's a serious issue. I pray may God help us. We are already the
Nigerian thing. Now Nigerian thing now.
We are already in, man. Now we. Yes. So just be.
Thomas, when somebody steals money and the idiot goes to church and they say, come on, need that. Let me lay hands on you and give you the title, give you
Before you steal money, pastor tell us say he go harvest this year. Pastor tell us say he go harvest 100% this year. This way not get far one harvest. Where you want harvest? My brother. When you don't harvest, you don't go give Thanksgiving.
Public money,
they don't program our mind. They don't program our mind. Say, I say it could be.
You know,
after you don't harvest, you go give Thanksgiving. Everybody just.
I remember a famous Geo in Nigeria that said he wants 10 people to come out and give one. That was almost 10 years ago, to come and give 1 billion naira each. Do you remember that video? I didn't mention them. The guy said,
you not mention name, I beg.
For him to say that means he knows people that if you have 1 billion to give a church, my brother, you stole the money. And that there's no way if you have 1 billion to give a church, that money was not, you didn't work for that money. Not now, 10 years ago, when money was still something. I don't know, man.
My brother, I know for bad, no place way bad thing.
I know the people go meet my secretary. I know some people go give that 1 billion.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Why they not go give? Why they not go give? No. See, the thing be say, you see this Oyibo abroad where we did. Oyibo way if he manipulate for your company, he evade some tax, can't get more money where he hide. That person not go bring himself come out because he get the way you go. You know, say even when you have a limited company, you still live on salary. Because you go declare your salary to the government, and at the end of the year, the surplus of the company will be not to the government. Now, if you feel manage, you can take some things. Come on for that. Not be person go tell you so, boy, hide yourself just the way you hide this money. Because if you bring yourself out, they can't look the way you spend. Forget them. When they bring their problem, that person not go no peace till he die. So that is why people they hide themselves. Like our own, we just steal and we just come out. It's impunity, so nobody they has them. You know, we hope for a change, but everybody is just confused. You know, that's just the truth. You do what is good, another man go they scatter. So you even they say they do the good, don't know whether they do the good. So the whole thing get as it be. Get. It's very painful, Sha, if you look at the reality. It's a sad reality.
Well, hopefully they can just, at least Tinubu can find a way to secure the country. That way we don't hear issues like they play two things every 5 minutes. I think we at this point we are numb to it at this point. If we say that people die, it's like nothing to us, just 100.
But I don't think Tinubu can do anything.
Look at what happened.
I don't think Tinubu can.
Yes, look at what happened.
How would Tinubu been able to stop it?
No. Hold on. Remember what happened in those states when they went to the church and killed people. That is it, Catholic Church, and they just kill people in that church unresolved.
Yeah,
nothing yet. How many years now?
Yeah.
You can't keep having that kind of. It's not a safe country to just.
You see,
so random just show up anywhere and just go shoot people in the church.
Yeah, the thing is this. Tinubu is still going to use the same Nigeria army. He's still going to use the same Nigeria police. So if you look at even judiciary, they are involved because some of these people they set free. You will be wondering that's what the army is saying. These people were caught red-handed. There's enough evidence only for them to discover that some of them have returned to their community. So it's a very serious issue. People have different motives why they are doing this stuff. Is it not the certain people that is migrating in a very huge population? It is the certain people. So, and these people that they are killing, it's like, did you want us to see it as normal? I think the only way they can stop it, the danger is that if, for example, they create a different unit, that region have a power to create something like Amotekun, and they are able to equip them properly, that will yield result. But the danger is that we don't want to lead to another thing. That's the fear everybody is having. You cannot be passing one side, another one is opening. That is the worry. When you equip other units now, you give them proper ammunition. Maybe one person can come there and hijack it and create rebellion against the government. But we can't continue like this as well. It's like nobody is there again. I think so. Everybody's gone.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. No, we can hear you.
Yeah. What of Ajale Koko is gone?
Where is Kene? Kene is gone. I was seeing him earlier.
I was going to ask the super Nigerian some questions, but he left. So I was going to ask him, super Nigerian. I'm going to ask him. But I was even going to oral the earlier thing about the indigenship thing. That is a very serious issue. That is because forget the army. That means this has been going on in different departments, not just the army. They've been recruiting people into government offices, using in different offices and different parastatals. That needs to be investigated.
Then who is going to do it?
It's a very serious crime. It's a very serious crime. Forgery, forgery and impersonation, or how do I describe it?
That document cannot be real. It must be fake. There's no chairman will dare stand up for somebody from a different state. Forget even a fellow Yoruba said, nobody will dare do that.
It's fake. It's only one. But it's good that they were caught and they were exposed. Their faces were shown. That's the good aspect of it. So, but that country, man, I don't know. That country is not.
There are too many things not working. So you don't even know where to begin to fix the problem.
The truth of the matter is that if they want to help that country the way it is now, we need to go back to some history after the independence, and they should restructure that country to regional government and formulate a law and policies to guide a regional kind of security.
Brother, that regional thing,
because the people that are doing these harms, they feel entitled. This criminal feel entitled. They feel they own everything. That's why they are killing people like this. I'm just telling you the truth. Except they have to see that there is a power somewhere that can challenge them. That's the only way they can change. And if we leave it open like this, the danger is whether we have a regional group or not. On the ground, people can be consulting, and if care is not taken, they can decide to do, self-help, and then they're going to fight the state. Imagine when one region now they harm their people and they're already seizing barrack, attacking airport, and the government did not hurt. But that region they will imitate it immediately. Because there's no way we can just abandon his middle belt issue. Like I tell people, that thing that is happening in middle belt is coming to our doorstep. It's already here. If we say, oh, middle belt, rise up and defend yourself, what are you saying? It's not middle belt issue. It's everybody issue. It's just coming. Nobody is immune. Nobody is safe. The way the thing is going.
Safe. Are you telling me
they don't care?
The only middle belt is? Are you saying the only middle belt in that country? Yoruba is there. Hausa is there. Every tribe is in that state. Yeah. No, you can't ignore that.
But they just coming. They need to take it serious. This one is not like this is not Tinubu problem. It is just everybody understands the new president. The problem has been there for years, and there is a country that doesn't have data. So they have to do try and error as well to see whether anything can work. So the only thing is that this army, they should be serious, not just pumping money to them. They share the money among themselves between the generals and those guys who are there fighting, nothing for them. Those things have to be invested. There should be a new system for these people, how they make their expenditures, not just pumping money to them. We need money for this good. You pump money, they spend it the way they want. Small time they tell you, oh God, money we still need. Every single problem, it makes people to ask the federal government for money. And I think that's why people are not serious with their responsibility. Because if you analyze problem in the health care, the summary of all that problem will be, Mr. President, is also billion we need. If you analyze the whole thing in within the security, they will now do everything. The summary of ISO is, Mr. President, we need also billion to be able to solve it. Is it infrastructure? How long are we going to continue like this? Huh?
Don't worry. Things will change for good. Let's see how it goes this year. Things will change for good. Let's see how it goes.
Let's hope. That's just the truth. Frankly speaking,
Yeah, there's
Let's
nothing
wait.
remain for that country for people to just hope.
You know, Thomas, let me ask you a question. Are you there, Thomas?
I'm here, yeah.
One of the reasons why you pay attention to your Australia and what goes on there, their politics, is because you pay taxes. Do you think that if Nigerians pay taxes, they will pay more attention to how the money is spent? Is it because the money is not coming from them? They don't care anyways. If they are the one paying that much money, they will pay more attention to what we think they should be paying attention to.
They will. Because they know without them,
Nigerians are paying taxes.
I mean, everybody, I'm saying like the majority of like the way we have in abroad. If we had that kind of stuff in Nigeria, do you think people would pay more attention to what's going on? You know, because I'm like, I don't pay anyway, so what's my business if they steal all your money? They don't feel like they are losing anything.
But in their country,
That's true.
We need to change things. This man there, Tinubu, he can't afford to fail. If he can't afford
how much is our money now? 1,200, Abby. How much is it to a dollar now? 1,002, Abby. 1,002.
1,002, yeah.
And there's no riot yet.
1,002 something.
And there's the
1,002 something.
And there's no riot yet. And there's no riot yet.
See the reason why they don't riot.
Why would they
analyze the economy? You know why they are not rioting? Let me tell you why they don't, to my own observation. You know why Nigeria cannot riot?
For waiting. Why riot? You change from a producing economy to a religious economy.
Una be fear people. That's why I'm not feel riot.
not fear. Nigeria has not the. Say Ajale Koko don't see Nigeria like people will be.
One bullet for
I don't see Nigeria like people with the fear.
Maybe they fear. They be scared.
Yes, in a so
people.
No, Nigeria no the fear.
No, see.
Most Nigeria they don't want to destroy their country. They have seen what happened to Somalia, what happened to South Sudan, what happened to most of this country. Why? We are stupid.
Yeah, Nigerians not the fear. They're not the fear. The thing is, if these youth are jack and people equip them, you will know that they are brave. That is the only worries I have.
Midwest, let me
when you neglect your
Midwest, hold on. This country, you know that baby formula food for babies. Ask me how much did they ask with the formula before people took to the street? 50 cents.
I don't know.
They add 50 cents to baby food in this country. Mothers are already the next day already enter street. Do you know what they do? Before the end of the day, they reverse it.
Of course.
Baby food, 50 cents. 50 cents. they will. They always took the for Sweden, yeah, political party they campaign. if political party they campaign for, yeah, I will do this, I will do that. You go, they tell the people how you want to get the money. If you not talk, you don't lose. Who you want ask, where you want
Midwest,
where you want.
Do you know what?
Is it
Midwest, do you know what is funny here? The people that are contesting for House of Rep or their lawmakers, do you know that they are meeting you in the street? They will come and talk to you. My name is so. I'm contesting for so. Nobody says you could gather people all around. They listen to you. No, they are going from house to house.
No,
mall,
not
shopping mall, everywhere. They are talking. The candidate.
Everybody they work now. Everybody they work now. They call some people they work.
Yes, so.
Is it funny if you see the electoral? If they, like for me, when I witness with the electoral system, I go say now the election when they do for my country, now these people they do it. Now Scandinavian, I really get democracy. All those kind of American style where they copy, it not go help us. It too they advance for us, and all those things. America not, they not design their home for just only America. It's expensive, and they know.
How we go copy Scandinavia, all those countries, maybe like
of all places,
maybe like Otta village, maybe like
Remy, let's
copy those small countries like that.
We know, but we know, but how much is your taxi? How much is your taxi?
Babati, what's a big amount copy? I want you kereje.
I want to Dallas.
To Dallas, but benefit on farming.
Ajane Coco, may I tell you, Ajane Coco, I know say we did for advance. Ajane Coco, may I land this one back.
A big part, most of those Scandinavian countries where we not mention Otta area in Ogun State.
No, it not big. It not big.
It's bigger than all this country now.
Ajane Coco, wait. Ajane Coco. That this system we are talking, if you take it to Nigeria, it will work. Population is not our problem. You see, one thing I keep telling people, we all live in advanced country.
Do you know I can work in Nigeria? Let me know why I cannot work. Look at the demographic of Scandinavia, those countries. They are very monolithic in numbers. They're almost the same people with few foreigners. Nigeria,
never. No. You are confused about that, my brother. Don't say that. Like here where I live, make I tell you something. Their history be like Nigeria on this Scandinavia. Person where come from northern Sweden, comes south where I did. Yeah, person where come near where Finland did, where be Swedish citizen. If he comes south, it go take on like a year before it go free flow on the language where they speak for south. I'm talking about street communication now, not the official language. He can read it, he can write it, they can speak in television, he can understand. But when he start talking, they start talking in the street. You will be hearing, what do you say? What are you saying? The person have to explain it. Because they have a lot of words that they use in the south that is not, some people don't take it. We call it street words in the whole of region, in the southern region like Skåne. They call it Kanska. Somebody from Stockholm, if he talk, person this Kanska go know say this person is from there. So they pass through a lot of things.
Can I ask a question?
The federal system of America.
Can I ask a question? Hold on. You said you are proponent for regional government. So are you going with the Yorubas when that happens, or are you going with how is that going to work for Edo people?
You see, all these things that we ask sometimes, we use it to bring confusion. If we agree, we want to go to region. There are people.
I'm asking you.
Wait. No issue like this. Let me answer in a way. I can't say yes or no to you. You see, Edo have leaders on the traditional level. They have leaders in the political level, and they have people. All they need to do is to sit down and have an arrangement.
You see it now. It's not like you belong here. We should not be using this Igbo style to be addressing ourselves. We are bringing confusion more. I don't know that you understand. You belong here, you belong there. It's insulting people. So when people serve down, they will look into things critically. It has happened in the past. And we can still do it. Even the West you are talking about, there must be a political arrangement to make it to work. So this one they are saying regional government. This is my
Remy, you want to go and old people. Don't be
when you say Remy, yes. Remy, let me tell you what. Let me tell you one thing. I feel we have also traveled, and such issue is a very critical issue. It can derail progress of a country like what we're facing in Nigeria today. If you say someone belong here, it belong there, you must explain to that person from which angle are you talking from, so that the person can understand. That word it belongs to Yoruba. Benin is not going to accept that. That's just the truth. They are not going to accept it. But if you said we can work together, there will be room for people to say, okay, let's talk about this issue holistically and let's see where we agree. I think that will go a long way to benefit every one of us. But if you are describing it belong here, belong there. When the Yorubas are majority, is more or less they are working with the Northerners and things are not getting well, and you are not saying, oh, you belong here, you belong here. People are not going to take it. It is the South side that we just mentioned that is laying the golden egg that the country has been rubbishing for years. Go to this Bayelsa state. Go to down to Riverside. You see where people live, my brother.
The Bayelsa people you are mentioning,
I don't know of South.
They cannot even manage anything.
Listen, the thing is this: the South you mentioned. Even when we say South, people still need to meet together and discuss critical issue. All those areas where they have failed have to be pointed to. For me, I've never lived as a South. My ancestor has never lived under authority called South, but they have lived as Midwest people. They have lived as Bende, and it needs to be respected as well. Just the way you have lived as a Western person. We have also lived as Benin, as an empire. History is there. So when you say South, it's very confusing. Geopolitically, it makes sense. But the people have never been under one umbrella, under administration. I think it's a challenge. You have people believe their tribe is superior than others. When little thing happen, they using hand to beat their chest, this and that one will not help us. So for the South something, I don't think it's a matter of sitting down to let them understand. Look, we have never been South. If the remaining part, because even that area after Bende, this Calabar are supposed to be a region. They agree after the independence. So it was 4 regions for the South and 2 regions in the North. That's what they agree upon. It's just that the Easterner did not allow it to materialize before we enter into all these deep crises. And not today, we are still struggling. If you say someone belong here, are you coming to announce me and you want me to fold my hand? I don't understand. You belong here, you are talking about. Then when they share Nigeria, we have shared it. This one belong here, this one belong there. My brother, before you reach your headquarters, people don't look for where to get harm. We pass through a lot. So everybody needs to be consulted. Everybody needs to be respected. And everybody needs to put their own worries into that table and tell you this is solution. We must agree on this term before anything. So that is it. Like the way the country is now, everybody have pain. And if we want to say, okay, we want to restructure Nigeria, are we going to restructure on the basis of trying to shit one another like the one we have been doing for years? No, it cannot work that way. No part of Nigeria that is enjoying it today now. Though you may, someone from Yoruba may have that sense and that feeling. My brother is president. My deputy president was my brother some years ago. That is the vice. So we have that sense of belonging. We occupy some, juicy political position, but nobody knows tomorrow. But when you come to the common man, my brother, we are suffering the same thing. It's just the truth. No light, no road, fear here and there. You can't walk. You send your child to go and buy you something. If you don't return on time, you are worried.
No security.
Society cannot be like that. If not for this, no security, if not for this diaspora that is sustaining the economy, which many people don't know. This December now, you send 50. This one send 100. Some send 200. Some of them are building houses. That's what is sustaining the economy. Not the government own. And when they pump this money into the circulation, business are still surviving. How much is the government paying the common man? 30,000 naira. That means they can't eat. That's what it means. Large population cannot eat. So it's something that we need to say. We cannot just say, oh, when they restructure Nigeria, don't belong here. Oh, we cannot do it that way. It cannot work. After all, we have leaders. They must know what we are talking about when you say someone belong or belong. Is it because they are too small or they cannot govern themselves? Why won't? So I still raise that one there, my brother.
Now only God will save us for that country, man. Amen. Now where we did diaspora, they suffer past.
Now him. Now we sustain the economy for them, but they don't know. Now we. Yeah. If to say Nigeria don't get enough diaspora, the country for collapse. You go collapse totally. You just collapse.
If to say the basic amenities they work, things the insecurity no day. People they manage the business. You know how many people for don't go back to Nigeria to relocate? Millions of Nigerians for don't return to Nigeria to relocate to start the do.
That furniture where they sell for roadside, where they sell for roadside, they block everywhere. You go and look for a fit place. You go do and where you will employ people, you will pay tax for them, and you will still make profit. If to say they create that as they go back home now, so we go
just give us
furniture where they do where they know they do well. You look around.
Power, security, and healthcare.
Buy better
people will go home.
Buy better equipment, and people will go. They will contribute. We don't tire here and every day. A person, once you are, if you day under employment, your alarm bell ring, you must get up, whether you like it or not. Even though sleep, no worry for night. But as far as that bell, no, you go get up. And at the end of the month, when they send you pay slip, they are taking like Sweden here. You see them taking almost 30% of your money. Not be the one way company pay for you for employing you. Every day you keep doing, you do business at the end of the years. Now task, now you go work for. Huh? Person not go tire. And we don't they grow hope bone. The country just can't fall apart anyhow.
Bàbá tí ilé làbọ̀ sínú oko ẹ padà sílé kan lọ tún lè ṣe.
You know, if you say that back home, they will say, I'm being deported.
Midwest, home is home. Return home. Go and repair that.
We are brothers. We are brothers. We only have value in Nigeria for 3 weeks. Once you pass, they will say,
see what I want to advise you, Ajani Koko, when you go home, not just go city. These guys like person way anything no deal with. Go settle for one place at least for 6 months and see your country. Now then you go see what people they face. Not be way go they change dollar to naira. So no, just pretend. You go see something where go make you cry. Pretend. Go try and for one local place.
True you talk.
You go wake up, you go just they cry. Say now my country be when nothing follow and come. Person go out for Benin like that.
You can't hide it. They will know. You will smell different. You will act. You just
they go see for your skin. Say your skin they fresh now. Which can't poor person the skin they fresh like this.
Make I tell you, Ajade Koko, you know what person. You know what person do. If from here go there, when you go there, tell your family say they collect the paper for and say they carry and come back. Now so he call them for Lagos. He don't hide everything.
Yeah.
After he don't spend small, he come be like say nothing deep. You know what that guy talk? He say now only his mother. Now I love him for this life.
Huh.
I tell you the truth. Say now only in mother, now I love him for this life.
Do you
See all these
remember that
people
guy?
where you the help, you they spend their children school fees.
Do you remember that guy that said that that was found at the guy that was found under the bridge in Oshodi? That said he spent 20 years in America. I think when he got to Nigeria, it was his brother that came to pick him up, and all he remembers is that he's now sleeping under the bridge, and he's almost 6 years now. I said, what do we call that one?
Want to go Saturday lower, want to go Sunday lower.
Man,
they have taken everything that they bought.
Man. I don't
all
know
his
how
money, everything. They think that to hell with him, if he can die, let him die. At least we have been able to make some money out of him. It's better for us. We don't care about him. He's been in abroad for several years. God has given him the opportunity. I mean, God has blessed him with so much to bring to us for us to enjoy life. I mean, some people are wicked though in that country. Now people are wicked.
Brother,
Midwest.
Somebody that tried it told me this life. Now only mama, and I love him. He said people when they pay their children school fees, what they did when they come fees, they say no can't get money again.
They abandon them.
My brother, some of the things where they do here, go back. They are bad. He say if you see suffer, say man, people are suffering in our country. We're not going to understand. Since we don't see small euro dollar go they change, use until live with them 1 month, 2 months come by. Say we're not gonna know. Say we're not gonna know. We say when would they complain those days? Nigeria na paradise. Where would they complain Nigeria no good? Say na paradise. It's all you fall to that class. Now you go see reality where people for the face.
So the bubble land for Nigeria, they can't pack in document or hide. They can't pretend like say that
he land for Lagos. He land for Lagos after he don't keep all his documents. He can call his family, tell his mama say he get problem. Say that the government sees all the paper. In the battle around with lawyer don't pay, and instead of them to put him for social years imprisonment, they say that lawyer tell him say make it wrong come out. So he not go fit go back again. But however, small thing we go try use that to start small business. So the cartel and what he go do, maybe he go buy this one, person will come, I can't they try best. The rumor can't they fly. As that kind of rumor don't fly. Now there you know say nobody. He said before you know after the first month, second, nobody they visit him again. If he go people house, he go sit down with them. Ordinary, if you see negative story where people they cook, waiting you know even talk, how they live in life. Some people call the talk say nah, he go fuck another person's wife, now they throw him from abroad. Story they fly around him, story where he not talk. Say go touch Oyibo wife, now the man call police for her. He said many things called they come out after he spent like 4 or 5 months. Then that ghetto area, because his body can't change, say he really mean her. He say the care he received and the love is that of mother. So I tell you, my brother, that's the reality. Now only mother. He said that place is wicked. I know, like you say, wickedness our people heart. You go to see, now when you say if you have, you don't know who is with you. You say brothers when they support, they pay their school fees, the kind of behavior, you go there, go ask them. You can't go to them, and they will be able to even think of how can we help this person.
You say in brother,
coming closer to them become like a body to them.
You say in brother way they help.
Brothers, your brother way they help, they pay school fees for their children. Things change. If you go there, their wife go they do one kind. No respect for him. Story they fly say he go fuck another person. He don't finish. He say he can carry one taxi abi kabu they drive. If he want, he say if he they drive, he want start motor. Tell us, hey, they'll call her. They can give us some kind of Kufti Akate. That is big Akate. They go tell her Baba Kufti. Mufti now, you know where person joy don't come out. You go move for body. Then they mock her. So go call her Akate bus driver. That person come from abroad, they drive bus driver for your quarter. and they don't have anything. Then he go come see people where he see they not the fit chop. They are working in their house, no food. All this one with the toxic business. See some people their business collapse for their tourniquet types. They know the see they buy from them. Where they go buy before you know the own money don't go. Some people go there, they want you go see a lot, then you can see a lot of people where they street, where they battle to go see money to go right jam. Not be saying no one right. They find that money, enrollment fees. Papa, mama, they rally round, they struggle. They not fit pay am. Where people just call you, I beg my brother, not fit enroll. So he say he witness a lot of things. He sees poverty, he not believe. He comes and crime also. Everywhere, not rich like this. When you want come out, the way things, some kind of thing where you watch for TV, when you go see the kind of thing where people do, when they see my thing do, you just they wonder, this one are my country. So that's just the truth. And when the guy don't do it like 4, 5, 6 months, now I tell them, say the lawyer call and say he don't win the case, finish again, they don't reverse everything, can come back, they don't send paper for him. Everybody come they still the doubt when he don't come on, he don't reach there. When everybody don't show I call of finish. The mentality change. The guy tell us.
So what you can't do?
The guy tell us say the lawyer win, and they don't agree. Everything they mind. You don't see something for himself now. What him go do they mind though? You don't see life in a different picture. All this one we day thank God for our life. The country they fall down, not like you.
All the brother we abandon them that time.
Now you know whether I go send that. Person where go their house, where be like say. He say he go his brother house, in chop, he go there, they can't do one like this and then eat food. He get the way they come, the wife they hide food for him. You see him. Instead they stay there on beat and he can come out. Nothing like food again. That is
they
no
find
that
food
they do now be that.
They no say hold on Pafuka.
Why Everybody,
he said the painful aspect of it is the name where they give him.
Midwest.
Baba Mufti.
You know what Midwest?
Yeah.
when a man does not like you, even if he's hiding it, his wife will let you know. The way the wife will be believed, you will know that this person does not like you. The way the woman will be doing around you, like
yeah,
they will show you Pepe. The woman will let you know that you're not welcome in this house. They will let you know. It's sad though. I've heard so many. I've heard so many stories. People getting killed over their house.
Now leave mama. Yeah. All this one way. No, like I keep telling people, like in my place, people build house finish. Their brother go pack in.
They do everything.
Now there go they raise all the children. Now there their brother they raise their children. I told them, look, if you come out now, may God forbid we live long. Hair come out for your nose. Any of your children will go back, go point, say this one at my papa house. Now he coffee, now inside coffee go. If he come say he want to sell and he cannot sell that house, they're not go allow. So you can see we are the victim of all these things. We just they go. We need to really analyze the reality and see what we can plan for. Because it's very difficult to understand what really they go on there. People they will build us. If they go back, they know they come back from my state. We see at that time. Now play, don't go.
Let me Midwest.
So
I say this go. In near Egbanyen, somebody that has 4, those 4 flats, he has 4 of them. He went back home, doesn't even remember he has any house anymore. I don't know what they do anymore. He doesn't even remember it. No, he doesn't even remember the house. If a matter of fact, if they show him the house, you say the house is not his own. He'll be fighting, he'll be arguing with you that he doesn't own the house. 4 flats, those 4 flats. He forgot.
People wicked, man.
We are into it.
Because he made mistake now. When he left the country, almost in 98, 99, when he left, it's 4 units now. So he moved family members. They move into those flats. Just move there. Everybody have. That's it.
wọ́n ti kojú ẹ̀ sóòrùn alẹ́.
One guy that time, the guy he travel. As that guy, one guy that time for Spain. That time me and he went to Spain. That time he travel go home. Before he come on for Spain, he count 15,000 euro. That time he don't still tell. Then now he take follow body. I think the girlfriend we born one picking for I can testify to that. So as the guy reach Lagos, his brothers can't receive him. So one of his brother, some of his brother, the sense papa, mama, when they reach Benin, they never reach 3, 4, 5 days. And so this guy, colleague, if I say his body get a CBO, you know, tell him, say, why not just pay small money, return your ticket, say make them look and the other day then announce say the guy don't die. That money, they don't even feel account for him. As we talk today. The house where he built. The brothers, they don't spray wing. They can't they contact people for Lagos, say they say their brother buy house for Europe. How they think they do that one? Can you imagine? They don't care whether their brother born.
This
dear brother,
wicked, man.
this life, all this tribal way we did, me, I don't analyze it need them money, me chop for body yourself, chop for person body, and even that Nigeria was a distraction. It get business here where person go to do. You even get guarantee of future pass. Now when person don't go understand things, they go to say nah. Oh, you get the way they made their money. Not be say they go just they count down and they keep on like that. No, there are strategy. If you have a business and I have a location and you buy that property to run your business there, as far as that business can pay for that property and give you something to eat, you have already guaranteed your future. Because after 10, 15 years, that property will have a huge value. This is how they save their money here. You understand me? You go into transportation, you have trailers, maybe 2, 3, for example. And all these things, money where they pay for that trailer is expenses. I don't know that you understand. The government can't tax you for that. It reduces what the company is making. But that thing still belongs to your company. After you finish the payment 5 years, you know that you don't get assets. That second one still have some good values. These are the tricks where they make their money here. Not be say them, because if you say make you just the counter, and at the end, small thing where we gather, just they send down there, you know, that idea, how can I do this? We don't know. That's the same thing where we talk about our country just now. You see that black business where we do, where people say they be champion. Where they live there, they come here, they can't do anything. Go to United Kingdom. Person tell me say na Pakistani, and I see they sell food where our people go they buy. The large stores. You say, can you imagine where is that? These are our businessmen where you say that they price because the bureaucratic procedure to do it, we don't know. You understand me? So, like if you go there and you see a rappers where it come, you they look then like third world or Turkey. All these bureaucracy where we they see for Europe, they Turkey complete before you start anything. So when they know, they don't already get idea of this. They go, they find office where go issue this one, office where go issue this one. Before you know, and then they help themselves. Anything where they see, they go and ask for where. Then they pray how to do it. They not go hide them. People go begin the eventuality before you know and they don't establish themselves. They concentrate first of all to feed themselves there. Our own, we they pump everything open, we go back, go start. But look at where government don't trust put now. I'll go into farming. I will come carry cutlass, go the guide the corn and cassava for inside bush. Huh? It's not possible. So it's so heartbroken.
Some people they
when
talk.
you analyze your
some
thing.
people they talk say now we both be our problem. We no make us progress. Some people they talk like that.
It's not Oyibo anything. It's not an Oyibo problem. It's our own
Two
problem.
Naija don't talk am today. Say now you both be our problem. Say they no leave us alone to have progress. I say true you they talk. Now Oyibo. You know build road. Now you both say make you no build road. You know build that electricity. Now you both say make you know.
When you carry the money, go put for bank. When you carry your money, go put for their own bank.
For their own bank. Now Oyibo say make you steal money,
See,
carry
the
and
thing
come
is,
their country.
Ajale Coco, Yeah, Ajale Coco, we cannot rule them out. You know, the thing is, now because we no want to take proper responsibility, we feel blame ourselves for that. But the way they work, actually, they don't want us to succeed. So now we go can't decide whether we want to succeed. Start putting measures in place. Look at this Middle East country. You know, most of these countries for Middle, we need to design what is good for us. Okay, look Saudi Arabia. If I tell you whether good or bad, everybody can testify that country is progressing. When you look at United Arab Emirates, all those Dubai, Qatar, and all those country like that, they have King Jordan, but they decided to work
down. Why you not hold them down? We busy
make
now.
I tell you, I want to draw two lines now. May you understand what it. I want to draw two lines for you.
Smell.
Make I draw two lines for you. You see, those people are king. Those people are king. Ayale Koko, make I land this one. Those people have king, and those king, they were able to present what they want for their country. At the same time, the Western people are benefiting. So that make them, to give them that chance for those people to run their country and progress. Now look at the surrounding country where it talks say, we don't want to do with you. We want to do on our own. Look Syria. Where is it? Look at Libya. So my brother, we need to see, we need to tell them, okay, you want this, but we also want this for ourselves. Not be the one way we just be like say we wanted and say we don't want you. They go come back with full form. They'll come back.
Make I tell you this. Look, Oyibo no they hold person down, say make you no progress. Oyibo get interest for your country. Yes, that interest they. Now you they control your oil, now you they do everything. Now you they make money. If in a country like Niger, where Oyibo held them neck down, that one is a different ballgame. But no be so for our own case. We they make money left and right and left. For when rain fall, now money.
Ajale Koko.
But still,
don't say that.
Our people they
don't ever
chop
say
that money. No use
Ajale
that money.
Koko, I don't agree with you. I not just agree with you. See, Ajale Koko, wait, make I land this one for you, my brother.
Now you both say make you not fund your education
French
well.
Hold
on.
What?
Now you both say make you not fund your education well. Now you both say make you not build road.
Would they fund our education where? Would they fund our well?
Who tell you say? Do you know?
Are we not funding our
education? Hold on. Do you know how much percentage this budget carry for education? Now 2%. Oh, this budget for 2024.
I don't even know. I know if I tell you, I never look the budget.
Now 2%
I never look the budget.
They for this thing for education. What are we talking about? I beg.
Both research and all.
I beg. Forget.
Ajani Koko, see, I agree with you to some extent.
I agree. Midwest, hold on. Ajani Koko, I think that the big boys, they don't want the small wretched people to go to school so that their son and daughter will still be dominating the country.
That is it. That's the greed of black man.
2%. One man,
Ajale Koko, are you sure?
Go check now.
Go check them now. We treated them here, my brother. You know they follow us. You Ajale Koko, the three things in this country.
I not look that one.
Education, health.
Now wow.
Defense. They know they take out for they feel spend their last kobo. Health, education, defense. That three things. Health, education, defense. Now, they know they take a joke. They know they take a joke. Even though Australia is not in war, if you know how much they are spending in defense, education, health.
Yeah, they be lacking behind. They be lacking behind. America don't wake them. You know.
Because Midwest, you are looking at it from the as somebody from the South, if you look at the North, what Thomas says, it has a valid point. There's this deliberate attempt by their elite up there to keep people down on purpose. There seems to be this deliberate attempt using religion and ethnicity to stifle their growth when it comes to education. So it's deliberate.
Okay, wait.
Deliberate attempt.
Okay, look at it now. Okay, let us be sincere here. That northern part you just said. Now we have the Yoruba people in power. And when we talk about education in that country, we can't rule Yoruba out right from day one. So how will they allow this kind of something knowing very well it's going to affect their children? These are the fundamental questions I keep asking.
Let me
because they're in charge now.
No, wait. Let me
say Babati, let me say
what
this.
happened
Do you know the Southerners fought their way to be educated? Because they cherish education.
People are giving their houses for school. They gave their houses up for school back in the days.
They cherish education.
Look at what Midwest. Let me ask you, all those schools that good luck built for them in the North, they are turning back to Amadiri schools now. He built them schools. Have you forgotten? He went to give them Baba education. What happened?
Why should it be? That is why I said it's somebody that want to help Nigeria. It is time for restructuring because the way things are going, if this insecurity continue, people may look somewhere else. And I don't think that one will be good for our country. All these youth, we are saying they are fearful. The reason why they are fearful now is that it's like more or less we are not in democracy. If you go out to go and protest peacefully, maybe if you touch the heart of the governor wrongly, the governor can just give command and say, Oga, Mona put pepper for their eyes. If now President Fito Soya, Mona put pepper for their eyes, and they will say yes, sir. So that kind of situation, that's why people are hiding their head. But if people snatch this hungry youth, frustrated youth, and equip them, my brother, may God forbid, you will know that they are brave. I'm telling you, you will know. How can you 2% for education? I never check out like that. I have to tell the truth.
I might be wrong, but I think it's either education or healthcare. One of the two. I can't remember.
Even it's too low now. Countries are spending almost.
Okay. I think the education is under 7%.
That is
while
too low.
Healthcare is like maybe 2%. Yes, if my memory serves me well, I think education is about 7%. But even if you look at that figure,
7% is still nothing.
Yes.
It's like zero. It's like zero. 7 is zero.
Yes.
What I said, zero. Education is the future of the country. Education is the future of the country.
When you say education, it's not only primary.
Maybe
all the research
or 5%. One of the
all the research and everything that inside there do. If your country were this serious, to fund research is not easy. These are things you pump.
Forget Nigeria, not the research anything.
They are not serious, man. We just the watch.
Yeah, I think it's.
I don't know why Yoruba people are allowed that anyway. Because I keep saying it, they are the one in charge.
I think it's around 7% or so, if I got it right.
It's still small. Ajale Koko. It's still nothing. It's nothing. Nothing.
Thomas, even that 7%, half of that money is already gone. They already stole it anyway. So we thinking 3%. They have already stolen that already.
If you remember, if they budgeted 7% for his parastatal, at the long run, maybe it's only 2% or 3% will be implemented. You know that.
Yes, you're
so
right.
Just cut that 7%, just cut it into 2. Let's just say it is no. That is the true Ajale Koko. You know that now.
I think your submission is quite brilliant. It's very logical. The way
just cut it into 2. That's 3.5%. Is 3.5%.
Yeah.
Even that
education, education.
Thomas, even that 3%. We say remove half. for the big boys. Even down the line, the small guys will still take their own call too. At the stage, local government will take their own call. Everybody will take their own share, spare. Everybody will share their own. So maybe you have maybe 2% or 1.5% that we will get down there. You know, that's Nigeria for you, man. Shit. By the way, I have a question. What happened to our water corporation? Do we still have anyone functioning in Nigeria?
Lagos is functioning. Lagos is functioning.
For where?
Lagos is functioning.
What is that?
At least
the water corporation.
Lagos water corporation.
What is that? What is that, please?
You know what's funny? Back in the days, back in the days, coming from school, every house had a tap in front of the house. You can drink water for free.
Oh yes,
that was the way it was back in the days. It was free. You could drink water from anybody's compound. It was free. So now
you see, make I tell you, all those pipes for my state, all those pipes for inside my state. Now inside ground, now they rotty put. Then the water board. You know that way that the build go up, a water tower or something like I don't know where the build go up. Where they store the water. Now lizard and war gecko. Now they did there for the past 30 years. I assure you. And do you know the funniest part?
Make
I tell you the funniest part. There are people where they collect.
I like
water reservoir. Yes. Make I tell you Ajale Coco. Make I tell you the funniest part. There are people Ajale Coco way to people where they collect pension, say they work for water board. And they wonder where person sit up water reach. One at the pension. My brother, that country, Wahala dey, not be say go come. People they collect money, they can't retire. They say na water board they work.
But midway,
for the past 30 years, there's something like bad water.
Ministry of Water. We still have Ministry of Water Corporation now. They are still existing, even though we don't see any water anywhere. I could remember. I could remember. Hold on, please. I could remember back in.
So what are they not doing? Your neighbor done.
I mean, young boy, below me in your. Where below me in your. It's just that country. God, this is just. If that's why they said, if you can live in Nigeria. If you can live in Nigeria and survive, there is no place in the world you cannot live. There is no place in the for if you can survive in Nigerian soil.
That's true.
No. Yeah. There's no place. There is nothing they can throw to you in any country. You will not pass back. Yeah. No, we are rugged, man. We are rugged people. We are rugged people.
So, Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas, so you don't have, anymore. Your water corporation is not working anymore. I mean.
No. It's dilapidated.
I want the water reservoir. I want the love is say cocoring.
It's sad because if you told me that the water thing will become a business, I'll say you're lying. What is
Thomas, I was born in the 80s.
In the pure water.
I still remember in Felele, Rab, I will open tap in our bathroom and shower from the government.
Kidney back in the days, kidney pure water. What is that? What is pure water?
Hello, you guys, you are just catching fun. You are just catching fun at the expense of what is making excuse me. What people are doing is not good. When you see a problem, it's not for you people to be making fun of it. Do you ever think of, okay, what is the likely problem of all this? You are talking about water. And It's not Ibanuje. It's not Ibanuje. Let's talk about the problem of Nigeria and let us analyze it.
I want patriotic Nigeria today. I was superwoman being super Nigeria today.
Ajali Koko. Let me tell you this. We know the problem, but all of us we just like because talk is cheap. Hey, everybody will come. Hey, okay, you should have done this. Hey, Rational Man came this when he was talking about tourism. Hey, that Egypt is he used one language. I laugh. In fact, when he was talking, I put the thing on. I asked one of the Egyptians, one of my colleagues, to listen to come and see what one Nigerian is talking about your culture. The guy he was laughing at Rational Mind. Go and look, go to Egypt and see what they are experiencing in Egypt. The guy, their own president that has turned is a dictator in that country now. He has changed the way all the opposition, the ones that are not in the country, are in prison. You understand? Go and look at the depth of Egypt. The only thing that is sustaining Egypt is because of their. You just wait, Budgetary Cocoa. Electricity in the Arab world. Because let me tell you, it's not a luxury, it's a necessity. They cannot survive without electricity.
Okay.
So, if you have that kind of weather, let me tell you, we can't do without it. Let me tell you, in Saudi Arabia during the summer, if they take electricity for 10 minutes, you will see the number of people that will die. When you have a temperature of 50 degrees centigrade. Is a necessity. So when we are analyzing things, we should.
So
he said
it's not necessity to us.
Let me tell you that. Let me tell you. You don't know that they said necessity. Hold on. Let me finish.
Please talk about the
necessity is a mother.
Since we have
excuse me. You have been talking since Midwest. You have been catching on. So let me say my own. Let me say my own. Yes, the Yoruba people, they are the ones that talk. They said necessity is the mother of invention. You understand? And that is why we take all those things for granted because if we don't have electricity, people still survive. If you don't have water, people can still get water. You understand?
It's a good life not to have.
It's not a good life. But what we are let me tell you this.
Yeah,
I am privileged. Just hold on. Those people, those old days, those leaders that you used to praise, we used to praise, those days, they are the ones that failed to actually project that country into the way. It's just we look at it as if the problem of Nigeria started 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. It's an accumulative problem.
23 years. Have we got improvement on electricity, on water, on road?
Let me say this.
23 years that you have been running democracy now.
Budgetary Cocoa, go to 1970, 1974. Just let me talk now. Our mainstay of electricity.
Let Simba talk because Simba has been talking. Simba. Midwest, just hold on. Let him talk. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
You are. Thank God, Budgetary Cocoa you are here today. When the Ghanaians are coming to Nigeria in the 70s, during the oil boom, as at 1974, Nigeria was producing 2.3 million barrels of crude. Look at our population that time. How much are we producing today? That time, cocoa price fell in the international market, and that was why the Ghanaians are coming, because we went to Ghana to go and recruit Ghanaians to come and be teachers, to come and do all those artisan jobs. That was why they came to our country that time. They are having challenges with the economy. Then by 1983, when we asked them to leave, that was when the price of oil fell also, and we're having challenges with our economy that time. That was when we said, okay, they should pack off. What I'm saying is that all those facilities that you are talking about, all these water corporations, those are the time that they built all these things. They don't build it for the future, they build it for the population of that time. One, Because if you look at a good country, they plan for the future. They will build it, okay, they will have projection that in the next 50 years, can this facility sustain the population? But our own, we just built them for the population that we have that time.
No,
Besides
they
that,
can
those
improve on it.
facilities.
That is not an excuse.
No, then
They
let me
can
tell you,
improve on it.
I'm just telling you the problem. I'm just highlighting the problem now. Apart from that, we didn't build them for the future and we don't improve on them. All those facilities are also dilapidated. The only thing, let me tell you, all these things that we just come every day, everybody will just be talking, it's supposed to do it like this, do it like this. It's not going to work if you don't look at other ways of getting revenue for that country. That bigger amount of that small money that we thinking that they are corrupt. Let me tell you, if you see the way other countries are corrupt, but because come to Saudi Arabia and come and see what is happening. But you know how much they are making? They are making hundreds of billions of dollars every year for a population of 35 million. And we are struggling with maybe 20 billion or 30 billion budget for population of 200 million. What can you do with that? Even if they don't spend the money, it will not take us anywhere. But we all come here and say because they have corruption. Corruption of how much is the whole money, sir?
When you listen to people like Simba like this, defending this,
but Simba, you are also
I'm not defending what
You
I'm
are
saying. Let me tell
defending
you, I'm not defending. I'm not defending. But what I'm saying, I'm just being realistic. This is not I'm not saying there is no corruption. But let me tell you, even without corruption, look at the size of Nigeria. Look at our population. We don't have money. Nigeria is broke. Nigeria is poor.
It is your politician that make Nigerian broke.
Nigerians make Nigeria poor. I take responsibility. All of us should take responsibility and move that country forward. But by the time you are saying the politician,
which responsibility you want me to take? Which responsibility for what? What did I do?
You can't even. That was why he ran away. Now you are not even ready to sacrifice anything. You ran away.
Okay, Simba, look at it this way. Okay, this December now, most of us that is here.
I deliberately joined because all of you, I discovered that from Thomas to Baba, all of you, you are just asking for, you are cruising.
But Simba, you came to attack us. Wait, to Simba, you came to attack us when I said in my state for the past 13 years we have a water board and they don't supply water. People work there, they retired, and you only have in that water tower you have war gecko, lizard that has been there for 30 years, rat. Nobody is drinking pipe on water. So then, just saying it, you said I'm the one criticizing our country. What do you want me to do? And here there are budgets for these things.
Let me tell you, it's not only good for you, Midwest. Huh? Let me tell you, what I'm saying is better. It's good to identify problem. It's good to identify problem, but it's not only to mention it. We have to provide solution. What is the solution to this?
We are getting there now. Hold on now. Just
we are getting there. Which getting there?
Mr. Look at the solution. The solution is simple. The day Mr. President agree that he want to check corruption and give autonomous to all these institutions
you can see what
and
we are
having
saying
lost the whole
you think that let's see, yes, without corruption, how much does Nigeria make? Let's leave corruption alone. How much do we make?
Because of the corruption, we don't even know how much Nigeria is making.
Oh God.
We don't know. Somebody said the dollar goes to NFPC. Even the president don't know. To tell you the level of country we are living. They don't know the exact amount of oil we are selling. Nigeria don't know. The dollar goes to NFPC. NFPC don't account to the federal. Don't account to the president. It's a complex issue. So you can't blame me for that. We don't know what we are making.
To come in now. Waiting they do you, Thomas. Where is Olafewole now?
Thomas.
$10 before you. $10 before you come.
Come and help us with Simba because we don't know what he's talking about. Ola,
Thomas or Simba yani.
Is there?
Ó wà ń bẹ̀ ìkẹ̀rà àmọ́ tó ń ṣe.
Okay, ṣé o ti gbé ọlá wọlé?
Ó ń pé wéètì lọ́wọ́ ni tó ti ní mọ́tò.
Kò gbọ́lá wọlé, okay, ọlá ti wọlé. Baba Father Christmas. Christmas don go now, Ola now. Abi, which Christmas they celebrate in New Year?
Is Ola there?
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Can you help us to sing that, please? I don't know what you're talking about.
Baba T. Ṣé o máa lọ jẹ́wọ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kọ́nà balẹ̀ là fún Nàìjíríà?
Happy New Year.
Kọ́nà tùbà kó tùṣẹ́ fún Nàìjíríà, Baba T.
Ṣé kò sẹ́ anybody tó gbọ́ mi ni?
Mo ń gbọ́ Ọlá.
I'm gbọ́ now. We dey hear you now.
Ìgbà tí mo kí n pa Happy New Year tẹ dákẹ́.
Happy New Year Ọlá. Àwọn ìyàwó àtàwọn ọmọ ń kọ́.
Àlàáfíà náà wà wọ́n jẹun.
Àwọn ìyàwó àwọn wo làwọn ìyàwó?
Ó ti dáhùn ó ní wọ́n wà.
Bí Yorùbá.
Wọ́n ní wọ́n wà. Wọ́n wà.
I beg, make I ask question or I beg. Simba, how much is Nigeria making?
No,
let me tell you.
It's one of those people where they chop.
Are you people hearing
money.
me?
That's why I come.
Simba, how much is Nigeria government making?
Based on what our own budget, look at our budget now. Budget of maybe about less than $30 billion.
No. You not see you now. my brother. You see the problem where we get. Somebody in the government was asking a question. NAPC, where is the dollar? To tell you that, you see the way they structure the country.
Which dollar
it's
are you talking about? Which dollar are you talking about? Where is the dollar?
Because they don't know amount of crude oil where we they sell. NAPC is in charge of everything. It can't even cannot even report the appropriate crude oil, the number, the barrels of oil we are selling, and the money that is coming in.
Yes, Allah won't tell us.
I don't rest on. Let you continue.
Talk. Allah won't tell us.
I seem to agree with Simba. I seem to
agree.
That's what you are looking for, Baba T.
Àní bá wa bá Simba jà ọ̀rọ̀ wo ló tún fẹ́ sọ kọ́kọ́ bá wa bá Simba tó ti wá rákò wá bí
bá Simba jà tí bá Simba jà kò ní sẹ́jà mọ́ kò ní sẹ́dìyẹ mọ́ kò ní sẹ́yìn.
Simba àti wọlé tí wàá pa á lẹ́nu mọ́ torí agbára pọ̀.
No, I seem to align with Simba now. See, why corruption can slow down productive things, but then corruption is not our major problem. It seems to be more of productivity. See, like India now, for example, is even, if not even more corrupt than Nigeria. It's aggressively corrupt. When you talk of the level of corruption, it's very aggressive. And yet these people are still moving forward. Why are they moving forward? Because they are still able to be productive. Yeah, would they have moved better if they can eliminate their corruption? Yes. But everything we talk now, since now, is oil. America is a bigger producer, oil producer country than Nigeria. But oil is even nowhere when you look at the GDP. So likewise, Canada too. When you look at Canada, we have a particular region that is all about oil, but yet oil is not the major thing. So look at Dubai now, for example, United Arab Emirates. How much is oil contributing to the GDP? So our own problem lies more in our productivity than even oil. So to me, is I don't know. We just need to we just need to do something. We just need to do something. You know, here the other time we were analyzing, some people were telling us that, some people have the largest business in Lagos. I said, this thing came again, because I remember when Babati was showing us those people who dominate Lagos business. In reality, Lagos business is dominated by Yoruba. Then maybe closely followed by the South and a specific part of the North. I think Dangote is from the Northwest. So what am I trying to bring out here is this. All those things we convert to trading, they are potential factories. They are potential things that are supposed to be converted to serious manufacturing base that should be helping our economy. So and when we even talk of this oil economy in Nigeria, how many people are benefiting from it? You understand? If all those Dunlop, Unilever, Tower Aluminium, Nigerite, and all those factories, if they come back to Lagos today now, even without even heavy police presence in Lagos, there will be security. The economy will improve. So to me, Simba, you have my backing. You have my backing. I'm not fighting. I agree with you. I agree with you in totality. That's me. This is why everybody is not talking.
See, you just talking. Hola. Sorry. You see, you point to very critical issue. I don't think any country will progress except the government have to lay plan for it. That's just the truth. All those countries you point to, every sector that they are succeeding, if you go there, the government lay proper plan for those things. This production you mentioned, I tell you, without electricity, there's no way we can produce. That's just the fact. Now, at least if you don't agree with me, I can say you can agree 50 or 60% of our capability to produce has been reduced for lack of electricity. And that is one factor. Now look at the insecurity that is increasing.
And who do we blame?
You see, all these factors need to be put together. There are things that we
hold on
for all of it. It's the government. Blame? I don't know why they're excluding government.
Oh,
this is what I don't understand.
Let me ask you.
It's the government.
Okay. Yeah. It's the government. Then the question we should ask ourselves: how much have we invested on electricity since 1999 today? Tell us in dollars.
And come huge amount of huge amount of money.
Okay, but Simba
very huge amount of money.
Tell us that we should not blame them. That these are the crazy people that destroyed that country. They destroyed the country.
I didn't say we should not blame them. No, that's a different argument.
I didn't say we should not blame them. What we are saying, our argument before Simba came in, we are putting blame on these people for not managing the resources of the country well.
Neglecting the country.
Neglect everything. They abandon it. They neglected everything and nothing is functioning for the people of the country.
Why you have values?
This thing.
Why everyone?
But Simba came in. Simba is trying to what is he trying to do? Simba is trying to give excuses that no, we are not making enough money. That's why we can't do this. We are not making revenue. Who is responsible?
He said we are mocking the country. We are mocking our country.
Who is responsible for that?
Not blame them. We've been doing this for years, for months on this platform. What I'm saying gets me. I started by saying that we have to look back and what happened even when we had the money that was supposed to have planned and diversify and improve our revenue. That was what I'm trying to let you people know. That all this dilapidated infrastructure that you are talking about does not start today. When you come and see in Saudi Arabia now, they have roads in the desert where they don't even have buildings because they're already planning for the future. That's the way to go. They are investing for population that they have not even achieved now. And the one our leaders during that time they were wasting our money because this you are here and you used to praise them there at that time.
They didn't waste the money. They invested those money on infrastructure. Those people that
Simba, that example you gave, please let me come in there, Simba. Yeah, let me come in. It's because they have been able to achieve what this generation wants. And that is why they are able to also develop for the next generation. The problem we have in Nigeria is that this generation is not even having the impact, not to talk of the future. It's not the same thing.
Let me tell you,
they have achieved much for their people, and they are taking ahead.
Midwest. I don't know how old are you and how much you know about what has happened in the past in Nigeria. If Babajide Koko is not going to be by heart here, he knew what happened even in the 70s. He knew what happened in the 70s.
No, that was
Nigeria has been having problems since.
That was when they even built that country. What was it that happened?
What did they build? What did they build? What did they build?
Or if those in the 70s did not.
You know why you are talking like this, Babajide Koko? Because you are only comparing. It's like when you have two bad things. Even between two bad things, you will see the best among the bad. That is what you are doing.
Okay, let me give you some instances of how those people manage the resources built on infrastructure that we had back then, improve on it. For example, before 1978, is it not 78 or when did they build Tinkan? We were having only a Apapa Wharf. But the government back then realized that, oh, this Apapa Wharf cannot stand the test of time, cannot cope with what will be coming our way in the future. And they expanded by building Tinker Land. That is what that was what they did, to tell you that they are very futuristic. They built Vita Land. We used to have this local airport at Ikeja. They built international airport, Murtala Mohammed Airport. We were not having highway. This Ikorodu, this what do you call it? This expressway to Ibadan, Ibadan expressway. They built it. There are so many. They improve on the hospitals.
I'm very surprised that let me tell you this.
Let me tell you, Jakonde, hold on, let me make this point. Even Jakonde, as at the time that Jakonde came in, it was only Iju Water Works that was feeding the whole of Lagos State. What did Jakonde do? What did he do? He built some substation, about 5 substations, within 4 years, substation that, look, this Iju Water Work will not be able to supply the population because the population of Lagos was growing. So they built some substation, one at Shomolu, one at Surulere, one at somewhere in Lagos Island. So, just to expand that water supply across Lagos. So these people tried back then. The people you have now that failed to do anything. They invested billions. More than 20 billion.
Will you suggest maybe we go and wake up all those dead people that remain well for the country?
I want to talk Simba.
If they didn't mean well for the country, you are just
Simba.
Okay,
wait. Simba, please let me put this one before you. When I was growing up, I grew up in the city. I also grew up in the villages. I can assure you. You understand me? Or Babangida administration, things were still working well. In my villages in Benin those days, there are people who come there to come and inspect toilet in the village.
On Buhari administration, not Babangida.
No, Babangida administration, I destroy everything. Babangida, you can say let me just tell you why I say Babangida administration. Wait now, let me land this one before you. Then I want to also test Simba here. In that same village, you cannot yet go to bush to go and cut timber without proper approval. My grandfather was having a tree at the back of his house. Because this tree has grown beyond some levels of size, the way you have it in Europe here, he was advised to consult the forest guide. This one a tree where he planted by himself. I'm telling you what I witnessed in my country, which this generation don't even know. So when Babangida came in, this corruption we are talking about today, it was there. It was more really like this of Europe. If they catch you, you know, say you get problem. Everybody have it in the back of their mind. Now, when Babangida come, everything collapse. That is when you see primary school teachers. Wait to make a land this one. Primary school teachers, they did not pay them. They chase them away. Before you know it, that thing develop into secondary school, from secondary school to university.
Maybe he didn't understand. Not Buhari of 2015. Ola is talking about. He's talking about Buhari of 1983.
Now Buhari started this thing that you are talking about.
See, Buhari and Idiagbo administration, favor us in my place because the war against indiscipline affected people the way they reason. Please.
Farabale, if you don't know, let us tell you. Buhari started or stopped all investments that even the like of Dangote, the like of Jakonde, the like of this guy in the Midway in Edo State, and everybody, the investment were ongoing.
Ambrose Ali,
he stopped everything in the name of repaying debt. The rail we are talking in Lagos today now, it was an investment. They stopped it. Even after Nigeria even paid penalty, Lagos State even paid penalty. Buhari stopped all the, other Buhari, all those universities, all those institutions that were being built. These guys stopped everything. And we've already cured debt on all those stuff. It stopped everything. Expansion, it stopped by expansion. Even those expansion include some critical infrastructure projects. So when people just try to have this way of absorbing Buhari as because Buhari they whip everybody koboko, all of a sudden where he has been the best since the sliced bread. Do you know how many people could have been employed with all those projects? Did you know how many workers that even this your idea about Buhari and India we are celebrating? You know how many of them they retrenched? So what are we talking about here? Already Buhari has already.
Okay, Ajaleko, may I give you an example? Okay, make I give you one example for life. Ajaleko, wait.
Let me land it out. Which example you want?
See, Ajaleko, Ola, make I tell you, make I tell you something. Okay. Can continue.
Okay, so the thing is this, my brother. The thing is this: from the time of Idiagbon was Buhari was the person that destroyed the middle class. You know what it means to destroy the middle class of a country. This is where the economic power is. That's where the economic power is. The guy destroyed it, and before you know, we started battering. That was the reason they proposed structural adjustment program to IBB for us to recover from the damages that his predecessor already caused. But unfortunately, the guy had his own motive to create another problem. So the thing just got worse under him. And whether we like it or not, even that IBB still managed to do some kind of thing that is even impacting our economy today. Positively, I mean. He did something positively. So under those before Idiagbon Buhari just overthrew the government that time, probably we could have even got a better power system because who built the Tama station? You know how many power stations that this guy that project that Shagari again will back up on. So is our problem, all those dead people we say maybe we can wait today, they contributed to, because it depends on the dead people we are even talking about. They contributed. So my brother,
make I put this one before you. I agree with you. I not praise Buhari administration and Idiagbon. But the thing is this: most of us that love to criticize that administration, but we also have to look at the situation the country were that in those days. Because when Babangida came in, Nigerians were not Nigeria of today. They were very disciplined. And you need disciplined people to build a society. But from his administration to date, it's like corruption or practices of corruption became like with impunity. There's no punishment anymore. That is where it started. And it has derailed everything. For a country to be poor is different from when the country is not functioning. If you say they put us in poverty then, but the country, whether good or bad, it was still functioning. Like the way it is today,
discipline
nothing is
are you
working.
attributing
And when you ask who
element
is
that
in
was
charge,
supporting this guy was supporting someone outside the country against Nigeria, and you called that on discipline? Let's just stop all the. I don't buy all these things. What the discipline
Who
can
is
be
that?
more than patriotism, lack of patriotism.
Who is that? Who was he supporting against our
Your
country?
countryman.
Who was he
was
supporting against our
wait
country?
now. Your countryman was contesting the OAU general secretary position, and you were supporting someone from Nigeria Republic. I mean, is this child or thereabouts? What type of discipline? What type of discipline you can have more than lack of patriotism? All this kind of putting Buhari as a omniscient, as the best, as all this kind of thing. Where did we even get
I
this
didn't
thing?
put Buhari there. Ola, I took everything you said about Buhari. I agree with you. I'm not defending him.
If we can't even get our
I'm not
issue
defending him at all. I don't defend him.
Hold it. If we cannot even get our issue right, then how do we provide solution? When we cannot even get this thing. If I told you today that even the electricity we are talking today, it's not even the major problem. Why it is a problem? It's not the major. Policy is the major problem of that country.
What's that?
Policy. Because I will tell you, okay, when we say
I think implementation of the policy is the problem. Yeah.
Even policy from the beginning, because why will you
the
have
implementation
so much,
is the
example,
problem.
Why will you have so much with the federal government? Some people just want to control you, right? But when you start giving things up, okay, when you license radio now, the broadcasting station now, broadcasting station develop, and the reason for our Nollywood development, people don't even know that. Because of the regulation of telecommunication, that's why we have. Why didn't we deregulate electricity on time? Why didn't we do that? Now, when we say electricity is a problem, I will tell you one thing now. It's just a reflection. It's part, but not the major problem. I will ask you, how come that all these people that are into oil exploration, the like of Dangote, and those people that have the like of Bua, the like of Lafarge Cement, how come they were able to produce their own electricity to supply? You understand? So if you have allowed the state, for example, and other people to generate the electricity, it will be like thing. So electricity is not the problem itself, but that thing that is stopping that electricity, which is policy. This man that is using Buhari's age telephone self, I don't know. See the thing they ring, green. It be like everybody don't go. Me say we are just a close for work. So the way we analyze the problem itself is simply means because we need to understand where the problem is from, how the problem is. You understand? So if we have some company that have us, because people think if electricity come now, you think electricity is going to be cheap? No, electricity is not even cheap where we are. Yeah. Now, how did China? Let me just land this point. Let me land this point.
If the government wants to help us,
this point, Midwest.
Okay.
We continue. Now, the China we are talking today, even when they were going through recession, how did they get that? Electricity was not cheap for them. It was never cheap for them. Government decided to give subsidy on electricity for them to be able to meet up. What about that? So when we talk of electricity, sometimes when we talk of electricity, sometimes it doesn't mean that, oh, when electricity comes now, so electricity will be cheaper for all those people. No, it's telling you that it is part of the problem. As a matter of fact, electricity is just a symptom of the bigger problem, but it's not the major problem. You understand? Because there are still alternative sources that we can use.
There are alternatives. I agree with you, but sometimes the problem we have. Why I tell you electricity is one of the major problems. Look, if electricity is very expensive, remember when you produce anything, all the costs have to go into that product. Then before you start talking of profits. Now, if electricity is contributing in a high proportion to the cost of the finished product, it becomes a problem. So when they import something from elsewhere to that country, even if they pay duties, export duty, import duty, you will still discover that those things are cheaper than the one you produce in your country, and even better than.
Electricity
So that is
the
to say
cost
that
of those.
that company.
Okay, Midwest. Let me challenge you to something. Now, if electricity is the only major problem, how come that Dangote is able to export is able to export from Nigeria to neighboring Africa country? At what cost?
See, my brother, you see this country.
No, I'm just putting it to you. If electricity is the problem, how
sometimes
come
when you
Dangote
talk
is able to
here,
export?
wait, let me analyze something before you. Ola, you talk as a businessman. I've listened to you. You're someone that is trying to push for something, you know, try to, when it comes to like, let me do business, let me do something. I've seen that spirit in you, and from your experience, when you talk, I can see there's experience. You understand me? But look at Nigeria problem today is this. The way people run their business is so secrecy. How they arrive in their profit, you don't know. Look at Niger Delta pipe oil everywhere. They have been selling almost hundreds of what's it called, typing of our natural resources. Those guys doing these things are our businessmen in our street. A lot of them, they have one business or the other to show for it. That is to say, they have something else that they are doing. The genuine business people are struggling. They are not getting it. People have corridors like Dangote. You point to Dangote is influential. He has money, and they can. My brother, if they go into this guy's company, they just put private investigator. What you will see there, you will never believe it.
But what we are saying, what the question he asked you Midwest, you have not answered the question he asked for.
Yeah,
he said why
I have answered it because I have answered it.
No, just you have not answered. He said why was he able to export and still compete in other countries when you say electricity is the problem?
Listen, there are some incentive those people enjoy that they don't make it by law to say every businessman must enjoy it. So because they know people, they enjoy so many things. These are facts. So this is the way I can answer it.
Let me tell you, let me ask you, Midwest, if you are vast in economy, what is it? Is electricity the only factors of production? There are some other factors of production that we have a competitive advantage. Just hold on. There are some other factors of production that we have competitive advantage over other countries. And that one will work for you if you have your industry in Nigeria. You have cheap labor. Well, there are so many other things that are very cheap in that country that can even insulate the so-called cost of electricity that you are hammering on. That's what we are trying to let you know. And that's why they can see export and export.
Okay, I agree with you. See, I'm not arguing with you. Wait, my brother, you try to get what I'm saying. For example,
Midwest,
every business or any product have his own.
Hold it now, Midwest, hold it. Now, let's even leave Dangote. MTN.
I take my phone, the echo there because it be like say the echo. I don't stop. Since.
Okay, the echo. So MTN, right, and some other company in Nigeria today. At least if MTN is down, you will know that the communication will be done in Nigeria. If Globalcom is down, you will know that the communication will be done in Nigeria. Are they not using electricity? Right. How come they are still able to survive the economy in the country? Are you looking at that? Okay. Now, since you'll be listening to like some broadcasting station, all this Arise, all this Channel TV, they've been all licensed, right? They still run the business. How come they still have their business running? How come we still have banks in Nigeria still running their businesses, even though the cost of business is still high, right? That is pointing to something that if you can still do something at all.
Wait.
Yes, no, wait, Farabale.
Wait, Ola. When you
do something at all.
Wait, don't.
I'm not saying electricity.
I want to quickly put this one before you. Production is of different type, my dear brother. These people you just mentioned render service. They don't produce anything. So when you say someone is into manufacturing, the factor for rendering a service and the factor for producing a finished goods is a different thing entirely. They are not the same.
What do you mean by they don't produce?
You cannot say because
the same generator that you use. Is it not the same generator they are using to run their service that you use for industry? What are you talking about? What is the difference?
Wait.
So they don't need electricity to run a bank, or what? What are you talking about?
Wait, there are in business. Look, business that render just services can survive in Nigeria atmosphere. The way things are. If you,
what is the reason? Why can they survive?
My brother, it's only what you produce you will sell.
Wait,
it's the import economy. Wait a minute, West now. It is the importation economy that contributed to the problem we have in that country. If the past policymakers did not open our border for every dictionary, even to be importing a goosey soup from London,
or a direct from China.
Wait, Gary, or for these guys to be producing, giving us Gary from China. You understand? We won't be having all this problem. So that's why when I say this thing is all about policy, it's not just about electricity. Is just one of those buzzwords.
I don't know.
Buzzword that people just use.
I'm also benefiting from you, Ola. I benefit from you.
No,
I benefit from you, and I'm listening to you. The thing is, if you said, wait, like Ola, let me tell you, you have to ask yourself a question. Someone will buy something in pounds, despite the high level of exchange rate, and come and sell it in Nigeria. And yet, the one back home cannot compete with the one from. That's to say something big is wrong somewhere. So the government have to have a proper policy to address it, because these are evidence that manufacturing it back home, there's somehow big challenge. That's why people are not taking that advantage, because most of the items that they are selling in Nigeria, they are just selling it because I don't really know. They're able to sell it because nobody is there. If the people want to set it up in our country, they cannot survive. They can't survive. That's just the reason. How can you go and buy rice in Thailand? You will export it.
We have to go. Yeah, finish. It's 10 hours now. We have to shut down. Finish what you are saying, then we shut it down.
Okay. You go and import rice in Thailand, in India. They are not free. You pay for the cost of transportation, and you pay for if the border is open. You whether good or bad, you still pay for the cost of landing, which is clearing. And at the end,
you pay for the
your
cost
own
of what we are
product
buying
cannot
as
take
well.
an advantage of this cost. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something big, because we're supposed to be above them. Our labor is cheap. The land is there, yet we cannot compete with those people. I think it's, as you said, policy. But I think electricity is the major problem. You can't run so many things with generator. That's just the truth.
So you need electricity to produce rice. Is there you need to produce rice?
Yeah, the meal. Yes, you need it because the meal for you to produce proper rice, you need constant electricity to run those machines. Boiling it, you need machine.
At what point?
Storing it, bagging it, you need equipment.
Do you need electricity?
So what are you talking about? You need.
Midwest. At what point you need electricity to produce?
You need electricity from the harvesting per season. You need it to make it to become rice.
Midwest.
Yes, if you go to the warehouse where you're going to the warehouse where you're going, not be rice waste stone food. Rice that is free from stone that can compete with those people.
I will still repeat it again, right? Electricity is essential, no arguments, no doubt about that. But if we keep saying electricity is the only reason we are having problem in that country, I will keep disagreeing with you. It's just because the manufacturers, they have alternative. Okay, now you want to be producing electronics, you want to be assembling electronics in Nigeria. At the same time, you allow, okay, the like of Philips that used to do electricity, electronics in Nigeria those days. Philips in Ojota. Now you have Philips now. You say, okay, put your factory down in Nigeria. But you open the market.
Ola, let me shut it down there. We talk in the background. Yeah, okay. I'm very sorry. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We are very grateful. Happy New Year again to you guys. If you are just joining us, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you. We catch you tomorrow. Listen to your brother.
Thomas, please. I want.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy, and we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
Recovery, because we've been through. Oh, where's Governor Peter Obi? Has run away. You should go and bring him for me. I need to talk to him about a few of those. Go and bring him. I don't want to join issues with Governor Obi. He's an excellent governor and a patriotic Nigerian. But a few of those things he was reading are not quite accurate. Thank you. Don't run, sir.
You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell. You can only see, but you can never tell.